Chapter 11:27. After Ba Qingyan finished speaking, Wu Yi still didn't say a word while Yu Feng coldly snorted, seemingly realizing for the first time just how shameless his elder could be, his face turning red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ba Qingyan was worthy of being called an old fox, his words clearly implying that Yang Kai was the guest and his Haiku family was the host, all but directly saying that this was his family's territory, and that since he lived here, he had to give them some face. Ba Qingyan also knew that he probably didn't have much prestige in front of these two. So after speaking, he didn't care about their attitude, simply cupping his fist to Yang Kai in a friendly manner before turning around and leaving. The man named Wu Ku wore a complicated look as he glanced between Wu Yi and Yang Kai, the jealousy in his eyes almost bursting out. He hadn't expected that Wu Yi, who had just left the family, would make two such powerful friends. The several young women who followed Ba Qingyan also looked at Wu Yi with envy, turning their heads 3 times as they walked away, constantly casting flirtatious glances towards Yang Kai, as if as long as Yang Kai said a word, they would immediately throw themselves at him. After a long time, only Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng remained. Not even birds or beasts could be seen on Dragon Cave Mountain. Wu Yi's eyes were slightly red as she forced a smile. Yang Kai, I've let you see a joke. How could it be like this? Yu Feng also muttered. In the past, the two of them had taken pride in being members of the Haiku family. But after everything that happened this time, the attitude of the family's people towards these matters had directly overturned the sense of belonging and honor they had built up over a long period of time. Wu Yi would have preferred to see Ba Qingyan directly take her back to face the family law after she announced her separation from the family, even if it meant being beaten to death, rather than seeing an elder act so slick and opportunistic. This kind of weak family was completely different from what she had imagined. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking and said lightly, "In this world, strength is respected. Without strength, one can only bend to the will of others. Survival is not easy." Wu Yi seemed to understand something and looked up at him with a slightly confused look in her beautiful eyes. Yu Feng, on the other hand, didn't think as much as she did and instead said with some concern, "Yang Kai, you killed Su Zhishan today. The Su family will definitely not let this go. They didn't know you were so powerful before. So they only sent a few people here today, but after they return to report, the Su's family's people, I'm sure they'll come back. Shouldn't you quickly leave? I'm afraid things will change." Before Yang Kai's, Yang Inflammations, Yang Kai, I'm all arranged from spirit set. Yang was, there was Yang and Yang was right. S-E and T-T-S want to leave. S-E's to say he T-T's and Yang he and of course Yang and Yang and the Yang. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space and needed a lot of space spirit crystals. If he missed this village, he wouldn't be able to find another one. Yang Kai didn't know what level Yang Inflammation spirit arrays had reached before, but after seeing her performance today, he naturally felt relieved. What's more, Yang Kai was now a Saint King, and although he didn't know if he could compete with an origin-returning realm cultivator, as long as the Su family didn't have such a master, he wouldn't be afraid. "What kind of materials do you want?" Yang Kai asked. "Ores, cultivation materials. As long as they aren't alchemy herbs, they're fine. I have some here." Wu Yi checked her space ring. "I also have some, but not much, and the grade isn't high," Yu Feng also stated. "It doesn't matter. Just have Yang Kai pay for them." Yang Kai grinned. Others didn't know how rich Yang Kai was, but she did. The artifacts she had refined this time had all been exchanged for Saint crystals by Yang Kai. What's more, he still had so many space spirit crystals, each of which could easily fetch tens of thousands of Saint crystals. "I just broke through and need to stabilize my cultivation. Yu Feng, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Heavenly Fate City," Yang Kai said while taking out 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the Black Book space, placing them in a universe bag and handing it to Yu Feng. Although Yu Feng had never seen such a low-level storage artifact before, when he received it and swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help paling. So many Saint crystals? These Saint crystals were almost equal to the annual income of the entire Haiku family. But Yang Kai had casually taken out so many Saint crystals, shocking Yu Feng greatly. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to amass such a fortune in such a short time. After all, when Yang Kai first picked him up, the only space ring he had on him had already been taken away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai giving him so many Saint crystals at once gave Yu Feng a sense of trust. So he quickly said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, I will definitely buy as many materials as I can at the most discounted price." Turning to Wu Yi, Yu Feng said, "I'll have to trouble you to take care of the young lady for the time being." Yang Kai nodded, and Yu Feng flew off towards Heavenly Fate City. Yang Kai felt very assured about Yu Feng. For Wu Yi's sake, Yu Feng was willing to stand against an elder of his family. Although such a man was a bit foolish, he wasn't scheming. "Wu Yi, you should rest first. Your complexion is quite poor." Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi and said. Wu Yi nodded gently and, accompanied by Yang Inflammation, walked into the cave without saying a word. After returning to the cave, Yang Kai cleaned up his space ring and black book space, tossing everything he didn't need to Yang Inflammation. He had already confirmed Yang Inflammation's abilities, so if he wanted to arrange a spirit array to protect this cave, naturally, the more materials he had, the better. The 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan gave birth to the lightning attribute bird. Wood, after its death, was left behind by Yang Kai. As for its use, he would need to discuss with Yang Inflammation. After dealing with this, Yang Kai placed a few dozen high-rank Saint crystals beside him and sat down in the 7-colored spirit gathering flags to stabilize his current Saint King realm cultivation. If it was just a small breakthrough, this kind of stabilization wasn't particularly important, but after breaking through a great realm, it was necessary as it would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. While the storm on Dragon Cave Mountain had come to an end, the Haiku family was in an uproar. A male friend of Wu Yi's had killed the 3rd Order Saint King Su Jishan with his 3rd Order Saint Realm cultivation and snatched 2 of his artifacts, while female friend was not only a Saint Grade artifact refiner, but also a Grandmaster proficient in spirit arrays. This news spread among the Haiku family's upper echelons, causing everyone to be shocked. "Qing Yin, you said that young man named Yang Kai killed that old fox, Su Jishan. Did you see it with your own eyes?" Inside the family's discussion hall, an old man with a long beard sitting at the head of the table asked slowly, his tone filled with disbelief. This was the current patriarch of the Haiku family, Yin. It wasn't that Yin didn't want to believe Ba Qing Yin, but what happened this time was simply too hard to believe. It was possible that Yang Kai had killed a First Order Saint King, but who was Su Jishan? He was an elder of the Su family and one of the most powerful masters in the Su family. Even if Yin personally took action, he might not necessarily be able to win. If Su Jishan took out the Hunter Mountains picture, Yin would have no choice but to flee. If it had been anyone else who said this, Yin would have just laughed and never taken it seriously. But Ba Qing Yin was the one who had said it. Not only was he insuspicious, but the dozen or so elders and foreign elders in the hall were also staring at Ba Qing Yin with strange looks. "Old Ba, have you become muddle-headed from cultivation? Calling all of us here in broad daylight just to say this kind of thing. How boring." An elder named Walun, sitting to the left, laughed. "That's right, Elder Ba. If you want to tell a joke, I suggest you change it. This isn't funny at all." Another beautiful woman with a plump figure was also somewhat dissatisfied. She was one of the foreign elders of the Haiku family, named Huangwan. "Qing Yin, tell us carefully. I believe you aren't someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not." Yin looked at Ba Qing Yin. Ba Qing Yin's expression remained unchanged. He knew that what he was saying was ridiculous, and if someone else had told him this, he wouldn't have believed them so easily. So he didn't care about the ridicule of Walun and Huangwan, simply waving his hand and saying, "Come in." More than a dozen people filed in. Many of these people were from the younger generation of the Haiku family, the same group that had followed Ba Qing Yin to Dragon Cave Mountain. After entering, everyone saluted. The elders and foreign elders present didn't know what Ba Qing Yin wanted to do, but none of them spoke, simply waiting quietly for him to continue. "Wu Ku, Tell the patriarch and the elders and foreign elders what you saw today. Don't conceal anything and don't exaggerate anything. Otherwise, you'll be punished according to the family law. Ba Qingyin said faintly. Wu Ke hurriedly cupped his fists and nodded, recounting how Su Zhishun had led the Su family's people to Dragon Cave Mountain, clashed with Yang Kai, and then fought. This little brat's eloquence was quite good, so although he didn't understand anything at the time, his description was quite detailed, almost reproducing the original scene. When they heard that Wu Yi and Yu Feng had left the family in order to protect Yang Kai and oppose Ba Qingyin, the faces of the elders and foreign elders suddenly became extremely ugly, each of them demanding that the patriarch send someone to bring this little girl back and punish her according to the family law as a warning to others. But soon, they no longer bothered with this issue. Yang Kai had snatched Su Zhishun's Nether Shadow Soul thread and instantly erased his soul brand, forcing him to use the 100 Mountains picture and summon 6 Phantom Mountains. Even under the protection of 4 of these Phantom Mountains, Su Zhishun had still been burned to death by a cloud of black flames. After that, Yang Kai had broken through to the Saint King realm. All the elders and foreign elders were dumbfounded, none of them daring to believe their ears. They faintly believed Ba Qingyan's story because just now, they had felt some abnormalities in the world energy. Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't too far from here, so they had naturally noticed it, but they hadn't paid it much attention. It turned out that this was the result of someone breaking through to the Saint King realm. After Wu Ke finished speaking, Ba Qingyin turned to the dozen or so people present and asked, "Is there any falsehood in Wu Ke's words?" The dozen or so people all shook their heads. "No." "What happened today? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone nodded. "Good. You may withdraw." Ba Qingyin waved his hand, and the dozen or so people bowed before withdrawing. Chapter 1128. Inside the Haiku family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qingyin was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. "There's such a young junior." Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. "Why wasn't he born in my Haiku family? If he had been born in my family..." Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the Haiku family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall, and as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. "Patriarch, although this Yang Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him," the beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile. "Oh, consecrated Huang, you mean?" Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, "Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Wallowan also nodded in agreement. Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that Yang Kai really has feelings for Wu Yi, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Su Zhishun with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sex number 1 young master of Feng Tianzhong? It was said that Feng Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. Wei Guchong of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Chongfeng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now, a full great realm higher than Yangkai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two. A bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued. I heard my family's boy mention that when Wu Yi returned from a mining expedition, Yufeng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yangkai should be that person. Picked up? The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Yi-Un's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. Foreign Elder Chong, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yangkai? Chong Chi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yufeng picked up Yangkai and Yangkai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Chong Chi was present, so he knew more about Yangkai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Chong Chi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yangkai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon, Huang Wan giggled. Since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my Haiku family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What Foreign Elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu Yi. We just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed, many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, why does Elder Ba feel this is inappropriate? Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan quickly said, first, today, Yang Kai beheaded Suji Shun, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family. What is the Su family? Does my Haiku family fear his Su family? Isn't Elder Ba's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Walun coldly snorted. Yes, Elder Ba, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as this statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of, but now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. Yin frowned but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qingyan and saying, Elder Ba, please continue. Ba Qingyan glanced over the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered, You may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hall? Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xie Hong one has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xie Hong will just ignore it? A trivial Xie Hong one is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my haiku family can afford to provoke. What Elder Ba says is correct. Yin nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, in the end, he has no foundation. He is just one person. So if we offend Xia Hong when in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it. It seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xia Hong when. Elder Ba, you're quite thoughtful. Why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my haiku family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu Yi. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford. Yes, Patriarch. Ba Qingyin stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking, Patriarch, how should we deal with that saint-grade artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad. Elder Ba, we do need an array grandmaster, but Yang Inflammation is still very young. So even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai. Yes, since the Patriarch had said so, Ba Qingyin couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qingyin didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now, he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation? Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a Longan-sized pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be this Saint King pill, right? Ba Qingyin smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Yang Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu Yi. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Yang Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring, which was stolen by Yufeng. I pitied him, so I gave him a few Saint Crystals, but now that I think about it, he clearly had other space rings. I just didn't know where they were hidden. Otherwise, how could he have so many Saint Crystals and materials?" At that time, he looked at me gratefully and thanked me profusely. I thought I had done something good, but it turns out I had been deceived by him all along. He really is cunning. Yang Inflammation nodded. But those Saint Crystals have nothing to do with him. I was the one who helped him earn them. Wu Yi was puzzled. But before she had time to ask, Yufeng, who had gone out to purchase materials, returned. "How was it?" Wu Yi asked. "Too good." Yufeng grinned. "Young miss, you don't know, but I've never enjoyed such supreme treatment. Those shops that sell materials treat me like I'm their grandfather. The feeling of spending so much money is so wonderful. There are even a few beautiful girls who are secretly throwing flirtatious glances at me." Chapter 1129. Seeing the smug look on Yufeng's face, Wu Yi rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fool of yourself. I'm asking you about the materials you purchased." "Oh, I bought them. They're all here," Yufeng said, handing the space ring in his hand to Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation took it and swept it with his divine sense before nodding. "Not bad. With these materials, I'll be able to set up a spirit array to protect this place within a month. When that time comes, no matter how many people come, we won't have to fear them." Wu Yi and Yufeng both looked at her in surprise, but soon Wu Yi shook her head and turned to Yufeng. "What's that in your hand?" Young Master Wuxia sent it over and asked me to give it to Yang Kai, Yu Feng explained. When he returned just now, he happened to see Wuxia wandering around outside the cave, so he went up to ask him about it. How could he have known that Wuxia would simply shove this jade box into his hand and say that it was something Elder Ba wanted to give to Yang Kai before disappearing without a trace? Did Elder Ba ask cousin to send it over? Wu Yi frowned slightly, seemingly thinking of something, staring at the jade box and saying, "Open it and let me see." Yu Feng opened the jade box, and a fragrant smell immediately wafted out from inside the cave. A Saint King pill, Wu Yi and Yu Feng exclaimed at the same time. The former was secretly shocked, thinking that the family was really generous, actually bringing over the last Saint King pill from their storehouse. The latter couldn't help gulping as his eyes flashed with greed. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation only glanced at the Saint King pill faintly before returning to his own business. Did Elder Ba really ask cousin to bring this over? Wu Yi asked uncertainly. Where else would I have gotten it? It seems that the family intends to make friends with Yang Kai. Wu Yi murmured, immediately chuckling. As long as those people aren't senile, they should make friends with them. However, they only sent cousin here. It seems they have some scruples. Forget it. You send a Saint King pill over first. Yang Kai happens to need it. If it were anything else, he might have asked Yu Feng to return it. But this Saint King pill was different. Okay. Yu Feng carefully closed the jade box and walked inside. Arriving in front of Yang Kai's stone room, he didn't even have time to speak before Yang Kai's voice sounded out. "Brother, you come in." Yu Feng grinned and stepped forward, handing over the jade box in his hand, and then recounting how he obtained it. A Saint King pill. Yang Kai looked at the Longan-sized pill in the jade box with amusement. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what a Saint King pill was. To break through to the Saint King realm from the Saint realm, taking a Saint King pill could help a cultivator stabilize their cultivation and state of mind. Because this pill was only effective at this stage, it was called the Saint King pill. The Saint King pill was a Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Its grade wasn't too high, but it required a lot of materials to refine. Basically, for every great realm breakthrough and consolidation, there was a corresponding pill to assist a cultivator, but because Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, he had absorbed a lot of the insights of high-level cultivators into the heavenly way and martial Tao, so he had never taken pills for breakthroughs or consolidations because he didn't need them. Yang Kai didn't need them, but others did. For a cultivator, these pills were very precious. The Haika family giving him a Saint King pill was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over, something Yang Kai was well aware of. If it were anyone else, perhaps this pill really would have been effective, but they had given it to Yang Kai as a gift to the wrong person. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yu Feng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. "You eat it." Yu Feng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. "No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haika family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one. Just eat it, I don't need it." Yang Kai shook his head. "But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced." Yu Feng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill. "Then I'll give it to you. Whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you." Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family." "Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain?" Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yu Feng gawked for a moment before patting his head. "Right." Seemingly remembering that he had left the family, Yu Feng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. "Leaving the Haika family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured, in the future, you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Haika family." Yu Feng nodded politely. "Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness, I don't mind. but young lady, huh? He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly, ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit ore and ignoring it. While he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation, Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yin had just refined. Suji Shan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Suji Shan's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Suji Shun had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yin and the other two finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yu Feng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork, but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yu Feng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yin took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining, under the guidance of Yang Yin, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yin. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently. So who else could it be? Yang Yin saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yin here, followed by Wu Yi and Yu Feng. So there were only 4 people in total, but now there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms, while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously, and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them, because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship and had helped out under the leadership of Yu Feng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai, Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people, Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically, They all announced they were leaving the family. Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were one or two young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haiku family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, a mix of men and women. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haiku family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haiku family could endure this. "I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this," Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Chapter 11:30. If you don't mind, I can take them away. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai not speaking and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly bit her red lips and offered, "Where can you take them?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since they've come here, they might as well stay. After all, this place was originally yours." "But I've already given it to you," Wu Yi said with a look of shame. "Since I gave it to you, it's yours now. Don't think too much about it. You being able to have so many followers is your own ability." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "In any case, there are many stone rooms in this cave, so it doesn't matter if more people come." "Thank you," Wu Yi said gratefully. Yang Kai shook his head and said sincerely, "I should be the one thanking you." If Wu Yi hadn't given him Dragon Cave Mountain to live in, he wouldn't have discovered the Space Spirit crystal mine here. Although it wasn't convenient for him to speak of it for the time being, Yang Kai would never forget such a heavy favor. Forget about these trivial people who had followed Wu Yi. Even if Wu Yi encountered a bigger problem, he would stand up for her. "You two don't need to thank each other," Yang Inflammation's voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw her walking over from the side, looking somewhat tired. Although she looked haggard, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she casually tossed something to Yang Kai and said, "This artifact is good. Take a look and see if you want to refine it. If you don't want to refine it, sell it. We're poor now." Yang Kai caught this artifact and swept it with his divine sense, quickly discovering that it was Su Zhishan's 100 Mountains picture and immediately throwing it into a space ring. "I'm not selling it." In the battle with Su Zhishan, Yang Kai had obtained two of his artifacts. One was the Nether Shadow Soul Silk, and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. Yang Kai hadn't had time to examine them carefully, but he knew that this 100 Mountains picture was indeed a treasure. Su Zhishan had summoned 6 mountain phantoms to display such power, so if he refined it and summoned more mountain phantoms, their power would only increase. At that time, even returned to Void Stage cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the combined might of the 100 mountain peaks. Yang Kai wasn't very interested in offensive artifacts, but he was very fond of artifacts like the 100 Mountains picture. "Then give me some Saint Crystals." Yang Inflammation simply stretched out his small hand. "Didn't you buy 50,000 Saint Crystals worth of materials last time? High-rank Saint Crystals at that. Have you used them all up?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation in shock. This woman was good at making money, but she was also good at squandering. "Do you think it's easy to set up a great array? Those materials are only enough to arrange a small spirit gathering array. But now that so many people have come, each of their stone rooms must be rearranged with a small spirit gathering array. Every day they cultivate, they consume a lot of Saint Crystals." Wu Yi waved her hand and said, "There's no need to arrange such things. They never enjoyed such treatment when they were in the family. Dragon Cave Mountain's current world energy aura isn't bad. The last time Yang Kai broke through, the world energy aura within a 30-kilometer radius of the cave had been swept clean, but after more than half a month, it had recovered somewhat. At the very least, a faint mist of world energy could be seen above the mountain peaks. There's no need to be polite with him. His wealth is beyond your imagination." Yang Inflammation leaned over and whispered in Wu Yi's ear. She was the only one who knew that Xianxia had countless space spirit crystals, so she naturally knew that Xianxia wouldn't worry about Saint Crystals. Xianxia shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank Saint Crystals, mid-rank Saint Crystals, and low-rank Saint Crystals from his space ring, leaving only 1,000 for himself. Wuxia will be our Dragon Cave Mountain's treasurer from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough Saint Crystals, just tell Xianxia, and he'll get them. Yang Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless Saint Crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for Saint Crystals from Xianxia in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding. You can rest assured every piece of Saint Crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go. Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haika family and had managed a few things for the family over the years, so now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned. My defensive array is about to be completed, but Xianxia, you really need to collect more Saint Crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave. Xianxia naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserve beneath it were. No matter what, Xianxia had to protect this place. What's more, Xianxia also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Xianxia said, "Don't worry about Saint Crystals. I'll find a way." Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry. Be careful. She thought that Xianxia would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to. But how could she have known that Xianxia had no such thoughts at all? By the way, Xianxia, Elder Ba from the family has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you. But since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today and is still outside. Wu Yi looked at Xianxia slightly uneasily. That Ba Qingyan? What do you think? Xianxia looked at her. If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now. I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. Then let me ask you, do you still want to return to the Haika family? I don't. This time, Wu Yi didn't hesitate and decisively shook her head, smiling self-deprecatingly. Before, I thought that although the family was small and weak, we all had a common goal. For this goal, even if I had to give up my life, it didn't matter, but now, I really don't want to go back. My parents are no longer alive, and the family's given me a great deal of care, but I've also contributed a lot to the family over the years. Even if I haven't paid it all back, I'm close. I know. I'll go see him and make things clear so he won't bother you in the future. And Wu Yi gently nodded. Ba Qingyan had been here for 4 consecutive days now. He knew that Xianxia was in retreat to consolidate his cultivation, so he had been waiting patiently until he felt it was about time to come to Dragon Cave Mountain. However, every time he came, he would never be able to see Xianxia's face. Ba Qingyan couldn't be too arrogant and could only wait patiently, watching his family's disciples come and go every day. It wasn't until today that a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the cave. Ba Qingyan smiled happily as he immediately recognized this person as the young man who had killed Su Zhishin that day. Cupping his fists, he said, "Congratulations, little friend Yang. Little friend Yang's aura is quite profound. It seems that your harvest this time was not small. Little friend Yang is truly talented. It only took you such a short time to consolidate your cultivation. This old man is truly impressed." Xianxia glanced over at him faintly, knowing that he was referring to the Saint King pill. Generally speaking, It would take a long time for an average person to consolidate their cultivation, but taking a pill could shorten this process. Ba Qingyan didn't mention the Saint King pill, but he felt that Yang Kai should be well aware of it. How could he have known that Yang Kai wasn't willing to pay attention to him at all? Forget about the Saint King pill, even if he had. So what? A trivial Saint King grade mid-rank pill. Could it be that he couldn't afford it? If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing that you are a former elder of Wu Yi's family, I'll give you 30 breaths of time, no more. Ba Qingyan almost choked to death upon hearing Yang Kai's words. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't even bother to invite him in. So for a moment, Ba Qingyan couldn't help feeling like his warm face had been pressed against Yang Kai's cold ass, causing his old face to flush red. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid he couldn't beat Yang Kai, Ba Qingyan would have exploded on the spot. Fortunately, this old man's mental fortitude wasn't bad, so he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. The shocking battle half a month ago really opened this old master's eyes. This old master had never imagined that there would be someone as powerful as little friend Yang in this world. Little friend Yang's aptitude is comparable to that of Shadow Moon Hall's Wei Guchong, Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chong Feng, and Thunder Typhoon Sec's Fong Tianzhong. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but didn't interrupt him, simply waiting for him to finish before saying expressionlessly, "You have 20 breaths left." Ba Qingyan's face twitched a few times. This Yang Kai was simply too stubborn. Ba Qingyan had already pulled down his old face to praise him. Shouldn't he at least show some modesty? Even if he didn't show any modesty, he should at least show the arrogance and pride of a young man. Flattery wasn't easy for Ba Qingyan, yet he still had to do it at such an old age. It was said that young people became arrogant, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Yang Kai's arrogance was simply boundless. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's temperament, Ba Qingyan's expression immediately became serious, and he didn't waste any time, directly asking, "My Haiku family intends to marry off a few unmarried girls to little friend Yang Kai. I wonder if little friend Yang Kai is already married?" "Not interested." Yang Kai still wore a cold expression. Little friend Yang Kai, it's like this: you killed Su Ji-shun of the Su family and snatched his 100 Mountains picture, so the Su family won't let this matter rest. My Haiku family is willing to take responsibility for little friend Yang Kai's troubles. As long as little friend Yang Kai agrees to live with my family is willing to hire little friend Yang Kai as a foreign elder and enjoy the same treatment. Not interested. Little friend Yang Kai, please let this old man finish speaking. Ba Qingyan secretly complained in his heart, wondering what kind of job he had taken on. He had never met someone as difficult to deal with as Yang Kai. No matter what he said, Yang Kai's only response was that he wasn't interested. Little friend Yang Kai, you have offended the Su family and killed Su Ji-shun, so the next time the Su family comes, it won't be just 1 or 2 people. For the 100 Mountains picture, they may come in full force. Without the protection of my Haiku family, how can a trivial mountain like you resist, even if you aren't afraid of them? What about the girl next to you? When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Little friend Yang Kai should understand, right? Now is not the time to act rashly. If you want to protect yourself and that girl, my Haiku family is willing to do its part. Chapter 1131. Ba Qingyan felt that he was already trying his best to persuade Yang Kai. If it had been someone else, how could he have been so blunt? He was a worldly man who was well versed in human relations, so he naturally knew what to say and what not to say when negotiating with others. Only when facing Yang Kai did he put forward all of his family's conditions, because he found that this young man's temper and patience were not good. Perhaps it was because of Wu Yi that Ba Qingyan had a bad impression of him. If he continued to beat around the bush, he was afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Seeing how sincere he was, Ba Qingyan thought that as long as Yang Kai had a bit of brain, he wouldn't refuse these proposals. So, after he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "You have 5 breaths left." Yang Kai still remained indifferent, not showing the slightest hesitation. Ba Qingyan's expression changed a few times before he steeled his heart and grit his teeth. Little friend, my Haiku family and the Su family are both peripheral forces of Shadow Moon Hall. Although there are many frictions between us, we can still be considered allies. We once agreed to advance and retreat together, live and die together. If not for this, a small force like ours would have already been swallowed whole by Shadow Moon Hall. Does little friend wish to reconsider? These words clearly contained a hint of threat, meaning that if Xianxia didn't rely on the protection of his Haiku family, once the Su family joined forces with the Haiku family, perhaps Xianxia would have to face the hostility of these two forces. Xianxia nodded. Come, I'll see if you can return after you come. Saying so, without waiting for Ba Qingyan to respond, Xianxia turned around and walked into the cave. Ba Qingyan trembled with anger. Although his strength wasn't very high, he was still an elder of the Haiku family. Now that he had been ordered to recruit Xianxia, how could he have imagined that this little brat would be so arrogant and domineering, not even giving him a chance? Does he really think he's a big shot? A trivial Saint King realm cultivator. Even if his combat power was high, would he be able to resist all the masters of the Su family? You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Little friend. Ba Qingyan was also angered by Xianxia's attitude and said in a low voice, Dragon Cave Mountain is the property of my Haiku family. Outsiders are not welcome here. Little friend should choose another place to live. Xianxia, who had just reached the entrance of the cave, immediately turned around and looked at Ba Qingyan coldly. Ba Qingyan showed no fear and simply sneered. I know this place was given to you by Wu Yi before, but now that Wu Yi has announced her separation from the family, she no longer has the right to give Dragon Cave Mountain away unless she returns to the family to receive punishment. But even so, this place still belongs to my Haiku family. An outsider has no right to point fingers here. In addition, all the family disciples who came here will be punished. Scram! Xianxia shouted in a low voice, his spiritual energy bursting out like a tide. Ba Qingyan snorted as his face paled, and he was sent flying backwards, vomiting a mouthful of blood mid-air. After landing, his face was filled with shock and fear. He was a third-order Saint King cultivator, but in terms of soul cultivation, he was actually inferior to Xianxia, who had just broken through to the first-order Saint King realm. With just a single blow, he had been injured and his knowledge had been shaken. If this little brat wanted to take his life, wouldn't it have been easy? I won't kill you this time, but go back and tell your Haiku family that if you dare cause trouble for me again, I'll slaughter your Haiku family. Wu Yi and the others are with me right now, so Dragon Cave Mountain is also mine. Anyone who sets foot within 50 kilometers of this place without my permission is my enemy. So don't blame me for showing no mercy. You. Ba Qingyan pointed at Xianxia, his fingers trembling as anger filled his heart, almost causing him to cough up blood again. Not daring to remain any longer, he summoned his star shuttle and quickly fled. Outside the cave, when the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi heard Ba Qingyan say that all the disciples who came here would be punished, all of them wore gloomy expressions. They had long heard about the family's family law and knew that it was not something ordinary people could bear. 7 out of 10 people who were subjected to the family law would become crippled, 2 would die, and 1 would be forced to lie in bed for the rest of their life, unable to take care of themselves. But in the blink of an eye, Elder Ba Qingyan, who was always high and mighty, had been injured and coughed up blood before running away, no longer daring to mention the family law again. They didn't even understand what had happened, all of them staring at Xianxia in a daze, their eyes filled with admiration and even some excitement. They had all left the family because of the unfair treatment Wu Yi had suffered, so they had long been dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's decision to impose the family law on Wu Yi. Now that they saw Ba Qingyan being taught a lesson, they were naturally happy. These low-level cultivator only felt fear towards Elder Ba, not respect. Whether Ba Qingyan lived or died, they didn't care. All they cared about was Wu Yi. Back in the cave, Xianxia found Wu Yi's expression very sad and comforted her. Don't worry. As long as you don't want to return to the family, they won't be able to take you away. I'm not worried about myself. It's just that Xianxia, you went a bit too far this time. Although Elder Ba's words were somewhat awkward, what he said was the truth. The Haika family did have an agreement with the Su family. Once the Su family used that agreement, even if the Haiku family didn't want to, they would have no choice but to join forces with them. Coupled with the way you treated Eldaba today, I'm afraid the family really will join forces with the Su family. I have my own way. This place won't be touched by others, and none of you will suffer any harm. Xianxia wasn't afraid of two small families. He still had nearly 100 drops of golden blood. So if the other side really had too many people, he could sacrifice a single drop of golden blood and kill any number of Saint Kings who came. Xianxia had already tested the power of his golden blood and knew that ordinary Saint Kings couldn't resist it. After all, a single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of cultivation. However, this kind of thing was too precious, so unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia wasn't willing to use it. That's right, as long as I'm here, forget about the entire Su family. Even if a few origin-returning realm masters come, they won't be able to do anything to us. Yang Inflammation suddenly interjected. Xianxia and Wu Yi both stared at her in amazement, not knowing where she got her confidence from. Yang Inflammation smiled mysteriously. There are still 3 days left. Just wait and see. Seeing her confident look, Xianxia suddenly looked forward to it. He also wanted to know how powerful the defensive spirit array Yang Inflammation had arranged was after spending so many precious materials. Seemingly infected by Yang Inflammation, the haze on Wu Yi's face was swept away, and she began to talk and laugh. Although the number of people on Dragon Cave Mountain was small, everything was stable. Wu Yi was in charge of the finances and materials, while the 40 or so people under her were all busy helping out. Yang Inflammation was leading the stone mongoose to refine materials and arrange the spirit array. When Xianxia returned to his stone room again, he was surprised to find that there was a new stone door in front of him. This stone door was very well made, and when it was closed, Xianxia was surprised to find that he couldn't hear anything from the outside. This stone door seemed to have a soundproofing effect, and not only that, it also seemed to prevent others from using their divine sense to probe inside, allowing him to use his own divine sense. This was actually quite good. Xianxia was certain that this stone door was a treasure created by Yang Inflammation. With this stone door, it would be much easier for him to enter retreat in the future. At the very least, no one outside would be able to disturb him or see what he was doing inside. Yang Inflammation had said that he wanted to raise St. Crystals himself, not only to arrange the spirit array for Dragon Cave Mountain, but also to bring so many people. Although they had nothing to do with Xianxia, having more people was still better. Since they had all left their families to come here for Wu Yi, it was tantamount to helping him, so Xianxia couldn't treat them unfairly. In the future, all the Saint Crystals, pills, and artifacts they needed to cultivate would cost money. If he wanted to accumulate a large number of Saint Crystals in a short time, selling Space Spirit Crystals was the most effective way, but it was also the stupidest way. Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing. Once a large number of Space Spirit Crystals flowed out from here, it would inevitably attract the attention of others. Since he couldn't sell Space Spirit Crystals, Xianxia could only start with pills. Xianxia was an alchemist, so he had never had to worry about money. There were countless spirit grasses and spirit medicines inside the Black Book space. Some of these materials were taken from Rainfall Stars Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce warehouse. Some were collected from the floating continent. Some were spoils of war he obtained from killing others, and some were collected by Gue Che and the others in that mysterious place. The number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines Xianxia possessed was almost comparable to the reserves of a medium-sized great force, and there were even Origin Grade and Origin King Grade herbs in his possession. Taking out some herbs, Xianxia then took out his pill furnace and concentrated on refining pills in his stone room. Now that his strength had improved, his alchemy level seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Xianxia tried to refine a few Saint King high-rank pills and found that they weren't too difficult to refine. Although the probability of pill veins appearing wasn't too high, it was still close to 1 in 5. And as time passed, this probability continued to increase, gradually reaching 1 in 4, then 1 in 3. Xianxia secretly estimated that he should now be an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, which meant he could refine origin-grade low-rank pills. However, if he tried to forcibly refine them, he might fail, and once he failed, he would lose origin-grade materials. Xianxia didn't need many pills himself. He was mainly performing alchemy to sell them for money. A Saint-grade high-rank pill with pill veins was even more expensive than an ordinary origin-grade low-rank pill, so he didn't waste any origin-grade materials and only refined Saint-King-grade pills. Forgetting to eat and sleep, Xianxia immersed himself in the world of alchemy. Through alchemy, his Saint-King realm cultivation became more and more stable. Saint-King-grade pills were constantly being produced from Xianxia's hands, filling up one jade bottle after another, creating a festive scene. When other alchemists performed alchemy, they would need a long time to recover, but Xianxia didn't need to. His spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and with the nourishment of the six-colored soul-warming lotus all year round, his spiritual energy was far stronger than an ordinary person's. The amount of spiritual energy he consumed in alchemy was basically equal to the recovery rate of the soul-warming lotus. Chapter 1132. 3 days later, while Xianxia was in the middle of performing alchemy, he suddenly heard Yang Yin shout excitedly, "Combine!" The next moment, the ground began to shake and the stones inside the stone room began to fall. Soon, everything stabilized and loud cheers came from outside. What the hell? Xianxia was puzzled. Tidying up his pill furnace, the herbs, and the refined pills, he walked out curiously. As soon as he left the cave, Xianxia saw several dozen people standing outside, seemingly having encountered some kind of joyous occasion. Even Wuxia, who had been in a very low mood, was smiling brightly, while Yang Yin was even more so, wearing a smug expression as if she was the sole ruler of this world. Yufeng stood to the side, flattering Xianxia to the point where he couldn't stand it, but both of them were shameless and didn't have the slightest self-awareness. "What's going on?" Xianxia stood next to Wuxia and asked. "Oh." Yang Yin arranged the defensive spirit array. Wuxia replied with a smile. "Is it done?" Xianxia turned his head and looked around, but didn't find anything special outside. In fact, it could even be said that there was no difference, but Xianxia faintly felt that there was something different about this place. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't put his finger on it. Xianxia's expression immediately became dignified as he found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Yan's attainments in spirit arrays. The defensive spirit array she arranged was something he couldn't understand at all. "Yang Yin, how powerful is your defensive spirit array?" Xianxia stretched out his hand and beckoned her over. "Do you want to go in and try?" Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flashed a sly light as she urged Xianxia. "Go in. I'll let you see it clearly." Xianxia looked at her for a moment before shaking his head. "If I go in, wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" "That's hard to say. Aren't you very powerful? You can even kill third-order Saint Kings. Maybe you can easily break my spirit array?" Yang Yin shook her head, pretending to be mysterious. Xianxia smiled and observed more attentively. Spirit arrays couldn't be understood with common sense. Xianxia could indeed kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, but once he fell into a profound spirit array, there was no way to ascend to the heavens or enter the earth. Although Yang Inflammation said it ambiguously, anyone could see her confidence. Xianxia was sure that once he entered, he would definitely make a fool of himself. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he would not do such an embarrassing thing. Seeing that Xianxia seemed to be observing, Yang Yin curled her lips but didn't care. She had great confidence in the spirit array she had arranged. If one wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, once they fell into it, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unfortunately, time was running out and she didn't have enough materials. The spirit array she arranged now could only defend and not kill. If she had enough time and materials, she could turn the entire Dragon Cave Mountain into a restricted area. Anyone who entered the 1,000-kilometer radius around Dragon Cave Mountain without her permission would become a lamb to the slaughter. Yangkai obviously didn't understand spirit arrays, so it would be strange if he could see through them. Yang Yin wasn't worried at all. Yangkai really couldn't see any clues. When his spiritual energy fell into this spirit array, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest ripple. This surprised him greatly. The space in front of him seemed to be able to swallow his divine sense. One had to know that his spiritual energy was different from that of ordinary people. Although he had just broken through to the Saint King realm, his soul was definitely no weaker than an origin-returning realm master, yet even his divine sense couldn't detect anything. It was obvious how profound this spirit array was. His expression becoming more dignified, Yangkai steeled his heart and forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip before wiping it on his left eye. Since refining Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yangkai had only used it once, and that was when he was dealing with the Bone Race Master on Tongxian Realm. Yangkai hadn't expected that he would have to use it again to spy on Yang Inflammation. The drop of golden blood merged into his left eye, and in an instant, Yangkai's left eye turned golden. This golden light was filled with majesty and seemed capable of swallowing one's soul. Standing beside Yangkai, Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi instinctively shrank back, not knowing why they felt a chill run down their spines. Using his demon eye of annihilation, Yangkai finally discovered some traces of this spirit array. The demon eye of annihilation was something Great Demon God was born with, and could be said to be extremely profound, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. Yang Inflammation's spirit array was indeed well hidden, but it wasn't completely undetectable. Looking around, Yangkai could see that in a radius of nearly 1,000 meters around the cave, there was a subtle flow of energy. This kind of energy was invisible to the naked eye and couldn't be detected by one's divine sense, but it couldn't escape the perception of the demon eye of annihilation. Yangkai felt a dangerous aura from this flow of energy. Yangkai could see some clues, but that didn't mean he could break this spirit array. Secretly shocked, Yangkai's evaluation of Yang Inflammation immediately rose to a new height. He found that this little girl he had brought back was not only a treasure, but a rare gem. Yangkai, are you going in or not? Hurry up. I also want to know the power of my spirit array. Yang Inflammation saw that Yangkai wasn't moving and couldn't help urging him. Yangkai took back his demon eye of annihilation and shook his head with a smile. I'm not going to look for trouble, but the person to test the power of my spirit array has arrived. Saying so, he suddenly raised his head and stared into the distance. Who's here? Yang Inflammation asked puzzledly. The Su family. Wu Yi's pretty face sank, as she also noticed a group of people quickly approaching from the distance. After seeing the appearance of their leader, she couldn't help calling out, the Su family's patriarch, Su Ji-kun, the 5 great elders, and the 4 foreign elders have all arrived. Not a small lineup, Yangkai sneered. The grievances between him and the Su family were really inexplicable. He had just gone to Heavenly Fate City to buy some things, and Yang Inflammation had been molested by the waste young master of the Su family. As a result, things had escalated to such an extent. However, since there was enmity between them, Yangkai wasn't afraid. Yangkai, don't underestimate these people. Although Su Jishun's strength in the Su family is good, he isn't the strongest. I heard that the Su family's patriarch, Su Ji-kun, is about to break through to the origin returning realm, so he is definitely much stronger than Su Jishun. The other elders and foreign elders are also third-order Saint Kings. With so many of them coming together, Wu Yi reminded him worriedly. Although she knew that Yangkai was powerful, in the end, even a tiger couldn't resist a pack of wolves. The Su family had sent out all of their elites this time, so they obviously wouldn't give up. I'm not underestimating them, but the Haika family actually came as well. Interesting. Yangkai stared coldly towards the other side of the group. Over there, a group of people was also quickly flying over. This lineup was not inferior to the Sioux families. All of them were St. King grade cultivators, and there were quite a few third-order cultivators as well. Wu-Yi followed Xianxia's gaze, and her face paled as she muttered, "Patriarch is also here." The people from these two families had clearly agreed to come together. The Sioux family's Xianxia wasn't going to let them off easily, but Xianxia didn't know what the Haiku family's stance on this matter would be. Last time, Xianxia had driven away Ba Qingyan, causing the Haiku family to lose face, so perhaps the Haiku family would also stand on the same side as the Sioux family. If this really happened, regardless of whether they were from the Wu-Yi family or not, Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy. Xianxia was grateful to Wu-Yi, but he didn't have a good impression of the Haiku family. The people of the two clans quickly gathered together. It was unknown what they were discussing, but they actually stood there and did not leave. After a while, the two sides seemed to have reached some kind of disagreement and began arguing. The Sioux family's patriarch, Su Ji Kun, angrily waved his sleeve and led the Sioux family's masters towards a cave while the Haiku family's people stood far away, not moving. Seeing this scene, Wu-Yi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what she would do if the patriarch and elders had come together. In any case, she was once a member of the Haiku family, and now the elders and foreign elders were under the leadership of the patriarch. Although they didn't seem to have good intentions, in the end, they didn't approach this place. This was the result Wu-Yi hoped to see the most. Even Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts and relaxed greatly. Qingyan, you know Xianxia's strength best. What do you think will happen to him this time? Patriarch Yin of the Haiku family turned to the pale Ba Qingyan and asked. A few days ago, Ba Qingyan had been injured by Xianxia and had returned to the Haiku family, causing all the elders and foreign elders to be shocked. They had tried to overestimate Xianxia as much as possible, but it seemed they had still underestimated his strength. According to Ba Qingyan's description, Xianxia's soul cultivation was no weaker than an origin-returning realmaster. They didn't know how Xianxia cultivated, but this only further proved that this young man wasn't simple. Even though they wanted to recruit him, Xianxia's attitude still made them very angry. This time, the Su family had joined forces with them to find trouble with Xianxia, but Ian hadn't given them a clear answer. Even after arriving here, he didn't continue to move forward, simply standing here and waiting for the situation to develop. It seemed like he was just going to stand by and watch, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Hearing Ian's question, Ba Qingyan's expression became gloomy as he said, "Although he is very strong, I don't think he can win against the Su family." For the 100 Mountains picture, almost all of the Su family's top masters have come. Even if he can kill one or two of them, 2 fists are no match for 4. He will undoubtedly die. That's good. Eon's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Patriarch, why don't we go up? Since that Xianxia is going to die, and his attitude towards our family is extremely bad, there is no need to recruit him. If we go up, we can sell the Su family a favor. Perhaps we can even snatch the 100 Mountains picture when Xianxia dies. The elder named Walun asked in a low voice. Yes, Patriarch, the Su family lost the 100 Mountains picture this time. If we can snatch it back, even if we can't keep it, we can ask them for a lot of materials. For the 100 Mountains picture, I think the Su family will definitely be generous. Fort Elder Huang Wan also said, obviously thinking this was a good deal. Patriarch wouldn't be thinking of waiting for them to fight until both sides are injured before reaping the benefits, right? Someone with a more flexible mind thought of a great possibility. Chapter 1133. The Haika family and the Su family had always been equal in strength, but now that Su Ji Shun had died and the 100 Mountains picture, which they feared the most, had been lost, the current Su family should be slightly weaker than the Haika family. If Xianxia could kill a few more of the Su family's Saint Kings, perhaps the Haika family would be able to wipe them out and completely annex the Su family's forces. Considering all this, many people's hearts began to burn, secretly thinking that the patriarch was truly the patriarch of the Haika family. His vision really was far more far-sighted. They only wanted to exchange the 100 Mountains picture for benefits from the Su family, How could they see such a great opportunity? Ian didn't care what they thought and simply said lightly, "Do you only see immediate benefits?" Patriarch means. Everyone looked at Ian suspiciously. Ian sighed. Why is my haiku family just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall? It's because we aren't strong enough, because we don't have a powerful master. If we had an origin returning realm master, I believe Shadow Moon Hall would reconsider the status of my family. Many of the elders and foreign elders frowned, not knowing what Ian was thinking, but Xianxia's expression changed as he began to ponder. What do you think? If we were to recruit this Yongkai into the family, with his aptitude, would he be able to break through to the origin returning realm? Patriarch wants to recruit him, but that little brat is too arrogant. Walun exclaimed while shaking his head. I don't think such a thorn will be easy to recruit. Yes, Patriarch, he's just a First-Order Saint King right now. It will likely take him several dozen years to break through to the origin returning realm. Who knows what will happen in a few dozen years? Ba Qingyan also spoke up. He had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, and although he knew he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, he couldn't swallow his resentment. So how could he still think about recruiting him? Ian shook his head and quickly said, according to Qingyan, this time Yang Kai will definitely die, but he will definitely be able to drag a few of the Su family's people down with him. We only need to act at a critical moment and save Yang Kai. If that little brat understands the situation, he will definitely serve me and pledge allegiance to my family. If he surrenders, wouldn't the 100 Mountains picture belong to my haiku family? Everyone's eyes lit up. Xianxia, who hadn't spoken so far, thought for a moment before he spoke. Patriarch, what if he refuses to surrender? Ian sneered. He will. Between life and death, I think he'll make a wise choice. Patriarch's family. Ba Qingyan's father asked Lun family's family. The Su family? Ian's eyes flashed with disdain. So what if I offend the Su family? After today, there's families will know family's family. As soon as they heard this, all the elders and foreign elders instantly understood what Ian was thinking and couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. The Patriarch didn't just want to take advantage of Yang Kai's crisis to show him favor and recruit him. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Su family's elites. The Patriarch not only took a fancy to Yang Kai, but also the 100 Mountains picture and the Su family's people. For a time, many people were sweating profusely, but they were also extremely excited. As long as that little brat is willing to surrender, I can use all of the family's wealth to purchase pills for him. With his aptitude, as long as he has enough pills, I think it won't take him more than 10 years to break through to the origin returning realm. Ian said so, as if a beautiful picture had been unfurled in front of his eyes, making him seem dozens of years younger. Once he reaches the origin returning realm, the status of my haiku family will rise, and we will be able to enter the inner layer of Shadow Moon Hall. When that time comes, will we still need to worry about not receiving rewards? Everyone was stunned. They naturally knew that if one used pills to increase one's cultivation regardless of the consequences, it was indeed possible to promote a Saint King realm cultivator to the origin returning realm within 10 years. But at the same time, that person would become a cripple. Using pills to increase one's cultivation would result in impure results, and even a genius would become mediocre. But what did this have to do with them? Yang Kai was just an outsider who was picked up by Wuxia from the Starfield. Even if he was a genius, he wasn't a member of the haiku family. If he became a cripple, then so be it. As long as he could bring benefits to the family, any price was worth it. Patriarch's foresight is truly admirable. Ba Qingyan bowed respectfully. He really admired his Patriarch's strategy. This was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. If successful, not only would the family's reputation be preserved, but they would also be able to annex the Su family and recruit Yang Kai. 10 years later, the family's future would be smooth, and they would no longer need to struggle at the bottom. The elders and foreign elders also quickly expressed their admiration for the Patriarch's wisdom. Only Xianxia and Haoan, who Yang Kai had met before, glanced at each other and sighed. On the other side, the Su family masters led by Su Ji-kun arrived a few dozen meters outside the cave, but as soon as they stepped into the area covered by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin, all of them frowned. Inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness rose from the bottom of their hearts, but when they looked around, they couldn't find anything out of place. Patriarch, that's the one who killed Third Elder. The Saint King came to Su Ji-kun's side and pointed to Yang Kai from afar. Su Ji-kun's eyes narrowed as clear murderous intent overflowed from his body. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he frowned and asked, "Didn't you say he was only a third-order saint? Why is he a first-order Saint King?" "Ah," the man who spoke just now exclaimed, "but that did waste. You can't even tell what his cultivation is. What use are you?" Although Su Ji-kun was reprimanding them, he actually felt a lot more at ease in his heart. He had received a report from the masters of his family that a third-order saint had killed Su Ji-shun and snatched the 100 Mountains picture, but he couldn't believe it. But now he discovered that this little brat was clearly a first-order Saint King, allowing him to calm down. Because they wanted to take advantage of the conflict between Yang Kai and the Su family, the Haiku family hadn't said a word about Yang Kai's breakthrough, or even how he had injured Ba Qingyan, all in order to make the Su family suffer. Naturally, Su Ji-kun thought the information he received was wrong. Although it was possible that this young man had broken through in the past few days, that possibility was simply too low. A third-order saint killing a third-order Saint King was something Su Ji-kun couldn't accept, but if Yang Kai was a first-order Saint King, it would make sense. After all, there was always a bottom line for fighting above one's realm. Instinctively, Su Ji-kun felt that the cultivator who had fled back to his family must have been too frightened to notice that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation. "You're the bastard Yang Kai who injured my nephew Tianze and killed my third brother Ji-shun?" Su Ji-kun shouted sharply. "Who gave you the courage to kill my Su family elders?" Su Ji-kun's roar caused the several dozen cultivator behind Wu Yi's back to pale, all of them taking out their artifacts and vigilantly preparing for the arrival of a great enemy. Even Wu Yi and Yu Feng pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to act at a moment's notice. Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Are you the Su family's patriarch? It is this old master. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. Good. Since you've come, there's no need for you to leave." The cultivator who had just spoken to Su Ji-kun trembled and immediately took a few steps back. He clearly remembered that the last time Su Ji-shun had come here, this young man had said the same thing. But the result was that Su Ji-shun had died. This sentence was like a death sentence, causing this cultivator to instinctively feel fear. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders weren't here, this cultivator would have immediately fled. Perceiving this cultivator's abnormality, Su Ji-kun stared at him coldly, grit his teeth, and shouted, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Hand over my Su family's 100 Mountains picture and cripple your own Dantian, and this old master can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for bullying you." Su Ji-kun couldn't wait to tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. So how could he let Yang Kai die so easily? He was prepared to torture this young man to appease his waste son's soul in heaven. "Enough nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have time to waste with you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good, good, good. Su Ji-kun saw Yang Kai acting so domineering and angrily laughed, shouting, "Then as you wish." As soon as his voice fell, Su Ji-kun spread his wings and rushed towards Yang Kai. The dozen or so third-order Saint Kings, Su family elders, and foreign elders followed closely behind Su Ji-kun, obviously preparing to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. No matter what cultivation Yang Kai had, since he could kill Su Ji-shun, it meant that his combat strength was extraordinary, so how could Su Ji-kun underestimate him? He had long since made up his mind to not give Yang Kai any chance to resist. The Haiku family cultivators who were watching from a distance saw the Su family swarm over and were so shocked their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. "Aren't they too shameless?" Wallen shouted. Just a moment ago, Su Ji-kun had said that he didn't want to bully the weak, but in the blink of an eye, not only were they bullying the weak, They were even bullying him with numbers. The Su family's face was really thick. How could that little brat survive like this? Patriarch, what should we do? Huang Wan frowned, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. Yuan's expression changed. To be honest, he hadn't expected the Su family's anger to be so fierce, all of them rushing over as soon as they arrived. Even if he brought his people over now, it would be too late. Letting out a sigh, Ian seemed to be comforting himself. If that Yang Kai really can escape, then it's not worth recruiting him. But let's go take a look. Perhaps he won't die anytime soon. Just as these words were spoken, all the Haiku family cultivators were stunned, all of them showing looks of disbelief, because they found that when the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings from the Su family rushed over, Yang Kai actually didn't move and instead just sneered. The next moment, in front of the cave, a 1,000-meter area suddenly filled with fog, making it impossible to see anything. The dozen or so Su family cultivators and Yang Kai's figures all disappeared. The Haiku family cultivators sent out a dozen divine senses to investigate almost at the same time, but none of them were able to penetrate the fog and see what was happening inside. A spirit array? Ian exclaimed in horror, his body trembling while the other elders and foreign elders also felt their scalps go numb as their eyes went blank. Spirit arrays weren't terrifying. What was terrifying was that even their divine senses couldn't see through them. The person who arranged this spirit array must have had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays. There is actually an array grandmaster here. Chapter 1134. As soon as Yang Inflammation's spirit array was activated, Yang Kai knew that the Su family was finished. The dense fog enveloped an area with a radius of 1,000 meters. Although his line of sight was somewhat obstructed, and even his divine sense was blocked as if it had fallen into a swamp, at least he could still see the figures of the Su family. However, the dozen or so Su family third-order Saint Kings all had panicked looks on their faces. Yang Kai was clearly standing not far away from them, but they didn't seem to notice him, instead looking around vigilantly and fearfully, a few of them even running around like headless flies, quickly arriving at Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai, the current spirit array doesn't have the ability to kill enemies. If you want to kill them, you'll have to do it yourself. Yang Inflammation's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Yang Kai grinned, understood. As soon as his voice fell, a dark cloud of fire suddenly roared out, like a roaring fire dragon, and flew towards the nearest Su family elder. The Su family elder was still in a state of dizziness, and although he was extremely vigilant, it wasn't until the fire cloud arrived in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Pushing his strength, he fiercely attacked the fire cloud. However, when he poured his Saint Chi into the fire cloud, he couldn't weaken it in the slightest. On the contrary, the fire cloud seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely, like an ancient dragon that was about to swallow him whole. Black flames. The Su family elder roared in horror before he died. He learned from the cultivator who had fled back to the Su family that Su Zhishun had been burned to death by these black flames, and that even the 100 Mountains picture couldn't resist the power of these flames. His strength wasn't as good as Su Zhishun's, nor did he have a powerful artifact like the 100 Mountains picture, so how could he resist these flames? In the next moment, the Su family elder was burned to a crisp, the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact armor he was wearing unable to provide any protection at all. Fifth elder, what happened? Just 10 meters away from the elder, a middle-aged man shouted. He had clearly heard the fifth elder's voice, but when he asked, the fifth elder didn't respond. A strong uneasiness rose in his heart, and when he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, sneering at him, his smile full of ridicule and disdain. It's you. He recognized Yang Kai at a glance, and without even thinking about it, immediately summoned his long whip artifact and sent out countless whip shadows towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly took a step back. What shocked the man was that with this small step, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. The countless whip shadows swept through the air, as if Yang Kai had never appeared there. The middle-aged man suddenly felt the blood and qi in his chest roiling, and a sweet, fishy smell spread out. He knew it was not good. He had been counterattacked by his own attack. Before he could stabilize his mind, he suddenly felt his neck being gripped by a large hand, and a scorching power surged out of that hand. A horrifying thought appeared in his mind, and his body quickly burned. He only had time to let out a scream before he died. Yang Kai threw away the corpse in his hand, turned his head, and stared at another Su family expert not far from him, and walked over leisurely. A few breaths later, the blood-curdling screams rang out again. Simple, too simple. Although Yang Kai knew that with his current strength, even if he were to fight a third-order Saint King head-on, he would still be able to win quickly, it certainly wouldn't be so simple. The people trapped in the spirit array seemed to be unable to see him, so all he needed to do was walk over and reap their lives. Is this the power of a spirit array? The spirit array of 9 heavens' holy land was nothing compared to this. What was the origin of Yang Inflammation? She was so young, so how could she be both an origin grade artifact refiner and an array grandmaster? It had always been others who marveled at Yang Kai's abilities, but this time, Yang Kai was really shocked by Yang Inflammation. Moreover, according to Yang Inflammation, this was just a defensive spirit array that had not yet been fully arranged. If it had been fully arranged, wouldn't Yang Kai not even need to take action and the Su family would have died? This little girl is incredible. Apart from being a bit timid and not knowing how to fight, her other abilities are simply heaven-defying. Yang Inflammation was definitely a person with a story, but Yang Kai wasn't going to get to the bottom of it. When the day came when she wanted to tell him, she would naturally tell him. Inside the spirit array that covered a radius of 10,000 meters, the screams of the Su family's masters rang out endlessly, each scream representing the death of one of them. Yang Kai walked slowly through the misty spirit array. Wherever he passed, the fog that blocked his vision and divine sense would automatically part, guiding him in the direction he needed to kill his enemies. Yang Kai knew that this was Yang Inflammation assisting him. At this moment, the Su family patriarch, Su Jikuan, no longer had his previous arrogance and condescension. His face was extremely pale as he waved the long stick in his hand and fiercely bombarded his surroundings. The 5 Su family masters were tightly gathered around him, not daring to leave his side. But no matter how they attacked, the fog continued to linger and wrap around them. Although this fog didn't cause any harm, the Su family masters were still like frightened rabbits. Every scream they heard caused their scalps to go numb and their hearts to tremble. At the beginning, they could still hear many of their own masters shouting and attacking their surroundings. But with the passage of time, those sounds and movements gradually became fewer and fewer, and then disappeared completely. An elder who was following Su Jikuan kept calling out the names of the Su family masters one after another, but he received no response. "They're all dead, they're all dead." The man's face was pale as he kept muttering to himself. The remaining 6 people could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts as they shivered from head to toe. Death wasn't terrifying. What was terrifying was the feeling of waiting for death. The dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who had come here were the elites of the Su family, the strongest group of people from the Su family, but at this moment, more than half of them had died. Those who were still alive hadn't even figured out the methods of their enemy. "I don't want to stay here, I want to leave." The Su family master who had been speaking could no longer bear this terrifying torture and waved the machete in his hand, sending out a wave of saber chi as he rushed out. "Foreign Elder Lu, you can't leave." Su Jikuan roared as he stretched out his hand to grab Foreign Elder Lu's back, but unexpectedly, he only managed to grab air. With just a single step, Foreign Elder Lu's figure disappeared from his sight. Su Jikuan's face became gloomy as he knew that Foreign Elder Lu was definitely dead. Before he could finish his thoughts, though, Foreign Elder Lu's scream rang out not far away. This scream was short and hurried. Obviously, he had been killed in a single blow. Su Jikuan's eyes filled with unparalleled resentment and a strong sense of powerlessness. In this kind of spirit array, he couldn't display his strength at all. If he had been killed in a fight like his third brother, he wouldn't have had anything to say. What could he do if his skills were inferior? But dying like this was not something he wanted to see. Originally, there was another Su family master who wanted to rush out with foreign elder Lu. Although he had only been in here for half a cup of tea's time, each day felt like a year to him. He had had enough of this strange place. But when he heard foreign elder Lu scream, he immediately rejoiced in his heart that he had hesitated just now. Otherwise, he would likely have followed in foreign elder Lu's footsteps. Everyone, don't leave my side. Su Zhikuan, as the patriarch of the Su family, was a meticulous thinker. After experiencing the initial panic, he immediately understood something. This spirit array is probably only used to trap us. It doesn't have any lethality, so we must not fall behind. Once we do, we will be attacked. Everyone, follow me and we will definitely find a way out. I don't believe this spirit array can trap us for the rest of our lives. Everyone's expression suddenly became spirited as they nodded and followed behind Su Zhikuan, no longer willing to leave his side. The remaining 5 Su family masters charged left and right inside the spirit array, while the dozen or so people from the Haiku family who were watching from a distance were all sweating profusely, their faces ashen. Just a moment ago, they had been waiting for Xianxia to be defeated so they could go up and show him some kindness. But how could they have known that in just half a cup of tea's time, the situation would suddenly change? Although they couldn't see the situation inside the fog, they were able to infer some things from the screams they heard. The Su family was finished. Of the dozen or so third-order Saint Kings who were the mainstays of the Su family, only 4 or 5 of them were still alive at this moment, and it was unknown if any of them would be able to escape. The strength of the Haiku family and the Su family had always been about the same, so if this strange spirit array could deal with the Su family, didn't that mean that if the Haiku family's cultivator fell into this spirit array, there would be no way out? Ba Qingyin took out a handkerchief from somewhere and kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The handkerchief was completely soaked, but he didn't realize it. While wiping the sweat on the handkerchief, he kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. The expressions of Walin, Huangwan, and the other elders and foreign elders were also not much better, each of them trembling uncontrollably. They had never believed that their family's Dragon Cave Mountain, a trivial 1,000-meter area, had become the Su family's burial ground. Su Zhishun had been killed here, and now the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had died one after another. The Su family was truly finished. Patriarch Ian's face also became extremely pale. He secretly rejoiced that he had made the right decision not to agree to the Su family's proposal to join forces with him. If he had brought the masters of the Haiku family over just now and tried to bully the Su family with numbers, the consequences would have been disastrous. It was laughable that he had been thinking about how to take advantage of this conflict. The other party didn't even need his help to wipe out the Su family. So how could the Haiku family reap such benefits? However, this spirit array really made Ian jealous. No matter who arranged this spirit array, if he could arrange it for the Haiku family, wouldn't the family's defenses be impregnable? Patriarch, Waluan's voice trembled a little. What should we do now? Let's wait and see. Ian replied with a trembling voice. In any case, his Haiku family had not made things difficult for others, and Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and several dozen other disciples were also there. Ian was sure the other party wouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him, so there was nothing wrong with staying here and watching. Ian wanted to know if anyone from the Su family managed to escape this time, or if they were really wiped out. Chapter 1135. Inside the fog-filled spirit array, the remaining 5 people from the Su family were about to go crazy. They knew that the spirit array that surrounded them was only 1,000 meters in radius, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape this fog. They seemed to be constantly running around in circles within this 1,000-meter radius. What made them feel even more desperate was that they couldn't even use their star shuttles or fly. There was a mysterious force in this fog that suppressed anyone who tried to fly 10 meters above the ground. Scoundrel, come out and fight this old master to the death. What's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Suji Kun roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. He had been tormented to the point of no return and was extremely irritated. Right now, he just wanted to fight with Yang Kai. Whether he lived or died, it was better than being trapped in this fog and unable to find his way out. Old dog, do you think you're worthy of fighting me to the death? Yang Kai laughed, his tone full of disdain. To be honest, Yang Yan's spirit array had given him a big surprise. Yang Kai was in a wonderful mood right now. So how could he care about Suji Kun's provocation? Friend, I surrender. I'm not a member of the Su family. I'm just a foreign elder hired by the Su family. Please let me out, an old man with a sallow face cried out. Trapped in this spirit array for a while, this old man's mind had been greatly tormented, and he knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. Although pleading like this seemed undignified and was despised by others, if he was about to lose his life, what was the point of having integrity? For an elder Hua, Suji Kun's flustered and exasperated voice called out. You disappoint me. My Su family has treated you well all these years. Why do you have to say such disgraceful words? For an elder Hua looked embarrassed, and although he was extremely embarrassed, he still shouted loudly. From today onwards, I'm no longer a foreign elder of the Su family. The Su family's matters have nothing to do with me. Friend, please let me out. I can serve you in the future. I am also a third-order Saint King. My strength isn't bad. Good, I'll think about it. Yang Kai's voice called out. You're courting death. Suji Kun roared angrily, and a long staff in his hand fiercely swung towards consecrated Hua. He knew that at this moment, what he feared the most was the instability of the people's hearts. If the five of them stayed together, they might be able to survive a little longer, but once a dispute broke out, they would be defeated one by that Yang Kai. He hated the cowardly elder Hua to the core. Naturally, he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Patriarch, don't force me. I've done a lot for the Su family over the years. I just want to turn over a new leaf. That consecrated elder Hua wasn't someone who was easy to deal with, and he immediately started fighting with Suji Kun. While fighting, he also expressed his loyalty to Yang Kai, hoping that Yang Kai would let him go. The remaining 3 experts of the Su family were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice sounded again. I'll spare the life of whoever kills Suji Kun. As soon as this statement came out, 2 of the 3 who were at a loss showed fierce expressions and immediately jumped into the fray, shouting in unison, Brother Hua, I'll help you. The last remaining person was an elder of the Su family. Naturally, he wouldn't be confused by Yang Kai's words and immediately joined Suji Kun in attacking the 3 foreign elders. In an instant, inside the fog-filled spirit array, the 5 remaining Su family masters divided into 2 camps, each of them summoning their respective artifacts and fighting desperately. Yang Kai sneered and calmly withdrew from the spirit array, arriving outside. The sound of vomiting suddenly rang out. Yang Kai looked towards the source of the sound and was speechless. Yang Yin couldn't stand the scene of slaughter, although others couldn't see the situation inside the fog. As the one presiding over the spirit array, how could Yang Yin not see clearly? Yang Yin didn't know how long she had been vomiting, but her little face was pale. Wu Yi was standing next to her, gently patting her back. Seeing Yang Kai come out, Wu Yi glared at him. If you want to kill someone, just kill them. Why do you have to make it so disgusting? You call this disgusting? Yang Kai didn't know what to say. All he did was burn these people to death. How could he evaluate the scene of broken limbs flying about and internal organs splattering everywhere? If Yang Yin saw such a scene, she would probably lose her soul. You're really insidious, actually causing them to fight amongst themselves. Wu Yi suddenly pursed her lips into a charming smile, causing the eyes of the group of men who had followed her to pop out of their sockets. She didn't have a good impression of the Su family, so even if they all died, she didn't care. Those who provoke me never have a good end. Yang Kai coldly snorted, glancing at Yang Yan's face before taking out a pill and stuffing it into her mouth. I don't care. Yang Yan, Yin swallowed the pill and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Hurry up and collect a lot of materials for me. I need to arrange a killing array. I don't need to operate it to help you kill enemies anymore. Got it. Help her inside to rest. There's no need for her here. In. Wu nodded and helped Yin into the cave. Brother Yang, how many of them are left? Yufeng rushed over and asked excitedly. The dozens of cultivators who originally belonged to the Haika family also looked at him expectantly. This time, the Su family had sent out all of its elites, more than a dozen of them all at once. They all thought they would experience a fierce battle and that everyone here would die. How could they have imagined that they wouldn't even need to fight before the Su family's people were almost all dead? All of them were extremely excited, secretly feeling that staying here was more promising than staying in the Haika family. All of them had made the decision to leave their families and follow Wu Yi. How could their families compare to this place? In the family, one had to pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals to enter their cultivation sites, and if one didn't have enough Saint Crystals, they had to pay family contribution points, which could only be obtained by completing certain tasks for the family. But here, each of the hundreds of stone rooms had a small spirit gathering array with a large number of Saint Crystals placed next to it, allowing them to cultivate without any worries. Whether it was efficiency or speed, this place was much better than the family's cultivation sites. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain. So as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea. But in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai, so following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yufeng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yufeng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, when the foreign elders was killed, the cultivator surnamed Hua, who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Jikuan's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Jishun's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Jikuan's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now, the last remaining elder had been killed by the 2 foreign elders. Su Jikuan flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot, and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the 2 consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yun entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yufeng, and the others saw the scene of Su Jikuan killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, Only Suji Kun was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Suji Kun's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel! Hand over your life!" A ferocious momentum erupted, and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move, and instead released his own momentum towards Suji Kun. The two auras collided, and it was as if two invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out mid-air. Suji Kun's rushing figure suddenly stagnated as he coughed up another mouthful of blood essence and shot towards Yang Kai at an even faster speed. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he released his spiritual energy, instantly tearing through Suji Kun's knowledge, sea defenses, and pouring into his mind. At the same time, Yang Kai took a step forward and threw out a punch. An unparalleled burst of energy erupted as an invisible fist smashed into Suji Kun's body. The Su family patriarch's figure immediately came to a halt mid-air, as if he had been blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. An abnormal flush suddenly appeared on his pale face as he glared at Yang Kai and roared, "Shadow Moon Hall won't let you off." As soon as his voice fell, his body suddenly burst apart, blood and limbs raining down from the sky. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators from the Haiku family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent. Although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Jishun last time and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, they now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Jikun was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin returning realm, and even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yu Feng. "Give the Saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi. Divide the rest among yourselves." Yu Feng was shocked. "You don't want them? I don't need them." Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture. But the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Although Yu Feng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around, and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Jikun's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts, and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank Saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank Saint crystals. Yu Feng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his Haiku family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores. But when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank Saint crystals. These Saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket. But today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade. Most of them saint grade with a few saint king grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were saint kings, and most of them were only first-order saint kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yufeng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a king transformation pill could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Many cultivator would be stuck at the peak of a great realm, unable to break through to the next. The third-order Saint King realm was a huge bottleneck, and it could be said that 9.5 out of 10 cultivator would encounter such a bottleneck. Those like Yang Kai who did not encounter such a bottleneck were few and far between. Yang Kai was only able to achieve this with the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation. If not for it, he would have had to refine pills to assist him in breaking through to the next great realm, just like any other cultivator. A single pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm by at least 30%. It could be said that as long as a cultivator's aptitude wasn't too bad, they would have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Saint King realm. Among the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi, nearly 20 of them were third-order saints, so the role of these king transformation pills was self-evident. The Haiku family also had king transformation pills, but those pills were for the family's disciples with good aptitude. The several dozen people who followed Wu Yi weren't qualified to obtain one. The nearly 20 cultivators who were on the verge of breaking through were stuck at a bottleneck. But as long as they had a king transformation pill, they could become Saint King realm cultivators. Seeing the fiery eyes of his brothers, Yu Feng's expression immediately became serious, and he solemnly put away the jade bottle into his sleeve before quickly saying, "This is for young lady. Young lady will come up with a reasonable distribution plan." Everyone nodded, no one objecting. Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly felt that he should refine some pills for them. He hadn't been able to use pills to assist his cultivation, but that didn't mean others couldn't. In any case, king transformation pills weren't difficult to refine. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes turned coldly towards the distance. He naturally knew that the people from the Haiku family had been standing there without moving. The masters from the Haiku family had come with the Su family, but they hadn't attacked together, so Yang Kai had no reason to act against them. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, Ba Qingyin suddenly trembled and said, "Patriarch, I forgot one thing. Last time, Yang Kai said that without his permission, anyone who came within 50 kilometers of the cave was his enemy." When Yang Kai had said this last time, Ba Qingyin hadn't taken it seriously. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain belonged to the Haiku family, so Yang Kai was simply occupying their land. But now, with the Su family masters who had provoked him dead, Ba Qingyin no longer dared to despise Yang Kai. If Yang Kai used this as an excuse to attack, Ba Qingyin didn't know if his people could stop him. What? Yin was shocked. 50 kilometers? They were not even 5 miles away from where they stood, let alone 50 miles. Retreat. Yin didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately retreated with the other elders and foreign elders hurrying to follow. After retreating 50 kilometers, everyone found that Yang Kai didn't intend to pursue them, so they all stopped and glanced around at each other, feeling a little ashamed. Facing a young man, all of them had actually fled like stray dogs. It was truly shameful. But now wasn't the time to consider such things. Seeing the dozen or so Saint King realm masters of the Su family being wiped out with their own eyes, everyone realized how great Yang Kai's value was. Yin glared fiercely at Ba Qingyin. Ba Qingyin obviously knew why Yin was blaming him, so he quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Patriarch, this time I failed to discern right from wrong. I didn't expect that Yang Kai actually had such great potential. On top of that, that woman's attainments in the spirit array Dao are so high. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped Su Zhishan when he came to find trouble with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to leave the family, and enough, it's useless to say such things now. Yin waved his hand impatiently. Patriarch, should we try our best to make friends with him now? Huang Wan asked worriedly. His potential is so terrifying, and that woman's spirit array methods are so profound. If we can make friends with them, it will only be beneficial to us. For an elder Huang is right. These two talents should indeed be made friends with. Waluan also nodded in agreement. We can't make friends with him now. To everyone's surprise, Yin actually shook his head. Why? Huang Wan didn't understand. If they hadn't seen the strength of this young man and woman, they wouldn't have tried to make friends with them. But now that they had, how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Had the patriarch become confused? Have you forgotten what Su Ji Kun shouted before he died? Ian coldly snorted. Everyone thought about it carefully, and after a while, their expressions changed. Patriarch, you mean Shadow Moon Hall? Huang Wan asked uncertainly. Ian sneered. Although my Haika family and his Su family are the lowest level forces and are insignificant in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall, in the end, they still carry the name of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that so many people from his Su family have died, including the patriarch, Shadow Moon Hall has been slapped in the face. If they don't do anything about this, how can families like ours rely on them in the future? Shadow Moon Hall will definitely take action, and we must report everything we see today. Otherwise, when they ask about it, it will be troublesome. But Patriarch, if we do this, won't we offend that young man and not try to recruit him? Walun asked puzzledly. Recruit? Ian sneered. Even if we recruit him, who can subdue him? Since he can't be subdued, what use is he? With his potential and aptitude, coupled with that young woman's spirit array attainments, once they have time to breathe and develop, how can my Haika family have any right to speak here? At that time, this place will belong to the Yang family. Before, In was very interested in Yang Kai and wanted to subdue him because he hadn't seen Yang Kai's abilities with his own eyes and felt that with his many years of experience and the power of the Haika family, he could control him. But at the last moment of today's battle, Yang Kai had blasted Su Ji Kun to pieces with a single punch, making Ian realize that such a person couldn't be controlled. If he couldn't control this young man, what was the point of trying to recruit him? If he ended up recruiting an ungrateful wolf, he might end up being eaten alive. Although Ian's attitude towards Yang Kai had changed very quickly, and could even be said to be the complete opposite, no one present felt anything wrong with it and instead admired Ian's decisiveness even more. Being able to become patriarch, his thinking was really not something ordinary people could compare to. When the Haiku family returned to the family, they immediately sent someone to Heavenly Fate City to report today's events to the City Lord's Mansion. Heavenly Fate City was within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall and could be considered a city owned by Shadow Moon Hall. So the City Lord's Mansion was naturally guarded by a master from Shadow Moon Hall. The Haika family's messenger was Huang Wan. But what she hadn't expected was that when she arrived outside the City Lord's Mansion, she would be stopped by several guards. These guards grinned and stared at her unscrupulously, making Huang Wan feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 1137. Although Huang Wan was no longer young, she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Right now, she looked like she was only in her 30s. Her figure was also very good. Her twin peaks were full and towering. Her buttocks were round and perky. Her beautiful legs were straight and slender. Her waist was slender and graceful, and her skin was white with a hint of rosy. Such a beautiful woman naturally attracted the attention of the guards. Big brothers, I'm a member of the Haiku family. I have something important to report to City Lord Fei Ji too. Huang Wan squeezed out a smile while cursing Ian in her heart. Ian had sent her alone to deliver this letter, obviously, because she was a woman and felt it would be easier for a woman to communicate with the City Lord. But before she could even enter the City Lord's mansion, she was surrounded by several Saint Realm guards, causing her to feel both angry and helpless. If it were any other place, Huang Wan, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, could kill these people without any effort, but this was the City Lord's mansion, Shadow Moon Hall's territory. Unless she didn't want to live, she wouldn't act. Haika family, one of the guards, whose face was as ugly as a horse's, repeated in a strange tone before shaking his head. I've never heard of it, have you? Immediately, another guard explained. It's a small family subordinate to the sect. A peripheral family. The horse-faced cultivator nodded lightly. No wonder I've never heard of it. Why would someone from a peripheral family come here? Seeing him act so arrogantly, as if he didn't care about the Haika family at all, Huang Wan could only grit her teeth secretly, but she could only smile and say, Several elder brothers, I really do have an urgent matter to discuss with City Master Feiji Tuesday. I hope he can pass on my message. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. City Lord Master has many important matters to attend to every day. How could he have the time to meet with people like you? Go back to where you came from. There were countless peripheral families in Shadow Moon Hall, and all of them were extremely weak. Although these guards were only saints, they considered themselves disciples of Shadow Moon Hall all year round. So even if Huang Wan's cultivation was higher than theirs, they didn't put her in their eyes. Hearing the horse-faced guard say this, Huang Wan grit her teeth and suddenly flashed a charming smile, beckoning to him. Big brother, can you come over and speak with me? She was a woman who had worked hard outside and was well versed in the ways of the world. So how could she not understand that the king of hell was easy to deal with? Oh, the horse-faced guard with a vulgar smile. Little sister, is there something you can't say in public? He laughed and shook his head as he walked towards Huang Wan. When he came to her side, Huang Wan took out some Saint crystals from her space ring and quietly stuffed them into his hand, softly saying, Big brother guard, please do me a favor. The horse-faced guard didn't even look at her and simply put the Saint crystals into his space ring before suddenly grabbing Huang Wan's white tender hand and rubbing it vigorously, as if he had never seen a woman before, a look of disdain flashing across his face as he whispered, Little sister, it's not that I can't help, it's just that City Lord Master really doesn't have the time. Being touched by him like this, Huang Wan's tender body suddenly shivered as goosebumps appeared all over her body. She couldn't wait to tear this bastard into 10,000 pieces, but she could only suppress the anger in her heart and take out a lot of Saint crystals and hand them to him, continuing to plead, Please go in and report to the City Lord Master. Whether or not he wants to see me, I won't complain. After receiving a lot of Saint crystals, the horse-faced guard showed a satisfied look and stroked Huang Wan's little hand again before smiling. Good. Seeing that it wasn't easy for you to come here, I'll pass on your message, but don't expect anything. The City Lord Master is really busy. I know. Many thanks, big brother. Huang Wan secretly sighed. She was really afraid that this bastard would continue to take advantage of her. Seeing the horse-faced guard walk into the City Lord's mansion, Huang Wan stood outside and waited anxiously. A moment later, the horse-faced guard came out again, and as soon as she saw the gloomy expression on his face, Huang Wan's heart sank as she knew that the situation wasn't good. Quickly approaching him, she asked, What did the City Lord Master say? Having received benefits from the other party, the guard didn't get angry and simply said, He refused, and not only did he refuse, he even reprimanded me. Huh? Huang Wan sighed deeply as a strong sense of powerlessness filled her heart. She had no relatives in this world and had always relied on herself to cultivate until she reached the third-order Saint King realm. It wasn't until more than 10 years ago that she was accepted into the Haiku family as a foreign elder. Originally, she wanted to use the Haiku family as a springboard to work towards Shadow Moon Hall, hoping one day she would be able to join Shadow Moon Hall. But now she knew that the Haiku family was nothing in the eyes of Shadow Moon Hall. As a foreign elder, she couldn't even see the City Lord once. In the depths of her heart, she cursed En 1,000 times for instructing her to come to the City Lord's mansion. When she was in the Haiku family, there were several elders who had ideas about her, but after coming here, she was still taken advantage of. With low strength and no one to rely on, it was really difficult for her to survive in this world. Suddenly, she felt a little discouraged and wondered if she should leave the Haiku family. This family had no future at all, and if she continued to stay, she would just be wasting away the flowing time great emperor. Sister, would you like to wait outside for a few days while I find an opportunity to send you a message? The horse-faced guard seemed to have not taken enough advantage of her and asked with a grin. No need. Huang Wan's face became cold as she turned around and left. Unappreciative. The horse-faced guard coldly snorted. After returning to the Haiku family and learning that Huang Wan had failed to complete such a simple task, Ian flew into a rage and scolded her fiercely before preparing a gift and personally rushing to Heavenly Fate City. Huang Wan felt wronged and was even more disappointed with the Haiku family. When Yang Kai walked out of his stone room, he immediately heard a loud noise. What's more, the noise seemed to be quite fierce. Puzzled, he walked towards the direction of the noise and soon arrived at a huge stone room. This stone room should have been opened by the stone mongoose after Yang Yan's arrival and was used as a place for many people to gather and discuss things. At this moment, there were nearly 20 people gathered in the stone room. Some of them had red eyes, some were filled with righteous indignation, and some were shouting loudly. Yu Feng was the most outrageous, standing on a stone table and looking around disdainfully, pointing at one cultivator after another and cursing them harshly. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they were all covered in his spittle. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly felt a little unhappy. He thought that these people who had followed Wu Yi here were arguing because of the uneven distribution of supplies. If that was the case, Yang Kai didn't want them to remain in his cave. Even if they had followed Wu Yi here, he would have driven them out. Those who didn't understand how to share with their own people and only cared about small benefits would only become unstable factors. However, after listening for a while, Yang Kai discovered that this wasn't the case. Although it was a matter of material distribution, it had nothing to do with Saint crystals or artifacts, but rather pills. The 10 King transformation pills that could help a cultivator break through to the Saint King realm. These people weren't arguing because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills, but rather because they couldn't obtain the King transformation pills. After 3 days, they still hadn't come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Wu Yi also stood in the stone room, her pretty face filled with helplessness but also relief. That's right, Lu Ping. I remember you broke through to the Third Order Saint realm 9 years ago. Now that you've reached the peak of this realm, why don't you accept the King transformation pills? Are you not giving young lady face? Not giving young lady face is not giving this Yufeng face. Don't blame father for beating you. The cultivator named Lu Ping grinned and said honestly, Yufeng, I Lu Ping am almost 60 years old this year. My aptitude isn't very good. So what if I take the King transformation pills? There's a great chance I'll waste this pill and won't be able to break through to the Saint King realm. Instead of wasting it on me, you might as well give it to Go Wuxiang. His aptitude is much better than mine, also a Third Order Saint. If you give it to him, he'll definitely be able to break through. Go Wuxiang was a middle-aged man in blue robes and immediately shook his head. I don't want it. Give me 2 more years, and I'll be able to break through on my own. There's no need to waste a King transformation pill. Yufeng, give it to Xiaoya. A young woman with delicate features quickly waved her hand. I don't want it either. I can also break through on my own. The veins on Yufeng's forehead bulged as he wanted to curse again, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down and instead turned to Wu Yi for help, crying out, Young lady, I can't do this job. These bastards don't want it. How am I supposed to deal with them? Wu Yi sighed and was about to speak when she saw Yang Kai standing at the door with a smile on his face and quickly walked over. These people aren't bad. Yang Kai praised sincerely. Yang Kai praised from the bottom of his heart. He had been fighting alone for so many years and was used to seeing people deceive and deceive each other. He was used to seeing people die for wealth and birds die for food. He was used to seeing people put on a dignified front while secretly stabbing others in the back. This King transformation pill could help one break through to the Saint King realm and save at least 1 or 2 years of hard work. But none of these qualified cultivators actually wanted it, all of them wanting to let someone else use it. Yang Kai hadn't seen such an atmosphere of modesty and harmony in a long time, but it warmed his heart. We've let Big Brother Yang see a joke. Wu Yi blushed. A group of people who haven't seen the world. Just 10 king transformation pills, and they've been arguing for 3 days and still haven't come to a decision. Did they disturb Big Brother Yang? After witnessing Yang Kai's abilities, Wu Yi's way of addressing him had also changed, and after leaving her family, she had matured a lot. They didn't disturb me. Yang Yin arranged a good spirit array. I only heard some noise when I came out. Yang Kai smiled and asked curiously, "Are king transformation pills difficult to obtain?" Wu Yi nodded. King transformation pills are saint-grade low-rank pills and are not cheap. A single one costs at least 2,000 high-rank saint crystals, not something an average person can afford. The price is only secondary. The key is that they're simply impossible to buy. Many people need this kind of pill, but there aren't many who can refine it. Our Shadowed Star's artifact refining and alchemy skills should be far behind the outside world. It seems that the most powerful artifact refiners and alchemists are only origin-grade low rank. Chapter 1138. So low. Yang Kai was taken aback. If this was the case, didn't that mean he and Yang Inflammation stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star in terms of their respective territory? Yang Inflammation might be even higher. Last time, she said that with the help of the stone mongoose, she could refine her purple shield to origin-grade mid-rank, which meant she was at least an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. And it's very low. I don't know why, but Shadowed Star's development in alchemy, artifact refining, chart masters, and spirit arrays is very slow. Wu Yi chuckled lightly. She knew that Yang Kai came from the outside, and from Yang Kai's tone, she could infer that the outside world was definitely not like this. After listening to Wu Yi's words, Yang Kai suddenly felt that using alchemy to raise saint crystals was a good idea. His alchemy level already stood at the pinnacle of Shadowed Star, so how could he not have enough saint crystals to refine pills? He could even find some great forces to exchange for many precious materials. Yang Inflammation's arrangement of spirit arrays was like his own cultivation of Space Force, a matter of burning money. Without enough saint crystals and materials, he couldn't do anything. How come a Su family has 10 king transformation pills? Yang Kai asked again. It stood to reason that the Su family should not have a Saint King grade alchemist. So without such a high-level alchemist, it would be impossible to refine king transformation pills. They should have exchanged with Shadow Moon Hall, Wu Yi explained. The small families affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall have the opportunity to exchange for some pills and artifacts, but at a high price. The Haika family has also exchanged for some king transformation pills before. Oh, right. The Saint King pills they sent last time were also exchanged from Shadow Moon Hall. I see. Yang Kai nodded and tossed the 2 jade bottles over. Give these to them and tell them there's no need to quarrel anymore. Where are these? Wu Yi was puzzled. You'll know when you see for yourself. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Wu Yi opened the bottle cap suspiciously, her beautiful face going pale as she exclaimed, "More than 20 king transformation pills? Furthermore, there are so many with pill veins?" She was truly stunned. The 10 king transformation pills she obtained from Su Ji Koen's ring were just ordinary pills, but most of the ones Yang Kai gave her had pill veins. Wu Yi couldn't imagine where Yang Kai had obtained these pills. A king transformation pill could increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Saint King realm, and a king transformation pill with pill veins would only increase the chances. Big Brother Yang, where did you get these? Wu Yi looked up and found that Yang Kai had disappeared, causing her to feel dizzy. A single king transformation pill was worth more than 2,000 saint crystals, so this bottle was worth more than 40,000. Wu Yi finally understood the extent of Yang Kai's generosity. Opening the other jade bottle with a trembling hand, Wu Yi cried out again, "Saint King pills." On top of that, many of these Saint King pills had formed pill veins, so Wu Yi was certain that these 2 bottles of pills had been refined by the same alchemist. But the probability of them forming pill veins was simply too terrifying. Since she was a child, Wu Yi had only seen one pill with pill veins, and it had only been a spirit grade top-rank pill. Even though Wu Yi had seen the world before, she still felt that these two jade bottles were as heavy as mountains. King transformation pills could allow her brothers and sisters to break through to the Saint King realm, while Saint King pills could stabilize their cultivation. Xianxia had already prepared everything. All she needed to do was take these pills. "Many thanks, big brother Yang," Wu Yi shouted loudly outside the cave before turning around and walking back into the stone room, where everyone was still quarreling. Holding up the two jade bottles, she happily announced, "Stop arguing, everyone will get a share of King transformation pills. Not only will there be King transformation pills, there will also be Saint King pills." The noisy stone room immediately quieted down as nearly 20 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yi. Outside the cave, Yang Yin was arranging a spirit array. The Saint Crystals Xianxia had given to Wu Yi last time had been exchanged for a variety of materials, with the exception of keeping some for cultivation. Yang Yin was now arranging a killing array, her large black robes wrapping around her exquisite body as Yang Yin busied herself. "Come help," Yang Yin called out. Xianxia immediately walked over and helped according to her instructions. After a while, Xianxia suddenly asked, "Yang Yin, if an origin-returning realm cultivator enters this spirit array, will it have any effect?" "Yes," Yang Yin replied affirmatively, "but it won't be like last time. After all, an origin-returning realm cultivator is much stronger. If a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator enters, this spirit array will only be able to trap them for 10 breaths of time." Xianxia nodded, understanding in his heart. Yang Yin suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked at Xianxia seriously. "What are your plans for the future?" "What do you mean?" Xianxia was stunned. "Do you want to live here for a long time? Or do you want to leave after the year load is mined?" "Of course I want to live here for a long time." Xianxia was a little confused. He wasn't familiar with Shadowed Star at all, so now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally wouldn't leave easily. "That's good. I also like this place very much. If you want to live here for a long time, I'll arrange a stronger spirit array." Yang Yin smiled lightly. "If you give me more high-grade materials in the future, I can arrange this place so that even a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator won't be able to enter." Xianxia's eyes lit up, his evaluation of Yang Yin rising greatly in his heart. Just as they were talking, though, Wu Yi suddenly rushed out of the cave, her small face flushed with excitement. "Have you split them?" Xianxia looked at her with a smile. They've all entered retreat. It won't be long before they break through to the Saint King realm." "Many thanks, big brother Yang," Wu Yi nodded, then said, "There's something I forgot to tell you just now." "What is it?" "Foreign Elder Chong and Foreign Elder Hao sent a letter saying that Patriarch brought a lot of gifts to Heavenly Fate City's City Lord's mansion 3 days ago." "Foreign Elder Chong, Foreign Elder Hao?" Xianxia frowned, immediately remembering these two. Foreign Elder Chong was naturally Chong Chi, the one with the highest strength on the starship at that time. As for Foreign Elder Hao, he should be Howen. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these two foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign Elder Huang Wan also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Xianxia didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, "Your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right?" Big brother Yang, what should we do now? Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Su family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an origin-returning realm master will definitely come. Origin-returning realm. Xianxia frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an origin-returning realm master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Xianxia could easily kill third-order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an origin-returning realm master. However, Xianxia soon became suspicious. Strange, why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Su family. Wuyi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, maybe the patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moonhall. It had to be said that Wuyi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Ian's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an origin-returning realm master really comes, I can stop them. Wu nodded lightly. Although she didn't have much confidence, since Xianxia said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu left, Yang Yin said lightly, don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an origin-returning realm master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high. I'm not counting on your spirit array, Xianxia grinned. However, Wuyi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an origin-returning realm master for a while. As long as it wasn't a third-order origin-returning realm master, Xianxia felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an origin-returning realm master. Even if an origin king realm master came, Xianxia would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yin arrange the spirit array, Xianxia immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of Space. The Tao of Space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Xianxia felt that if he had to face an origin-returning realm master, using his Tao of Space would be the best choice. When Xianxia used Space Force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Qi, allowing his Saint Qi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Qi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of Space. If he could purely use Space Force to attack, Xianxia believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moonhall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Xianxia was focused on studying the Tao of Space and wanted to use its mysteries to form his own unique killing technique. After consuming so many space spirit crystals, Xianxia's understanding of this obscure Tao had reached a new height, no longer being a half-baked amateur. Xianxia believed that with his current understanding of the Tao of Space, if he were to go to the floating continent again, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. Tearing space was a method of escape and could not be used to kill enemies, but Xianxia had glimpsed a new way of attacking from his countless experiences tearing space. Constantly experimenting with this method in his knowledge sea, Xianxia rejected and modified it again and again until he came up with a perfect idea. Only then did he open his eyes. Gently waving his right hand forward, Xianxia created a finger-long, half-inch wide void crack. This void crack overflowed with a strange aura, one that belonged to the turbulent streams of the void. Inside this void crack was a chaotic void. After the void crack appeared, it didn't stay in place like before and instead slowly moved forward. Wherever the void crack passed, everything in its path, including the aura and air, was swallowed up. After moving forward 2 meters, the void crack suddenly closed and disappeared. Chapter 1139. Inside the stone room, Xianxia was overjoyed. He didn't think that his sudden idea would actually come true. The small spatial crack that he tore could be used as a means of attack. Although the crack was only a finger long and half an inch wide, and it had only moved forward less than 2 feet before disappearing. It was not fast, but as long as he practiced diligently and strengthened his comprehension of the Tao of Space, he would definitely be able to use this method against his enemies in the future. Once the speed of this crack increased, who will be able to stop it? This crack was capable of swallowing everything in its path. It was not something a human could resist. Feeling excited, Xianxia immediately began experimenting, tearing open a finger-long void crack and shooting it out in all directions. The speed at which the void crack moved also gradually increased, and the distance it could travel was constantly increasing. Xianxia completely forgot about the passage of time as his mind was completely immersed in the research of this new offensive method. It wasn't until one of the void cracks reached a corner that a small piece of the rock wall suddenly disappeared without any warning or trace, as if someone had cut off a piece of the rock wall and taken it away. Xianxia knew that it wasn't that this piece of rock had disappeared, but rather that it had been swallowed up by the void crack. Looking at the mark on the rock wall, Xianxia nodded secretly. This kind of void crack was still a shortcoming in terms of speed, making it easy to avoid, and its power wasn't strong enough. It should be because the void crack was unstable. If it was stable enough, Xianxia believed that the void crack just now could have opened up the entire rock wall and even pierced through the cave. Currently, the void crack couldn't be used against enemies. A Saint King Realm cultivator could completely stimulate their Saint Chi to interfere with the stability of the void crack and force it to close. Once it closed, it would be useless, but this didn't hinder Xianxia's enthusiasm for research at all. It was shaped like a wind blade, so Xianxia thought about it for a moment and decided to name this new offensive method Space Blade. Xianxia could almost foresee that once his Space Blade reached the grand accomplishment stage, it would be much easier for him to kill enemies above his realm in the future. This kind of unorthodox power was the most difficult to defend against. Xianxia studied the Space Edge for 3 days in a row in his stone room, greatly increasing the power of his Space Edge. Just as he was full of interest, his brows suddenly wrinkled and his face became cold. Xianxia noticed that many masters were approaching, and the auras of these people were quite familiar to him. It was none other than the masters from the Haiku family. Sweeping out with his powerful divine sense, Xianxia's expression became a little dignified. He found that not only were there masters from the Haiku family, but there were also 2 masters from the First Order Origin Returning Realm. Recalling what Wu Yi had said before, Xianxia immediately understood that these 2 Origin Returning Realm masters were the helpers Yuan had invited from Shadow Moon Hall. This old man really wanted to kill them all. There was no grievance between Xianxia and the Haiku family. At most, the Haiku family had taken in Wu Yi and the others who had left their family. Xianxia hadn't killed any of them, but now the Haiku family wasn't anxious at all. At this moment, Xianxia was certain that Wu Yi's guess was correct. Xianxia's performance had been too strong, and he was occupying Dragon Cave Mountain, causing the Haiku family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. Dragon Cave Mountain was the Haiku family's territory, and this place wasn't far from the Haiku family's territory, so they were clearly afraid Xianxia would become a threat to them once he grew. Wanting to kill them all because of this, Xianxia's expression became cold as he secretly decided not to give the Haiku family any more face. Regardless of whether Wu Yi was a member of this family or not, as long as they dared to come here, they wouldn't be able to leave. Standing up and opening the stone door, Xianxia saw Wu Yi and Yu Feng standing outside nervously. "Big brother Yang," Wu Yi called out, her face a little pale. "I know. Just stay inside the cave and don't go out." These past few days, Yang Yin has perfected a number of spirit arrays, so as long as you don't go out, they won't be able to do anything to you. Since I'm with you, I'll have to face them eventually. What Xianxia hadn't expected was that Wu Yi didn't show any intention of backing down. She probably wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make things clear with the Haiku family. Xianxia glanced at her and nodded gently, "Then don't act rashly. Even if the situation is critical, don't leave the cave entrance." Wu Yi responded quickly. Xianxia then led them out of the cave. Arriving outside, Xianxia found that Yang Yin was actually still arranging the spirit arrays not far away, his movements extremely fast, apparently not wanting to give up at the last moment. After discovering that Xianxia had come out, Yang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his already slow movements became much faster. Inside the cave, the cultivator who had followed Wu Yi also ran out after receiving the news, each of them standing behind Xianxia and Wu Yi with dignified expressions. Hey, why is that little shorty here? Walking like a crab. He's really hopeless. Yang Kai stared forward in amazement. Among the crowd, there was an existence that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was none other than the short Xie Hong, one whom Yang Kai had seen before. His head didn't even reach his chest, but when he walked he seemed to be like a dragon or a tiger. Xie Hong, one was extremely arrogant. At that time, Wu Yi and the others had just returned from collecting ores and had only just arrived on Shadowed Star when the ores on their starship were snatched away by this Xie Hongwen. Yang Kai also knew that this little shorty Xie Hong had taken a liking to Wu Yi. Last time, he had even spoken rudely, saying that one day Wu Yi would become a member of his Xie family. Him coming here this time should be related to Wu Yi. Xie Hong wasn't very tall, but he was walking at the front, making him extremely conspicuous. The old foreign elders of the Haiku family followed behind him, as well as two masters from the First Order Origin returning realm, who should be from the City Lord's mansion. Listening to Yang Kai's amusing words, Wu Yi couldn't help sneering, but she quickly restrained her smile. She knew that now wasn't the time to laugh. The masters from the City Lord mansion had come, and so had Xie Hong one. It seemed that the family was determined to eradicate Yang Kai this time. Her expression immediately became gloomy. Yang Kai noticed Xie Hong one, and Xie Hong one also noticed the situation here. Seeing Wu Yi standing next to Yang Kai, Xie Hong one's eyes almost spewed fire as he ground his teeth and cursed. "Cheap bastard, I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you were just putting on an act." Knowing what he was angry about, Ian quickly said, "Young Lord Xie, that young man named Yang Kai can't be underestimated. Although his realm isn't high, his combat power is unimaginable. The Su families, I know, you've said it dozens of times along the way, father's ears are growing calluses. Since this young lord has come forward, he will die today. All you need to do is watch. There's no need for you to worry about anything else." Xie Hong waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Ian. The two Origin returning realm masters who had followed them also showed looks of disdain as they stared at Ian contemptuously, thinking that a small family was really a small family. Occasionally encountering a cultivator who could fight across realms, they were truly short-sighted. In Shadow Moon Hall, there were many disciples who could fight across realms. Any random second-order saint would be able to defeat these third-order foreign elders. What's more, with two Origin returning realm masters here, this place would soon be razed to the ground. Ian sighed and didn't dare to say anything more, lest he annoy these people, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He hadn't expected that he would bring Xie Hong here. A few days ago, he had brought a lot of gifts to the City Lord's mansion and met with City Lord Fei Ji Tuesday. When he reported this matter, Fei Ji too didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for him coincidentally running into Xie Hong he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord mansion. Moreover, Xie Hong, when bringing masters here, wasn't for the Haiku family, nor was it to uphold justice for the Su family. He was here for Wu Yi. Hearing Ian say that the woman he fancied was actually with a First-Order Saint King of unknown origin, Xie Hong flew into a rage and immediately brought two of his masters over. In any case, he had managed to invite these people, allowing Ian to feel slightly better. However, after today, Wu Yi's life would likely be worse than death. Don't look at Xie Hong's ugly appearance and short stature. His personality was extremely twisted. Any woman he fancied, he would try to obtain them. Once someone else touched them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once, he had taken a fancy to a big sister, Xiao Jiao, from a small family, and had promised to pick her up the next day with a betrothal gift. Little did he know that in order to escape this fate, big sister Xiao Jiao had slept with the man she liked that very night, losing her virginity. That family's big sister, little Jiao, had thought that by doing this, she would be able to escape from Xie Hongwen's murderous hands. But Xie Hongwen simply ignored her. Not only did he kill that man, but he also brought big sister little Jiao back to his own residence and ravaged and humiliated her. A month later, he stripped her of all her clothes and threw her into the bustling crowds of Sky Fortune City. Big sister Xiao Jiao couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide in the city, Even after her body rotted away, no one dared to claim it. Another month later, the family big sister Xiao belonged was inexplicably destroyed. Although there were no clues, as long as one knew, it was obvious that it was Xie Wen's doing. It could be said that Xie Wen's personality had become so twisted that it was beyond redemption. He didn't know what kind of fate awaited his Haiku family, but he could only hope that Wu Yi remained pure and didn't end up like his elder sister Xiao. If she was still pure, there was still room to maneuver this time. But if not, Ian couldn't imagine what kind of storm the Haiku family would usher in. The faces of the old foreign elders in the family were all quite ugly as they trembled with fear. Obviously, they also remembered Xie Wen's past misdeeds and were worried that they would be implicated because of Wu Yi. Xie Wen's face was so gloomy that none of them dared to breathe loudly. Not far from the cave, Xie Wen's gloomy face suddenly dissipated as he stared at Yang Inflammation, who was arranging a spirit array, his gloomy eyes flashing a pleasant surprise as he laughed. Good, good. There's actually a beauty here. It seems I really made the right choice coming here. Although Yang Inflammation was wearing a large black robe, her impressive figure was impossible to hide. Her small face was also delicate and beautiful, very much to Xie Wen's liking. His eyes constantly lingered on Yang Inflammation's body, his heart burning with desire, wishing he could immediately snatch Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi away from this place. Chapter 1140. Thinking so, Xie Wen actually wanted to rush over and grab Yang Kai. But just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by one of the two Origin returning Realm Masters. Young Master, there's something strange up ahead. It should be a powerful spirit array. The cultivator frowned as he stared at the large space in front of the cave, sweeping the area with his divine sense. When they first arrived, Yin had told them how the dozen or so third-order Saint King cultivator from the Su family had been completely wiped out, but none of them had taken it seriously, thinking that even if there was a spear array, its power would be limited and it wouldn't be able to stop the bombardment of an Origin returning Realm Master. But now that they were closer, they realized how profound this spirit array was. Is there something strange about it? Xie Wen wasn't stupid and nodded. Then this young lord won't go up, lest I fall into their trap. At that moment, Yang Yin finished what she was doing and quickly retreated back into the cave, hiding behind Yang Kai, her tender body trembling. Wu Yi took her hand and patted it gently. Xie Wen withdrew his gaze from Yang Yin and glanced over at Wu Yi, sneering meaningfully as he shouted, "Wu Yi, don't say this young lord didn't give you a chance. If you know what's good for you, come back with me obediently, and this young lord will let bygones be bygones. But if you don't blame this young lord for being vicious and merciless." Although Wu Yi's face was pale, she still said, "In your dreams, if you want me to go with you, you'll have to kill me." Good. Xie Wen not only didn't become angry, but instead laughed. When he learned that Wu Yi and Yang Kai were together, he was really angry, but now that he saw Yang Yin, who was even more outstanding than Wu Yi, his anger immediately dissipated. This time, not only would he be able to obtain Wu Yi, he would also be able to obtain this exquisite beauty, killing two birds with one stone. Xie Wen was naturally happy. He no longer paid any attention to Wu Yi and instead turned to Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Little brat, your courage isn't small, actually daring to have ideas about this young lord's woman. No matter where you come from, you're dead. Obediently kowtow and admit your wrongs. Call me grandfather a few times, and this young lord will give you a quick death. If you can also give me that woman, this young lord may spare your life." Yang Kai frowned. He had seen a lot of spoiled brats, but he had never seen one as arrogant as Xie Wen. It was as if, in his opinion, anyone, anything, as long as he said a word, others would have to compromise. First, he wanted Wu Yi to obediently go back with him. Now he wanted him to obediently roll over. Who did he think he was? Does this guy only know how to talk big? Yang Kai looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi sneered. Something's wrong with your head. Yes, well said. His brain is indeed abnormal. It should be a psychological distortion caused by his physical disability. Yang Kai nodded lightly, seeing his calm and relaxed appearance. The tension of Wu Yi and the others seemed to dissipate greatly. On the other side, after hearing Xia Hongwen say that he would let Yang Kai go, Yin actually spoke up. Young Lord Xia, this person's origins are unknown. He has forcibly occupied my Hai Ku family's Dragon Cave Mountain and is now the host. We cannot drive him away. Please uphold justice and kill him. Since he decided to nip Yang Kai in the bud, lest he grow up and threaten the interests of the Hai Ku family, and naturally wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. As for Wu Yi, she had already left the family, so she was no longer a member of the Hai Ku family. What fate she would meet after being taken back by Xia Hong when it had nothing to do with him. Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do? Xia Hongwen squinted at Eon, causing Yin to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xia Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Hai Ku family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end, he would have to fight. Good. This young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right? Xia Hong, when pointed to Yang Kai, since you dare to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours. This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her, so don't feel inferior when the time comes. Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hong Zhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me. He's too much." The master from the First Order Origin returning realm, named Hong Zhen, frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xia Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the two of you can come at me together. I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face, and piss on it." Hong Zhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin returning realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xia Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other Origin returning realm master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hong Zhen waved his hand and said, "I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together." "Good." The man nodded and didn't say much. Hong Zhen then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. But the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hong Zhen immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array, so he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. Little Sister Yang Inflammation, open the spirit array. Wu Yi nervously grabbed Yang Inflammation's small hand. Last time, more than a dozen people from the Su family were easily killed by Yang Kai because they had fallen into the spirit array. Now, Yang Kai was actually walking towards an Origin returning realm master, so Wu Yi was naturally worried. A First Order Origin returning realm cultivator, a First Order Saint King, was an entire great realm apart. Even if Wu Yi had great confidence in Yang Kai, she didn't think he could win against this master named Hong Zhen. Yang Inflammation shook his head. Yang Kai said not to open the spirit array yet. Why? I don't know. She soon understood why Yang Kai didn't want her to open the spirit array, because Yang Kai had actually taken the initiative to attack Hong Zhen. a long sword covered in demonic flames appearing in his hand as he slashed out a jet-black sword wave towards Hongzhen. Yang Kai clearly wanted to test his own combat effectiveness. Overestimating yourself. Hongzhen sneered and threw out a simple punch. As soon as this punch appeared, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly changed, as if even space itself was being stirred up. Yang Kai's face changed. Although he had long known that there was a huge gap between the Third Order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning realm, he hadn't expected an Origin Returning Realm Master's attack to be so strange. The power of Hongzhen's punch wasn't strong, but when Hongzhen punched out, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, as if he had been wrapped up in an invisible force. The speed at which his Saint Chi was circulating suddenly dropped, and it became much more difficult for him to move. Even the speed of the jet-black sword wave he sent out was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's strength had been greatly suppressed. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai was startled. Although he had seen many Origin Returning Realm Masters along the way, he had never fought with one of this level. This was the first time. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Origin Returning Realm cultivators seemed to possess a very special power that could suppress low-level opponents. He didn't know if this power was unique to Hongzhen or if all Origin Returning Realm cultivators possessed it. Yang Kai desperately wanted to know what kind of power this was. On Tongxian Realm, if he encountered any problems in his cultivation, he could ask Meng Wuxia and the others for help. But here, no one could help him. If he wanted to solve his problems, he would need to kill an Origin Returning Realm cultivator and absorb their insights into the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. Only then could he understand the mysteries of this power. While Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, a violent wind blade shot out from Hongzhen's fist, breaking through the jet-black sword wave and arriving in front of Yang Kai in an instant. If his strength had not been suppressed, Yang Kai would have been able to dodge this attack. But now, his movements were much slower than usual, so by the time he noticed the incoming wind blade, it was already too late to dodge. This wind blade contained an extremely violent power, and Yang Kai believed that even if his physique was strong, he would definitely be injured by it. Wu Yi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Cheap slut. Xia Hongwen stomped his foot and cursed again. Wu Yi's concern for Yang Kai made him very uncomfortable, so he secretly decided that in front of these several dozen people, he would strip her naked and ravage her body before abandoning her and letting her know the consequences of offending him. On the other hand, Yang Yin remained indifferent, not even showing any intention of opening the spirit array. Asterisk Hong, asterisk the huge wind blade struck Yang Kai, forcing Yang Kai to retreat quickly. Hongzhen thought that Yang Kai was dead for sure, but he soon discovered that a purple shield had appeared in front of Yang Kai. The purple aura surrounding the shield was extremely dense, so it was obvious at a glance that this was a high-grade treasure. The wind blade that struck it didn't even leave a mark. An Origin-grade artifact? Hongzhen's eyes lit up as a look of greed flashed across his eyes. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the grade of this artifact, and he also knew that this artifact hadn't been fully refined yet, so it shouldn't have been long since this young man obtained it. An Origin-grade artifact that hadn't been fully refined. If Hongzhen could snatch it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Amazing. Yang Kai looked at his purple shield, shook his body slightly, and calmed the tumbling blood in his chest, not stingy with his praise. Boy, you're not bad yourself. Hongzhen sneered, but in his heart he was quite surprised. If it had been an ordinary First Order Saint King cultivator, even if they had a defensive artifact, they should have at least suffered some injuries by now, but this boy was actually completely unscathed. No wonder he could fight above his realm and kill a Third Order Saint King. Judging from his performance, he really did have this ability. Chapter 1141. In front of the cave, Yang Kai waved his arms and found that there seemed to be invisible threads wrapped around his body, restricting his movements. Not only were his movements sluggish, his Saint Chi flow was also extremely obstructed. It was this strange feeling that prevented him from exerting his full strength, so when Hong Zhun threw his first punch, he had to summon his purple shield to defend himself. Although the purple shield had not been fully refined and could not display its full power, it was still made from the shell and monster core of a 9th Order monster beast and various origin-grade ores, making it extremely sturdy, so it was normal for it to be able to block Hong Zhun's attack. What kind of power is this? Yang Kai couldn't tell what the power that was binding him was, so he could only ask Hong Zhun. Hong Zhun laughed. Ignorant boy, you don't even know what sure is, yet you dare act so arrogant. Sure? Yang Kai frowned. Momentum? I have the same kind of momentum. Saying so, Yang Kai's aura erupted, but to his disappointment, his own was fundamentally different from Hong Zhun's. It wasn't that his aura was weaker, on the contrary. In the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, Yang Kai's aura at this moment was simply earth-shattering, while Hong Zhun's aura was far inferior. However, only Yang Kai himself knew that the sure Hong Zhun spoke of was completely different from the momentum he understood. Yang Kai's own aura couldn't interfere with this young man's at all. On the contrary, this young man sure greatly suppressed his own strength. This is an origin-returning realm master. Amazing! Yang Kai's eyes burned with passion, but instead of feeling the slightest panic, his fighting spirit soared. Shaking his head to dispel his excitement, Yang Kai raised his purple shield and called out to Hong Zhun, "Come, let me see what your sure is." Yang Kai put away his demonic flame sword and assumed a defensive posture. Although they had only fought once, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible for him to kill an origin-returning realm master with his current combat power, even if he used his golden blood. This kind of power called sure was very mysterious, but it was impossible for this Hong Zhun to kill him. With his purple shield, he could tear space, so even a 3rd Order origin-returning realm master couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Kai's posture, Hong Zhun knew what he wanted to do and flew into a rage. An origin-returning realm cultivator had the absolute ability to suppress a Saint King realm cultivator, but this 1st Order Saint King actually wanted to use him to study sure. This made Yang Kai feel like he had been insulted, causing murderous intent to overflow from his heart. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai sent out a series of wind blades. These wind blades blotted out the sky like a swarm of locusts, cutting through space with a sharp whistle. Good. Of course. Xia Hong, of course. Hong Zhun's to the point. Xia Hong clapped his hands and laughed heartily, completely forgetting that he had just been clamoring to step on Kai Yang and piss on his face. To Yang, Kai, Yang of Yang, to Kai, to Yang to be. Many of the cultivators who had followed Wu Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned their heads away sadly. They all felt that Yang Kai was dead for sure, that there was no way he could survive this round of attacks. Yang Yin curled his lips and muttered softly, "If the artifacts I refine can even break through the 1st Order origin-returning realms attacks, I won't need to refine them in the future." Her voice was so low that no one heard her, not even Wu Yi, who was standing next to her. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a violent explosion rang out, and the place where Yang Kai stood was filled with flying sand and stones, blocking his vision. His figure was forced back again and again until he hit a large boulder, shattering it in an instant. Yang Kai felt a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The power of the wind blade failed to hurt Yang Kai, but the huge impact still caused his 5 viscera to shift. Hong Zhun's eyes narrowed, seemingly not having expected the defensive ability of his shield to be so good. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, Hong Zhun took a step forward. A moment ago, his body was still standing in place, but in the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and punched out towards Yang Kai's forehead. Hong Zhun's sure, which was suppressing Yang Kai's strength, suddenly became stronger. Yang Kai felt that he had no way to defend himself before Hong Zhun's attack arrived. In a moment of desperation, Yang Kai threw out his unfinished space blade. 2 void cracks quickly shot towards Hong Zhun's waist and abdomen. Although Hong Zhun didn't know what kind of attack this was, he instinctively felt a sense of danger. Pushing his Saint Chi to form a protective barrier around himself. Hong Zhun's fist still smashed down like a bolt of lightning. However, this brief delay allowed Yang Kai to raise his purple shield. With a loud bang, Kai Yang was like a kite with a broken string flying far away. Hong Zhun's brow furrowed as he stared at the spot where he had just been attacked, but was surprised to find that there was nothing there, nor was there any trace of injury. Shaking his head, Hong Zhun couldn't understand why he had such a terrifying feeling just now. Looking at Yang Kai again, Hong Zhun was speechless. Although this first-order Saint King youth looked extremely distressed, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries at all. All of Yang Kai's attacks had been blocked by his purple shield artifact, so the only injuries he had suffered were some minor injuries caused by the shockwaves of his attacks. What's more, at this moment, not only did this youth not show any signs of panic, he didn't show any intention of running away. Instead, he seemed to be in high spirits, a happy smile on his face as he beckoned to Hong Zhun. Courting death, Hong Zhun was furious. He, an origin-returning realm master, had to deal with a Saint King realm youth. But not only had he failed to kill him in a short time, he had even been provoked time and time again. This kind of behavior was intolerable. Hong Zhun's sure erupted and once again enveloped Yang Kai. But in the next moment, Hong Zhun showed a look of disbelief, because around this youth, there was an aura similar to Sure flowing. Although it was very faint, Hong Zhun was certain that this was the embryonic form of Sure. As long as this youth was given enough time, he would be able to form his own Sure. How is this possible? A few dozen breaths ago, this youth was clearly asking him what Sure was, so how was he able to do this now? How did he figure out, just from the fight just now? Considering all this, Hong Zhun couldn't help shivering as he broke out in a cold sweat. If this was really the case, then this boy was simply too heaven-defying. Even Hong Zhun, who had broken through to the origin-returning realm 10 years ago, had only been able to slowly grasp Sure under the guidance of the elders of the sect. Even now, he had only just begun to grasp the basics of Sure, not even reaching the minor accomplishment stage. Moreover, only those in the origin-returning realm could touch the threshold of Sure. Without reaching the origin-returning realm, it was simply impossible to grasp Sure. How had this youth done it? He had actually vaguely understood what Sure was. Come on. Yang Kai saw Hong Zhun's expression change and couldn't help urging. What are you waiting for? Do you want to fight or not? Not only was he urging, but Xie Hong was also urging him, constantly clamoring for Hong Zhun to do something to Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be in the mood to deal with him now? He couldn't wait to have a good fight with Hong Zhun, or rather, to be beaten by him. If he could figure out Sure in this way, what harm was there in being beaten? Hong Zhun took a deep breath and didn't rush to attack Yang Kai, instead suddenly turning his head and saying, "Brother, let's attack together. His artifact is too powerful. I can't break his defenses." He didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't have asked his brother for help. But Yang Kai was too terrifying. If such a person wasn't killed today, once he grew up, he would become an invincible existence. So, he didn't hesitate to ask his brother for help. The other origin-returning realm master who had been guarding Xie Hong heard this and looked at Hong Zhun with some surprise, but he didn't ask any questions, simply nodding gently. Okay. As he said this, he walked out as expected. Everyone was dumbfounded. A first-order origin-returning realm was dealing with a first-order Saint King and had actually invited a first-order origin-returning realm helper. And this helper was also a first-order origin-returning realm cultivator. Yun's whole body trembled. Although he didn't understand the situation, he knew that Yang Kai was really not to be trifled with. He suddenly had a bad feeling and didn't know if offending Yang Kai this time was a blessing or a curse. Seeing two origin-returning realm masters coming over, Yang Kai frowned, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face as he quickly retreated to the entrance of the cave. He couldn't even handle one origin-returning realm master, let alone two at the same time. Once he fought with them, unless he tore space and escaped, he would definitely be killed. Open the array. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away his purple shield, and called out to Yang Yan. Okay. Yang Yin nodded and formed a few strange seals towards the spirit array outside the cave. In an instant, the space outside the cave rippled, but soon returned to normal. Hong Zhen and his brother wore dignified expressions as they swept the area with their divine senses, but they were surprised to find that before the spirit array was opened, they could still feel some danger, but after it was opened, they couldn't sense anything at all. Sweeping the area with their divine senses, the situation was clear at a glance, and there was nothing wrong with it. But everyone knew that once they fell into the spirit array, they would definitely suffer. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and break that spirit array and grab those two women for me. Xia Hongwen shouted. The two origin-returning realm masters wore helpless looks as they summoned their artifacts and fiercely attacked the open space in front of the cave. The artifacts used by these two weren't low-grade, both origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers were each a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, and when combined together, their grade was even higher, forming a straight line that constantly bombarded the position of the spirit array. The artifact used by Hong Zhen's brother was even more powerful, an octagonal hammer that caused the ground to shake every time it struck the position of the spirit array. The spirit array arranged by Yang Yin couldn't be seen normally, but once it was attacked, it would reveal some traces. If the person trying to break it wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, they could only use brute force. It could be said that almost 90% of cultivators who encountered spirit arrays used brute force to break them. This method of breaking spirit arrays was laborious and unrewarding. Sometimes, even if one managed to break a spirit array, they would suffer a backlash. Only a few people who understood spirit arrays would try to find the location of the spirit array's entrance and break it in an elegant manner. Chapter 1142. Outside Dragon Cave Mountain, two First Order Origin returning Realm Masters were wantonly releasing their Saint Chi to attack the open space, constantly wearing down the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin. Wu Yi clenched her fists nervously and called out in a trembling voice, Yang Yin, quickly deal with them. Last time, it was Yang Yin who had presided over the spirit array and assisted Yang Kai in killing the Su family's Saint King Realm Masters. As a result, none of the Su family's Saint Kings managed to escape. Wu Yi thought that Yang Yin would be able to do the same thing as before. Yang Yin shook his head and said, if they enter the spirit array, I'm sure they won't be able to come out, but if they don't enter, there's nothing I can do. Spirit arrays had this kind of drawback. Although they were powerful and unpredictable, if others were careful and didn't enter the range of the spirit array, no matter how powerful it would be powerless. Then what do we do? Wu Yi panicked. Yang Yin smiled lightly. It's fine, that spirit array was meant for others to break. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise and immediately realized that the spirit array over there was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Yang Kai was certain that if Hong Zhen and his brother broke the spirit array they were currently seeing and continued to move forward, they would definitely fall into an even more powerful spirit array. Even the most timid of them all, Yang Yin, was calm at this moment. So how could Yang Kai not see through this? It was ridiculous that these two origin-returning realm masters were completely unaware of this and thought that breaking the spirit array would be enough. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk Hong Zhen's 12 flying daggers and the other origin-returning realm master's octagonal hammer constantly bombarded the spirit array, making it look like it was on the verge of collapse. Xia Hongwen seemed to be tired from shouting and was now waiting expectantly, his lustful eyes sweeping over Yang Yan's body, making anyone who saw him feel uncomfortable. Patriarch Ian of the Haiku family and several elders and foreign elders stood to the side with respectful smiles on their faces, causing Wu Yi to feel nauseous. Before the spirit array was broken, another group of people suddenly appeared a dozen kilometers away. HM, why are there sounds of fighting over there? The leader of this group, an origin-returning realm master, called out in surprise. Hong Zhen and his brother were attacking the spirit array, causing quite a commotion that could be heard even from a dozen kilometers away. That young man must have provoked someone he shouldn't. A Yang Yin, Master Luo Yang, and Yin was young Master Luo. A few days, young Master Luo. A dozen of my family's patriarch, a dozen sect patriarch, and patriarch. Family patriarch. Family patriarch. A patriarch, master. An yang, with yang, family sect, tian yang, yin yang, yin yang with. That with yang, Luo Qing emphasized the word small favor, clearly reminding the other party that he would not risk his life to help. Many thanks, Master Luo, many thanks, Master Luo. Under the leadership of the middle-aged man, the group of people continuously thanked Luo Qing. This group of people was impressively the cultivator of the Su family. When the news of the patriarch, elders, and consecrators being annihilated reached the Su family, they immediately knew that with their own strength, there was no way for them to take revenge. They immediately rushed to Sky Fortune City for help. The middle-aged man, Su Zhibing, was the cousin of the Su family's patriarch, Su Zhikuan, and was only a second-order Saint King. Luo Qing was the origin-returning realm master who had been invited here. Su Zhibing was very self-aware and knew that with his own ability, he wouldn't be able to convince City Lord Fei Zhi to support him. Facts have proven this point. Even if Patriarch Yin of the Haiku family personally brought a gift, Fei Zhi too didn't take his words seriously. How could he be in the mood to care about the grudges between small clans? If Yin happened to meet Xie Hongwan, he would still be waiting for news from the City Lord's mansion. Su Zhibing didn't go to the City Lord's mansion and instead went directly to Luo Qing because Su Zhikuan had once helped Luo Qing with a small favor. For this reason alone, Luo Qing would not stand idly by. Sure enough, Su Zhibing invited Luo Qing over and rushed over to Dragon Cave Mountain. But before he even reached the cave, he heard the sounds of fighting. The group sped up and soon arrived in front of the cave. Looking forward, Luo Qing suddenly let out a light sigh and quickly walked over to Xie Hongwan and bowed. "Greetings, young Lord Xie." Xie Hongwan was urging Hong Zhen and his senior brothers to hurry up and break the array when he heard Luo Qing's voice. He shot a glance at Luo Qing and asked in surprise, "Aren't you the guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion? What are you doing here instead of guarding Endless Treasures Pavilion?" Luo Qing quickly replied to young Lord Xie, "I had some friendship with the Su family patriarch who died here. This time, I was asked by someone to come here and demand an explanation from the murderer." Xie Hongwan nodded. "Oh, so you're here to stand up for someone? Good. You've come at just the right time. You go and help Hong Zhen and the others break this broken spirit array. Those two wastes are really useless. They took so long to break this broken spirit array." Although Luo Qing was a guard in Treasure Trove Pavilion, he was still a member of Shadow Moon Hall, so he naturally didn't dare to disobey Xie Hongwan's orders. Nodding, he said, "Young Lord Xie, I dare not disobey." Saying so, Luo Qing also summoned his own artifact and quickly walked forward, preparing to join forces with Hong Zhen and his brother to break the spirit array. On the other side, Yin saw that Su Zhibing had also brought an origin-returning realm master and stepped forward to greet him with a smile. Su Zhibing exchanged a few words with Yin, but in his heart, he was quite puzzled. He didn't know why the Haiku family had found a master to deal with Yangkai before him. Although he couldn't figure it out, Yin didn't ask. The Su family wasn't what it used to be. Although under the suppression of Shadow Moon Hall, the Haiku family wouldn't blatantly annex the Su family. Occupying their territory and demanding some benefits was still possible. In the face of such a neighbor, Su Zhibing could only act humble and compromise, hoping that Yin wouldn't act too ruthlessly. Yin was naturally very happy. Although he had felt a little uneasy before, now that Su Zhibing had brought an origin-returning realm master with him, the destruction of Yangkai was already a foregone conclusion. This time, by eliminating Yangkai and satisfying Xie Hongwan's obscene desires, the Haiku family would soar. If Xia Hong, one could bring Wu Yi back with him, that would be even better. As long as Wu Yi could act as a middleman, the status of the Haiku family would soar, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai only hoped that Xia Hongwen wouldn't kill Wu Yi in a fit of anger. Just as Ian was thinking this, though, he heard Hong Zhen's dissatisfied shout. "What are you doing?" With an angry roar, everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Immediately, they saw an extremely strange scene. Luo Qing, the origin-returning realm master invited by Su Zhibing, was actually staring blankly at the entrance of the cave, holding an artifact in his hand but not pouring his Saint Qi into it. From the looks of it, he hadn't attacked the spirit array, blocking their path. Hong Zhen's origin-returning realm brother also wore a displeased look and scolded. "If you don't want to help, just step aside. The two of us are enough." In any case, this spirit array is about to be broken, so it doesn't matter if you join in or not. Just now, Xia Hong had belittled their strength, causing Hong Zhen and this origin-returning realm master to be extremely annoyed. Now that the spirit array was about to be broken, they certainly weren't willing to share this credit with Luo Qing. Wait. Luo Qing seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and a trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes, quickly stopping Hong Zhen and his brother from continuing to attack. "Luo Qing, don't be so shameless. What do you want?" Hong Zhen was furious. "What's going on?" Xia Hongwen's face also became gloomy. "Young lord, this guy not only doesn't want to help, he's even trying to obstruct us. He's really out of his mind." Hong Zhen immediately said, "I suspect he's with that young man. Is that so?" Xia Hongwen looked at Luo Qing coldly. "No, young Lord Xia, please let me explain." Luo Qing was shocked and quickly waved his hand, thinking about it for a moment before walking over to Xia Hongwen and whispering a few words in his ear. No one knew what he said, but Xia Hongwen's face suddenly changed, and he asked anxiously, "Really?" "Absolutely." Luo Qing nodded heavily and whispered, "Young Lord Xia, please don't worry. I'll notify Elder Qian now." Saying so, without waiting for Xia Hongwen to respond, Luo Qing immediately took out a communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. "Bastard!" Xia Hongwen slapped Luo Qing's communication artifact to the ground before glaring at Luo Qing and then towards Yang Kai, his expression becoming extremely gloomy. Hong Zhen and the other origin-returning realm master didn't know what was going on, but after exchanging a glance, they stopped attacking. "What are they doing?" Yang Yin looked over curiously, an anxious look on his face. "I'm still waiting for them to break the spirit array. There seems to be some kind of disagreement." Yang Kai also didn't understand. He only knew that Luo Qing had been staring at him a moment ago, as if he had recognized him. But Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this person before, nor had he ever had any dealings with him. Yang Kai's memory had always been good, so if he had really met this person, he would definitely have an impression of him. This sudden change not only confused Yang Kai and the others, but also Ian. The sense of crisis in his heart had become much stronger at this moment. He carefully glanced over at Xia Hongwen and found that this young lord, who had committed all kinds of evil deeds in Heavenly Fate City, at this moment actually had a difficult expression on his face, as if he had encountered some kind of difficult decision. Ian was horrified, wondering if this young man named Yang Kai had some kind of background. Otherwise, why would Xia Hongwen be so hesitant? If this young man didn't have some kind of background, with his temperament and personality, he definitely wouldn't have given up, but this young man didn't seem to have any kind of background. Ian's heart was in turmoil and unease. But soon, Xia Hongwen made a decision and fiercely shouted towards Hong Zhen. "Why did you stop? Did this young lord tell you to stop? Keep attacking." "Yes." Hong Zhen and his brother responded, and once again launched an attack on the spirit array. "Don't, young Lord Xia." Luo Qing was shocked and tried to stop him again. Chapter 1143. However, no one listened to his words at all, as Xia Hongwen even kicked him rudely. Scram! Xia Hongwen's strength wasn't high, but facing this kick Luo Qing didn't dare dodge and was forced back several steps. Steadying himself, Luo Qing hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xie, Elder Qian will be here soon. Please wait a moment. Otherwise, if Elder Qian blames you, this disciple won't be able to afford it." Impudence. Xie Hongwen was completely irritated by Luo Qing and glared at him angrily. "This young lord doesn't need you to tell him what to do. If you dare speak again, I'll kill you." Luo Qing's face went cold, and he didn't dare to say anything. Although he was an origin-returning realm master of Shadow Moon Hall, he didn't have a powerful backer, so there was no way he could fight with Xie Hongwen. He could only turn around and shout to Yang Kai, "Friend, please hold on a little longer, you'll be fine. Just hold on for a little longer." Yang Kai frowned at him, really unable to understand, shouting, "Do we know each other?" Luo Qing shook his head, "No." Yang Kai sneered, "If you don't know each other, why are you helping me?" Luo Qing looked embarrassed, knowing that his actions had made Yang Kai suspicious. After thinking about it for a moment, he explained, "Friend, you haven't seen me before, but I've seen you before. Elder Qian Tong sent your image to all the shops belonging to Shadow Moon Hall throughout Heavenly Fate City and told us to treat you well if we meet you. I, Luo Qing, am a guard of Endless Treasures Pavilion, so I have seen your image." "Qian Tong?" Yang Kai froze for a moment before quickly understanding what was going on. It must have been the two previous transactions he made with Qian Tong that made this old man notice him. The first two transactions with Qian Tong were both large transactions, and Yang Kai had sold him a lot of Saint King grade artifacts, so this old man must have thought he was a good customer. After all, the strongest artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only an Origin grade low-rank artifact refiner. The Saint King grade high-rank artifact Yang Kai sold were of great value, so he didn't need to worry about selling them. With these artifacts, he would be able to greatly increase the strength of several cultivators. But that's not right. Even if that's the case, Qian Tong doesn't have to be so cautious. Yang Kai even felt a hint of flattery. Yes, flattery. He had also deliberately spread his image throughout Sky Fortune City to all the businesses that belonged to Shadow Moon Hall, instructing them to treat him well. If this wasn't flattery, then what was? Yang Kai was a loner who had only been a third-order saint when they first met. So why was he trying to curry favor with him? Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. Although he wasn't very meticulous, he was at least agile and quick-witted. But after thinking about it, he immediately understood that Qian Tong wasn't trying to please him, but the people who refined those artifacts. In other words, he was actually trying to please Yang Inflammation. However, Qian Tong shouldn't know about the existence of Yang Inflammation. Perhaps he thought there was a powerful artifact refining Grandmaster behind Yang Kai. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded gently and cupped his fist to Luo Qing. "I appreciate this friend's kindness, but there is no need to trouble Elder Qian Tong with this matter. We can handle it ourselves." He didn't like owing favors to others, even if Qian Tong didn't have any malicious intentions. Once he owed someone a favor, it would be difficult to refuse their request in the future, especially since Qian Tong had some ulterior motives towards him. The conversation between the two reached the ears of others, and Su Zhibing fell to the ground. The Su family members also turned pale and trembled. Su Zhibing didn't expect that after using his past kindness to invite Luo Qing, the situation would turn out like this. Yang Kai had a relationship with Elder Qian Tong, so why would he care about his trivial Su family? If he had known this would happen, he would never have invited Luo Qing. If the patriarch, elders, and foreign elders died, then so be it. The Su family still had some members whose bloodline hadn't been extinguished, so there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. But now this slim chance of survival had been snuffed out by him. It was ridiculous that the other party didn't come to destroy his family, but he actually wanted to seek revenge. At this moment, Su Zhibing wished he could just kill himself on Dragon Cave Mountain. After learning that Yang Kai and Elder Qian Tong knew each other, not only were the Su family members panicking, but the Haika family also broke out in a cold sweat. Ba Qing Yin took out his handkerchief again and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Ian's face was ashen, his face twitching as his heart filled with mixed feelings. He finally understood why he had always felt uneasy. So this was the reason. He thought that after boarding Xiahong Wen's ship, the Haiku family's future would be smooth sailing. But what did Xiahong Wen count for in front of Qiantong? The former was just a playboy who relied on his father's position as a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall to act recklessly. But Qiantong was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. Even Xiahong Wen's father didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Qiantong, let alone Xiahong Wen himself. It's over, it's all over. Ian's eyes were covered in a layer of darkness, and he had lost all of his previous vigor, his lips turning blue. If he had known this would happen, how could he have offended Yang Kai and even had the idea of killing Yang Kai as soon as possible? The Haiku family had countless opportunities to make friends with Yang Kai, but none of them had been able to grasp them. None of them had been able to see the situation clearly. Only Wu Yi and Yu Feng had made the right choice. However, they had all left the family and were no longer members of the Haiku family. All of you are acting like your parents have died. What do you want to do? Xiahong Wen's face was full of anger. He kicked Ian and Su Zhibing on the ground, making him curl up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk at that moment, the spirit array outside the cave suddenly broke. Xiahong Wen's face filled with joy as he shouted, "Kill that little brat for me at all costs." Hong Zhen and his brother froze for a moment before quickly realizing what Xiahong Wen was planning. He was going to kill Yang Kai before Elder Qiantong arrived. If Yang Kai was alive, they would definitely be punished by Elder Qiantong and might even be expelled from Shadow Moon Hall. But if Yang Kai died, even if they were punished, the consequences wouldn't be too bad. After all, a dead person had no value, and Elder Qiantong wouldn't kill 2 Origin returning Realm Masters for a dead person. What's more, even if the sky fell, Xiahong Wen and his father would be there to support it. They were just following orders. Considering all this, Hong Zhen and his senior brother no longer hesitated. Stepping forward, they rushed towards the cave, their murderous intent surging as they glared at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. "Don't you dare!" Luo Qing was shocked, never having expected Xiahong Wen to be so ruthless. By the time he realized something was wrong and wanted to stop them, it was already too late. He could only watch as Hong Zhen and his brother rushed out. A sneer appeared on Xiahong Wen's face as he coldly snorted. "You want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced." Ian also revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Xiahong Wen's approach really surprised him, but it was definitely the result he wanted to see the most. His concerns were the same as Xiahong Wen's. Hong Zhen and his brother's figures were as fast as lightning, and before they even reached the cave, their powerful Shur had already covered the cave. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai smiled coldly at them, his smile full of meaning, causing Hong Zhen and his brother's hearts to beat faster. Not good, there's still a spirit array. Hong Zhen suddenly saw the black-robed woman make a few hand seals and immediately realized that something was wrong. Just as he and his brother were about to retreat, they heard a voice that made them tremble. "Open!" Yang Yin shouted, and the scenery in front of the cave changed dramatically in an instant. A thick layer of fog suddenly filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. Hong Zhen and his brother fell into this fog and disappeared in an instant. Yang Yin changed her hand seals again and sent out a few bursts of Saint Qi, causing loud shouts and violent energy fluctuations to ring out from the fog. The last time the Su family had come, Yang Yin had only arranged a defensive spirit array, but over the past few days, she had added a killing spirit array to it. These spirit arrays alone wouldn't be able to kill 2 Origin returning Realm Masters, but if Yang Kai were to enter, Hong Zhen and his brother would definitely suffer. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It wasn't until this moment that he understood why Yang Kai had said those words. It turned out that he really didn't need his help. This mysterious spirit array could completely trap Hong Zhen and his brother and even injure them. As for killing 2 Origin returning Realm Masters, Luo Qing wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The Origin returning realm and the Saint King realm were 2 completely different realms. Even if one was a genius cultivator, It was impossible for a Saint King Realm cultivator to defeat an Origin returning Realm Master. "Begin," Yang Yin said lightly. Yang Kai nodded, and the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. But before he could rush into the spirit array, a roar suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this voice, Xia Hongwen trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Qiantong had arrived. Yang Kai frowned. He hadn't expected Qiantong to arrive so quickly. Without even thinking about it, he directly rushed into the spirit array. The moment his body fell into the fog, Yang Kai dispersed the demonic flame, sword in his hand, and instead condensed a drop of golden blood. This drop of golden blood exuded a powerful vitality and energy fluctuation, and even though it was concealed by the spirit array, some of its aura still leaked out. Yang Kai had to end this battle quickly before Qiantong arrived. Originally, he didn't intend to do so, but the power called sure of an Origin returning Realm Master really intrigued him. Now that 2 Origin returning Realm Masters had fallen into the spirit array, as long as he killed them, he could absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend what sure was. Once he comprehended this, Yang Kai would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could he let go of such a rare opportunity? As for Qiantong, Yang Kai didn't care. As long as he still wanted to befriend the artifact refining Grandmaster behind him, he wouldn't fall out with him. What's more, this time Yang Kai had been forced to fight back, not to kill for no reason. As such, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use a drop of golden blood, transforming it into 10,000 streaks of golden light that shot towards Hong Zhen's position. The speed of these golden streaks of light was extremely fast at first, but in the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed plummeting. Yang Kai knew that this was due to the influence of the two sure. Chapter 1144. Yang Kai hadn't expected the sure of an Origin returning Realm Master to be so powerful. The Hongzhen brothers had fallen into Yang Inflammation's spirit array and were still able to block his golden blood attacks. This only further strengthened Yang Kai's determination to kill these two. Yang Kai's figure followed closely behind the 10,000 streaks of golden light as the demonic flame sword appeared in his hand again. The people outside the spirit array were stunned when Yang Kai rushed in, but soon they heard the screams and curses of Hong Zhen and his senior brother. Immediately, a violent energy fluctuation came from a certain place, and a figure shot out from inside. The one who flew out was Yang Kai, and as he flew through the air, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood that glowed dazzlingly under the afterglow of the setting sun. His face was extremely pale, and the demonic flame sword in his hand was almost extinguished, his Saint Chi unstable. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in significantly. Yang Kai. Wu Yi's face paled as she hurriedly rushed up to catch Yang Kai, the force of the collision forcing her back a dozen steps before she was barely able to stand. Not having stabilized himself, Yang Kai coughed up another mouthful of golden blood before waving his hand to Wu Yi, grabbing a handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged, his sunken chest rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was silent. Only the sound of Hong Zhen and his senior brother gasping could be heard from the area enveloped by the mist. The two of them were actually still alive. But as for what happened to them, no one except for Yang Inflammation could see. Who's still fighting? A figure fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. Everyone who was swept by this aura couldn't help shivering. Xia Hong, Wen's body trembled like a sieve, not daring to speak. Elder Qian, Luo Qing quickly stepped forward and cupped his fist to Qiantong. Where's nephew Yang? After Qiantong landed, the first thing he did was ask about Yang Kai's condition. However, before Luo Qing could answer, he discovered that Yang Kai was recuperating. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that Yang Kai's injuries were not light. Qiantong's gloomy old face became even gloomier, like a volcano that was about to erupt. There was an Origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and Grandmaster Golin of Shadow Moon Hall didn't have much time left. If a suitable replacement couldn't be found before Grandmaster Golin passed away, the Origin Great Artifact of Shadow Moon Hall would have to be purchased from other great forces, and if they were damaged, they would have to find Origin Great Artifact refiners from other great forces to repair them. This wasn't just a matter of a single Origin Great Artifact refiner. It was related to Shadow Moon Hall's ability to deal with other great forces. If the fate of Origin Great Artifacts fell into the hands of others, Shadow Moon Hall would have to pay an unimaginable price. As such, Qiantong had rushed over as soon as he received Luo Qing's message. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for Yang Kai. Qiantong had clearly sent out an image of Yang Kai, yet someone still dared to oppose him. Had they eaten a bear's heart or leopard's gall? Now that he saw that Yang Kai was injured, Qiantong immediately wanted to step forward, but just as he was about to move, he paused and stared at the location of the spirit array in shock, his eyes narrowing as he cried out, "A Grandmaster Grade Spirit Array?" Qiantong's strength was higher than Hong Zhen's, and his knowledge was also wider. So he could tell at a glance that this spirit array was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't see what was inside clearly. Inside the cave, there were many people around Yang Kai who were staring at him vigilantly. Qiantong immediately understood that these people were very wary of him, so it wasn't necessarily a good idea to approach them at this time. Considering all this, he quickly shouted, "Nephew Yang, this old master has a wild rose pill here. It has some healing effects. If you don't mind, please take it quickly." Saying so, Qiantong stretched out his hand and tossed a jade bottle over. He understood that Yang Kai couldn't answer him right now, let alone respond, but he had to make his position clear so that the people around Yang Kai wouldn't be too nervous. Sure enough, after listening to his words, Wu Yi, Yang Yin, and the others relaxed a lot. Wu Yi reached out and took the jade bottle, politely saying, "Thank you, Senior." She appeared to be indifferent and calm, but in fact, her heart was already in a perilous situation. The Wild Rose Pill was a Saint King Grade High Rank pill. Its main material was a Saint King Grade High Rank blood-colored rose. This material wasn't difficult to find, but it was extremely difficult to refine. An Origin Grade low-rank alchemist refining 10 furnaces of Wild Rose pills would have a 30% success rate. The difficulty of refining this kind of healing pill was no less than that of refining an Origin Grade low-rank pill. Why was Qiantong treating Yang Kai so well? What was the relationship between the two? He even took out a precious Wild Rose pill. If she hadn't personally brought Yang Kai back from the Starfield and learned that he came from the outside world, Wu Yi would definitely have suspected that Yang Kai was the son of one of the Shadow Moon Hall's elders. Just as she was about to take out the Wild Rose pill and give it to Yang Kai's weak voice sounded in her ears. No need. Of course, he didn't need Qiantong's pill. The healing pill he had just taken was something he had refined himself. Although its grade was slightly lower than the Wild Rose pill, with his physique, even if he didn't take it, he wouldn't have any problems. As long as he cultivated for a while, he would be able to fully recover. The reason why he took this pill was because he wasn't sure which side Qiantong would stand on. If Qiantong chose to stand against him, he would have to fight again. Fortunately, Qiantong had shown him goodwill as soon as he arrived, which gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Regardless of what purpose he had for showing him goodwill, as long as Yang Kai didn't feel any malicious intent, it was fine. What happened? Tell me in detail. Qiantong's face became gloomy again as his eyes swept over the trembling Xiahong Wan and the spirit array, before he turned to Luo Qing and asked faintly. Luo Qing didn't dare to hide anything and recounted everything that had happened. When he heard that Xiahong Wan had dared to kill Yang Kai after receiving his orders, Qiantong was furious and slapped him. Under everyone's gaze, Xiahong Wan was sent flying. He spun a few times on the spot before he fell to the ground. Elder Qian, Xiahong Wan's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Several of his teeth had fallen out and his cheeks were swollen, but he didn't dare to complain. He could only cry out pitifully. If you didn't have a deacon father, you would have died today. Qiantong looked at him coldly. Xiahong heard this, and a trace of hatred flashed through his eyes, but he still kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Thank you, Elder Qian, for not killing me. Since Qiantong said so, it meant that he wouldn't kill him. Xiahong came back to his senses and found that his clothes were soaked. Don't be so quick to thank me. I didn't kill you. But that doesn't mean others won't. Your life or death is still up to Nephew Yang to decide. Qiantong coldly snorted. Xiahong was dumbstruck. He never thought that the little brat he had looked down on before would now be able to control his life and death. Thinking of his previous attitude towards him, Xiahong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Falling into that little brat's hands, what good could he do? But what was his origin? Why was Elder Qiantong so protective of him? Not only did Xiahong not understand, the Su family and Haiku family were also confused. Wu Yi and Yufeng were also confused. Although they couldn't figure it out, they knew that this crisis had passed, and all of them wore excited smiles. Su family? Qiantong turned his eyes to Su Zhibing, who was lying paralyzed on the ground, and said lightly, "From now on, there is no Su family." Su Zhibing had completely fainted, and the other Su family cultivators' faces were also pale. They were just a small family attached to Shadow Moon Hall, let alone a master like Qiantong. Even if Xiahong wanted to destroy their Su family, they wouldn't be able to resist. The Su family cultivators all felt regret in their hearts. If they hadn't wanted revenge, they could have at least left the Su family with some bloodline and property so that they could make a comeback in the future. But today, Qiantong's words had turned the Su family into a cloud of the past. Yes, disciple will handle it. Luo Qing nodded and said to the Su family cultivator, "All of you, follow me." The Su family cultivator knew that their future was bleak, but he didn't dare to disobey. Two of them carried the unconscious Su Zhibing and followed behind Luo Qing. Haiku family? Qiantong turned his head to look at Ian. Ian trembled all over and quickly stepped forward. Ian greets Elder Qian, "Please show mercy." Ian was confused. "Please show mercy." Qiantong smiled coldly. "Your lies will be kept for the time being. How to deal with them will be decided by Nephew Yang." Revenge was only meaningful if he took it himself. He had already killed the Su family with a single sentence. So if he killed the Haiku family as well, where would Yang Kai vent his anger? If Yang Kai didn't vent his anger, how could he talk to him about anything else? Hearing Qiantong's words, Ian's face turned gloomy. He felt that if he fell into Yang Kai's hands, he wouldn't have a good end. At this moment, Yang Kai stood up. Although his face was still a little pale, the Saint Chi fluctuations on his body had subsided. "Close the spirit array," Yang Kai ordered Yang Yin. Yang Yin nodded, and in the next moment, the thick fog disappeared, revealing an open space in front of the cave. After seeing the tragic state of Hong Zhen and his brother, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just now, when Yang Kai was sent flying, he seemed to be seriously injured, so everyone thought that Hong Zhen and his brother were fine. But now, they realized that Hong Zhen and his brother's injuries were much more serious than Yang Kai's. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen had lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake, but the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these twos Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Chapter 1145. He had used a drop of golden blood to seriously injure these two and then cut off their arms and legs. This transaction was a big loss, causing Yang Kai to feel quite annoyed. A single drop of golden blood was equivalent to 3 months of his cultivation. It was not something that could be easily obtained. The Hongxin brothers shouldn't have much combat strength left at this moment. Any random Saint Realm Master could easily kill them, but now that Qiantong had arrived, Yang Kai naturally couldn't kill the Shadow Moon Hall's origin returning Realm Master in front of him. If he really did so, Qiantong would definitely have other ideas. Looking at the Hongxin brothers with some regret, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards Qiantong. "Nephew Yang, I've frightened you. This old master is ashamed to have come so late." Qiantong greeted him with a look of fear. As he spoke, he quietly glanced around the cave, fearing that the origin-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai would not be satisfied with his attitude. Qiantong was also quite annoyed. He had been trying his best to make friends with Yang Kai for the sake of Shadow Moon Hall's future, but that little brat Xie Hong had actually dragged him down. How stupid of him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be in any life-threatening danger, nor was he seriously injured. On top of that, the origin-grade artifact refiner still hadn't shown up, allowing Qiantong to feel slightly relieved. If this artifact refining Grandmaster really wanted to vent his anger on Shadow Moon Hall, he would have already shown up, but he still hadn't shown up. Obviously, he was very confident in Yang Kai. The more Qiantong thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct, and the more cautious he became. Qiantong couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure out the truth. It could only be said that the existence of yang inflammation was simply too heaven-defying. Qiantong couldn't have imagined that she was the origin-grade artifact refiner he wanted to win over. Elder Qian is too serious. Junior is fine. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Qiantong had given him a good impression, so even if he had some ulterior motive for showing goodwill, it was only natural. Qiantong had no intention of plotting against him, and in order to gain a foothold on Shadowed Star, there was no harm in making friends with a Shadow Moon Hall elder. As such, Yang Kai's attitude towards Qiantong became much more humble, calling him Junior, which made Qiantong's heart. That's good. Qiantong sighed. "Elder Qian, please take this wild rose pill back. Junior still has some healing pills on him that he won't be able to use for the time being." "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Qian," Yang Kai said as he handed the wild rose pill back. Qiantong's eyes flashed as he immediately understood that Yang Kai didn't want to owe him any favors, so he didn't insist and simply accepted the wild rose pill with a big grin, thinking that Yang Kai had an artifact refining Grandmaster behind him. Although he couldn't perform alchemy, he definitely had many good things, so why would he care about a trivial healing pill? "Nephew Yang, I've already sent word to Luo Qing to deal with the Su family. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. As for the Haiku family, I can see that they have some kind of relationship with you, so I'll leave them to Nephew Yang to deal with." Qiantong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew how to deal with this matter. He hadn't overstepped his authority just now because he saw many of the Haiku family cultivators standing on Yang Kai's side. Qiantong didn't know the others, but he knew Wu Yian knew that she was the Haiku family's most talented disciple. Yang Kai nodded and thanked him before glancing over at Yian lightly. Yian's face was pale as he trembled and stepped forward, bowing his head and saying, "I have eyes but failed to see." "Honored Sir's arrival. My Haiku family not only failed to entertain you, but also offended you. Please punish me." Yang Kai coldly snorted, thinking that this Yian was simply too clever. If he had honestly begged for mercy now, out of respect for Wu Yi and the others, Yang Kai might not have pursued this matter, but this Yian actually claimed that he had failed to entertain him properly. Obviously, he thought Yang Kai was a guest who had come to his Dragon Cave Mountain. In this world, how could a guest embarrass their host? This was completely unreasonable. Qiantong also understood the meaning behind this old man's words and couldn't help sneering, simply closing his eyes, too lazy to watch this ugly scene. "Although your Haiku family has not directly attacked me, I have never shown mercy to those who dare provoke me." Yang Kai stared at Yian coldly. Yian's body went soft, and he almost fell to his knees. However, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. "I don't care if you live or die. If you want to live, Go ask Wu Yi for help. Ian froze for a moment before his shock turned to joy, and he knelt to the ground. Many thanks, honored sir, for not killing us. He knew that the Haika family would not perish. No one knew Wu Yi's character better than him. As long as he asked Wu Yi for help, she would definitely not kill his family. After all, she was also a member of the family. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. Yes, yes, yes. Ian quickly got up and walked over to Wu Yi's side, already thinking about how to ask Wu Yi for help. Nephew Yang's kindness, this old master admires it. If it were this old master, he would have just killed them. Qiantong laughed. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, but didn't say anything. It was impossible for him to kill Ian in front of Wu Yi. If he killed them in the middle of a fight, it would be fine, but now that they weren't even resisting, there was no point in killing them. No matter how shrewd Ian's calculations were, with his strength, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Nephew Yang, this little beast, you decide how to deal with him. This old master will support you unconditionally. Qiantong stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiahong one, whose cheeks were swollen and half a tooth missing, before tossing him in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xiahong one indifferently. However, Qiantong keenly noticed that a thick murderous intent flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes, causing him to be greatly startled. Yang Kai hadn't revealed any murderous intent towards Ian just now, but now that he was facing Xiahong one, it was clear he really wanted to kill him. Xiahong Wen's death wasn't a big deal, but he still had a father who was a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. Once Xiahong Wen was killed, there would definitely be some trouble. Qiantong's subtle expression didn't escape Yang Kai's notice. If Qiantong remained indifferent, he really would have killed him. The Su family's performance over the past few days had perfectly illustrated this saying, but Qiantong's subtle change in demeanor made Yang Kai understand that if he killed Xiahong Wen, even Qiantong would find it difficult to deal with him. How much power could a deacon possess? Even an elder was afraid of him? Yang Kai suddenly realized that Qiantong wasn't afraid of Xiahong Wen's father, but rather the person behind Xiahong Wen's father. Just like how Qiantong was trying to befriend him, Qiantong wasn't actually trying to befriend him, but rather the person who could refine high-grade artifacts. Understanding all this, Yang Kai had a plan in mind. Xiahong Wen had brought 2 origin-returning realm masters to cause trouble, and if it weren't for Yang Yan's spirit array, even if he could tear space and escape this time, Wu Yi and Yang Yan's fates would have been miserable. Yang Kai couldn't just let this matter go. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous intent grow stronger and stronger, as if he would attack at any moment, Qiantong kicked Xiahong Wen to the ground and cursed, "You bastard, you're a disgrace to my Shadow Moon Hall. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your father is a deacon? Do you believe this old master won't kill you right now and clean up Shadow Moon Hall's mess?" Xiahong Wen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly crawled back, hugged Qiantong's thigh, and cried, "Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong." "Elder Qian, please show mercy. Disciple knows he was wrong. Disciple won't dare do such a thing again. This time, when I return, Disciple will enter retreat in Shadow Moon Hall and never come out." Elder Qiantong. Qiantong quietly glanced at Yang Kai's face and found that his murderous intent hadn't diminished in the slightest. Sighing in his heart, Qiantong knew that if he couldn't satisfy Yang Kai, Xiahong Wen would die today, so he angrily shouted, "A mere Saint King like you doesn't have the guts to ignore the heroes of this world. It seems I made a big mistake in assigning you 2 origin returning realm guards. They must have given you the courage to oppose this old master. Since that's the case, I'll kill those 2 bastards." Saying so, Qiantong suddenly raised his hand and sent out 2 bursts of powerful qi towards Hong Zhen and his brother, who were still recovering from their injuries. Hong Zhen and his senior brother had managed to escape death with great difficulty, although one of them had lost an arm and the other had lost a leg. In any case, their lives had been saved. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, they suddenly heard Qiantong's words. By the time they reacted, the 2 waves of qi had already reached their faces. "Elder Qiantong, no!" Hong Zhen turned pale with fright and shouted, But as soon as his voice fell, a hole suddenly appeared in his head, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. His origin-returning realm senior brother had also died on the spot. Xiahong was stunned as a foul smell overflowed from his crotch, and his face turned as white as paper. Xianxia was also stunned. He had not expected that Qiantong would actually be able to kill those two origin-returning realm masters. When he heard Qiantong's words just now, Xianxia thought he was secretly reminding him that Xiahong had a powerful father, and that he should be lenient when possible. Xianxia had also made up his mind to ask Xiahong for some benefits, and had not really intended to kill him. But in the blink of an eye, those two origin-returning realm masters had been killed. Stunned for a moment, Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly used the power of his demon eye of annihilation to absorb the souls of those two into his knowledge sea without anyone noticing, purifying them in a flash of golden light. Xianxia had used a drop of golden blood and used the Yang Inflammation Spirit Array, but had still failed to kill these two. Just as he was vexed that he had missed a great opportunity to understand Qiantong had helped him. But soon, Xianxia understood why Qiantong had acted so decisively. Hong Zhen and his brother were already crippled, so even if they did not die, they would not have much of a future. In this world, there are no pills that could regenerate severed limbs. Using the lives of two origin-returning realm masters with no future to appease Xianxia's anger and buy Xiahong a chance to survive, Qiantong's plan was flawless. Sure enough, after Hong Zhen and his brother died, Xianxia's gloomy expression finally eased. Qiantong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What he did not know was that Xianxia's expression eased, not because of what he thought, but because he had purified the souls of those two origin-returning realm masters, allowing him to finally understand what Sure was. Chapter 1146. Lightly coughing, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, Xianxia said lightly, "Since the main culprit has been executed, today's matter ends here. I ask young Lord Xie to conduct himself well in the future." "Yes, yes, yes. Many thanks, brother. Many thanks, elder brother." Xiahong wept bitterly as he constantly expressed his gratitude. "Still not leaving?" Qiantong shouted angrily. Xiahong quickly stood up and quickly fled on trembling legs. He didn't dare to remain here any longer. If he did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his life. After this dispute was resolved, everyone was very satisfied. Xianxia obtained the souls of two origin-returning realm masters and was able to study Sure by absorbing their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. So naturally, he was happy. As for Xiahong, he had no choice but to give Qiantong some face. If he had really killed Xiahong, Qiantong would likely have fallen out with him. Qiantong finally managed to save Xiahong and was also very satisfied. He felt that although Xianxia was young, he knew when to advance and when to retreat, which was very good. This was a win-win situation for everyone. Elder Qian, many thanks for your help this time. This junior will remember this favor. Xianxia cupped his fists and thanked him sincerely. He knew that if Qiantong hadn't arrived quickly, he would have killed Xiahong. If Xiahong had died, he wouldn't have been able to establish himself here. There were still many space spirit crystals under Dragon Cave Mountain. So for this reason, Xianxia had to thank Qiantong for giving him enough time to recover. "Nephew is too polite." Qiantong laughed. "This old master didn't do anything, but nephew is a dragon among men. Seriously injuring Hong Zhen and the others with just a first-order Saint cultivation, your future achievements are limitless." "It's not my credit. I just borrowed the power of the Spirit Array." Xianxia smiled lightly. Qiantong wore a look of understanding as he stared at the Spirit Array a few more times, but the Spirit Array was still closed, so he couldn't see anything special about it. Secretly shocked, he wondered if the person behind Xianxia was not only an origin-grade artifact refiner, but also an array grandmaster. His guess was completely correct, but he didn't guess the right person. The secret treasure was refined by Yang Inflammation, and the array was arranged by yang inflammation. He was also under the nose of Qiantong. Unfortunately, Qiantong didn't know. "Nephew, do you have a good place to go?" Qiantong changed the topic. "If you don't have a good place to go, I can recommend you to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. With your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple in the Shadow Moon Hall. I just don't know if you will like it." How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Slowly shaking his head, he said, "No need. I'm fine with living here. Little Brad is used to being undisciplined and doesn't understand etiquette. If he really entered a big sect, I'm afraid he would become a laughingstock." Qiantong smiled lightly and immediately stopped dwelling on this issue. He knew that if he continued to dwell on it, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced towards the cave, but didn't say anything, simply waiting for Yang Kai to invite him inside to sit down. In his opinion, the Origin Great Artifact Refiner and Array Grandmaster behind Yang Kai must be resting inside the cave, so if he went in, he might be lucky enough to meet him. Since Qiantong didn't speak, Yang Kai also had nothing to say. He was in a hurry to enter retreat and study what sure was, so how could he be in the mood to say anything else? The two stared at each other for a while, seemingly feeling quite awkward. Wu Yi greets Elder Qian. At the critical moment, Wu Yi walked over with Yang Yin and bowed, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Good, good, good. Qiantong smiled and nodded. "Are you a disciple of the Haika family?" "Yes, but Wu Yi has left the family and is now following Big Brother Yang." Wu Yi replied softly. "Good. Following nephew Yang will definitely have a brighter future than remaining in the Haika family. Little girl's vision is quite good. Work hard. It would be best if you could bind nephew Yang's body and mind." "Old dog, you're being a bit disrespectful." Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Wu Yi's small face also blushed, but she soon smiled and said, "Wu Yi's beauty is unworthy of Big Brother Yang." Wu Yi wasn't belittling herself. After seeing Yang Kai's abilities, she really felt that there were very few people who could match up to Yang Kai. In any case, she definitely wasn't one of them. Moreover, she didn't have much interest in the matters between men and women right now. So when Qiantong casually asked, she just casually answered. "And this is..." Qiantong turned his eyes to Yang Yan. Being able to follow Wu Yi here, her status in Yang Kai's circle was definitely not low, so Qiantong didn't dare neglect her. "This is my junior sister." Yang Kai didn't wait for Yang Yan to speak and took the initiative to introduce her. Wu Yi and Yang Yan both stared at him in amazement. "Oh, so she's nephew Yang's junior sister. Not bad, not bad. She's also a Saint-grade artifact refiner," Yang Kai added deliberately. Qiantong's eyes lit up, seemingly very happy as he let out a hearty laugh. At such a young age, she's already a Saint-grade artifact refiner. "It seems nephew Yang's junior sister won't be any worse than you in the future." Of course, junior sister is very fierce." Yang Kai nodded quickly. This old master thought that the disciples of the sect were already very good, but after seeing you brother and sister today, I realize how unsightly the sect's disciples are. What a pity! It would be great if nephew and sister could join my Shadow Moon Hall. In the future, if we want to join any force, we will definitely choose Shadow Moon Hall." Qiantong laughed and nodded with satisfaction. "Good, this old master will wait for nephew Yang's good news." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of keeping him as a guest, Qiantong didn't continue to be long-winded, saying goodbye to Yang Kai and leaving. But after walking a short distance, he suddenly turned back. "What other instructions does Elder Qian have?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Qiantong said, "Does nephew Yang want to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction?" "Auction?" Yang Kai frowned. He had never participated in an auction before and had no interest in it. What he wanted to do most right now was enter retreat and study sure. But just as he was about to refuse, he saw the expectant look on Wu Yi and Yang Yan's faces and quickly changed his mind. "When is the auction?" Qiantong took out a golden invitation card from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "The time and place are written here. If nephew Yang has time, you can go and have a look." Even if the things there aren't pleasing to your eyes, it's still good to join in on the fun. Of course, if nephew Yang has something good, you can also sell it. The price of the thing sold at the auction is much higher than usual. Yang Kai took the invitation card and didn't look at it carefully, directly handing it to Wu Yi and saying, "If there's time, let's go and have a look." "Good. When the time comes, this old master will also be there." Nephew Yang can just mention this old master's name, Qian Tong said before leaving again. After he walked away, Yang Kai looked around and found that the Haiku family people had already disappeared. He didn't know where they had gone, but Wu Yi certainly wouldn't embarrass them. "Yang Kai, why did you tell him I was your junior sister?" Yang Yin looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled look. "Come in and we'll talk." Yang Kai beckoned to her with a mysterious look on his face. Outside the cave, Yu Feng and the many Haiku family disciples stared at Yang Kai with looks of worship, as if they were looking at a celestial being. Being able to seriously injure two origin-returning realm masters, even with the help of a powerful spirit array, was not something anyone could accomplish. Just now, there had been too many people around, so everyone had been quite calm, but now they were showing their awe and shock. "Everyone go cultivate." Yang Kai waved to them before leading Wu Yi and Yang Yin into a stone room, closing the stone door behind him before asking them to sit down. Seeing Yang Kai's serious look, Wu Yi and Yang Yin couldn't help wearing solemn expressions, knowing that he had something important to say. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting like this. "Are you wondering why Qian Tong is so good to me?" Yang Kai asked the doubts in their hearts. "Yes," Wu Yi nodded. "He's good to me for a reason." Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yin. "It's because of you," Wu Yi thoughtfully asked. "Because of Yang Yan's spirit array?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Because Yang Yin can refine origin-grade artifacts." "What?" Wu Yi was shocked. After coming here, Yang Yin hadn't refined any artifacts and had instead been arranging spirit arrays, so she didn't know that Yang Yin had such an ability. Now that Yang Kai said it out loud, she immediately understood why Qian Tong treated Yang Kai with such an attitude. However, although Qian Tong knows that there is an origin-grade artifact refiner behind me, he doesn't know that person is Yang Yin. Perhaps in his mind, that person is my master. Yang Kai explained his guess. "I understand. He's being good to you because he wants to make friends with the person he imagines." Wu Yi nodded. "And before this, I didn't know that the most powerful artifact refiner on Shadowed Star was only origin grade low rank. If I had known, I wouldn't have sold those artifacts, but now it's too late." Fortunately, Qian Tong didn't dare offend such a powerful artifact refiner and could only try to win him over, so we aren't in any danger. Yang Kai stared deeply at Yang Yin and quickly said, "In the future, you can announce that you're an origin-grade artifact refiner like before. Your strength is too low. Once you're discovered, you'll definitely be taken away." Yang Yin pursed her lips. "Even if I announce it, no one will believe me." A few days ago, she had been helping people refine artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion and had made it clear that she was an artifact refiner. But unfortunately, no one was willing to believe her, much less offer her origin-grade materials. "No matter what, you can't say that again, otherwise we'll all be doomed." Yang Kai's tone became more serious. "Remember?" "And I know." Yang Yin nodded. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yin were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yin had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yin was a saint-grade artifact refiner and said she was your junior sister. So that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp, and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. And Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master. So having a saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal. Chapter 1147. Yang Kai believed that with his words, Qian Tong would be even more convinced. As long as Qian Tong didn't doubt him, Yang Kai's group would be absolutely safe. With his protection, at least the Su family wouldn't continue to cause trouble for them like before. Understand. Wu Wei nodded. If you understand, then you can leave. I'm going into retreat. Yang Kai waved to them. Big Brother Yang. About treasure trove pavilion's auction. Wu Yi pursed her red lips and asked, "Do you really want to go?" Yang Kai frowned. What he hadn't expected was that not only did Wu Yi nod, but even Yang Yin also wore an expectant look. If you want to go, then go. There was no need to stop this kind of thing. In Yang Kai's opinion, an auction was a place to broaden one's horizons, allowing them to see the world. Wu Yi came from a small family, so even if she had some experience, she couldn't compare to the disciples of big families. Yang Yin, on the other hand, had lived a miserable life before, so she was definitely a woman who hadn't seen much of the world. Naturally, she would be interested in the auction. What about you? Wu Yi asked. If I don't come out of retreat, I won't go. You just have to be careful. Wu Yi nodded before leaving with Yang Yin. Yang Kai closed the stone room, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Inside his knowledge sea, two pure masses of spiritual energy floated mid-air. Yang Kai had transformed into his soul avatar and was staring at them excitedly. This was the first time Yang Kai had collected the spiritual energy of an origin returning realm master. No origin returning realm master had ever died in front of him before, and he had never devoured their insights into the heavenly way or martial Tao. So he didn't know that origin returning realm masters possessed Shi. If he hadn't fought with Hong Zhen today, it would have been a long time before he would have come into contact with Shi. This mysterious power was something he yearned for. However, the strength of an origin-returning realm master rang an alarm bell in Yang Kai's mind. He had always been able to fight across realms. When he was in the Yuan-Chi realm, he could defeat immortal ascension boundary masters, saints, and saint kings. Now that he had broken through to the Saint King realm, Yang Kai had thought that defeating the First Order origin-returning realm wouldn't be a problem. But now he discovered that he had been completely wrong. There was a fundamental difference between the origin-returning realm and the Saint King realm, a world of difference, and that was Shi. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai pulled the two masses of spiritual energy in front of him, then carefully and solemnly began to absorb their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. If before he had been able to absorb other people's spiritual energy like a glutton, now he was savoring it. This was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to figure out what Shi was, the next time he encountered an origin-returning realm master, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai had never been so meticulous in absorbing these two masses of spiritual energy. He wished he could squeeze out all the essence of these two masses of spiritual energy and brand them into the depths of his soul. 2 days later, the two pure masses of spiritual energy disappeared, and Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely understood what Shi was, but the strength of the Hong Zhan brothers wasn't high, only reaching the First Order origin returning realm, so their understanding and application of Shi was only at a rudimentary level. Yang Kai's understanding of Shi was based on the foundation of these two brothers, so naturally, his understanding of it wasn't deep. Shi wasn't the imposing aura Yang Kai had described before. Imposing aura was an invisible and intangible thing. It was the pressure the strong exerted on the weak. It was the temperament naturally formed by those who held high positions all year round. It was the involuntary eruption of murderous intent during battle. Imposing aura was one's will and determination, invisible and intangible. However, it was just a component of Shi. The Shi of an origin-returning realm master was a combination of their imposing aura, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy, forming a kind of magical force that could directly kill. This required a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and the heavenly way to reach a certain level to form it. Shi was equivalent to an invisible aura, but this aura was real and had a strong suppressive and lethality. Why could an origin-returning realm master easily kill a Saint King? It was because of the absolute suppression of Shi that Yang Kai's single drop of golden blood was unable to kill the Hongjun brothers. It wasn't that his golden blood wasn't strong, but that the superposition of the two brothers Shi greatly reduced the speed and power of the golden blood, allowing them to sense the direction of the impact of the golden blood in advance and avoid fatal spots. If not for this, they would have died long ago. The understanding of Shi was very difficult. Hongjun had broken through to the origin-returning realm more than 10 years ago, but he had only just begun comprehending it. His brother was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. Moreover, Yang Kai also vaguely understood that only after reaching the grand accomplishment stage in Shi could one have a chance to break through to the origin king realm. Although Qiantong was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai estimated that his understanding of Shi hadn't reached the grand accomplishment stage yet. In other words, no matter how hard he cultivated and improved his Saint Qi before he reached the grand accomplishment stage in Shi, he would not be able to break through to the next realm. This was the biggest obstacle in front of him, an insurmountable obstacle. This was probably one of the important reasons why there were so few origin kings in the Hung Luo star field. When one's cultivation reached this level, it wasn't just the improvement of one's physical strength, but also a comprehensive improvement in all aspects. After understanding all of this, Yang Kai immediately began studying Shi. He abandoned Hongjun and his brother's understanding of Shi and poured in his own understanding and perspective, trying to integrate his own Shi, Saint Qi, and spiritual energy into one. When he was fighting with Hongjun, Yang Kai had vaguely touched upon the mysteries of Shi, but that touch had only lasted for a brief moment. Now, no matter how he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember what it felt like at that time, causing him to feel a little annoyed. He experimented again and again, but he always felt something was wrong. It wasn't until 10 days later that Yang Kai had to give up his current plan to study Shi. He felt that his strength was still too low. If he had reached the second-order or third-order Saint King realm, things would have been much simpler. After all, this kind of mysterious power belonged to the origin-returning realm. Being able to touch upon it now was already a great stroke of luck. Yang Kai wasn't someone who liked to waste time on insignificant problems, so after considering all this, he immediately exited his retreat and prepared to wait until his cultivation improved and absorb more spiritual energy from origin-returning realm masters before studying Shi. At that time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just as he opened the stone door, Yang Kai saw Wu Yi running over and calling out happily, "Big brother Yang, you came out just in time. Why are you so happy?" Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. "I'm going to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction," Wu Yi replied quickly. "Today?" Yang Kai was stunned, thinking this was too much of a coincidence. Wu Yi nodded as she leaned closer to Yang Kai and whispered in his ear, "Yang Yin has refined an origin-grade mid-rank and an origin-grade low-rank artifact and is preparing to sell them at the auction." "Is she crazy?" Yang Kai was shocked and shouted angrily. "Where is she?" "I'm here." Yang Yan's figure flashed from behind. "What were you thinking?" Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Didn't I tell you not to be too ostentatious? Are you afraid others won't pay attention to you? It's only been a few days, but you've already forgotten." Yang Yan spat disdainfully. "As long as the three of us don't say anything, who will know I refine these artifacts? That's too eye-catching." Yang Kai shook his head. "The most powerful artifact refiners on Shadowed Star are only origin-grade low-rank. How do you explain suddenly taking out an origin-grade mid-rank artifact?" "No, big brother Yang," Wu Yi smiled faintly. Wu Yi smiled lightly. "Although the level of artifact refiners on Shadowed Star is not high, there's still some origin-grade mid-rank, and even origin-grade high-rank artifacts. So an origin-grade mid-rank artifact won't cause too much of a stir." Yang Kai frowned but immediately understood. The current level of artifact refiners and alchemists on Shadowed Star was generally low, but that didn't mean it was the same in the past. Good artifacts could be stored for thousands of years without being damaged, so there must be some left behind on Shadowed Star. Perhaps there were even Origin King grade artifacts here. But even if there were, they should be hallowed treasures of great forces and wouldn't be easily used. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. That being said, there's no need to sell artifacts of this grade. Isn't it better to keep them for yourself? If we don't sell artifacts, how will we have enough Saint Crystals to buy materials to arrange a spirit array? Yang Yin snorted. We're all poor now. This auction is a rare opportunity. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment and nodded. Yang Yan's arrangement of spirit arrays really burned money, and it was thanks to her spirit array that they were able to stop Hong Zhen and his brother Yang Kai last time. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy and should be fully supported. What artifacts did you refine? Let me see. Seeing Yang Kai no longer object, Wu Yi excitedly took out 2 offensive artifacts. One was a soft whip, and the other was a pair of daggers. At a glance, Yang Kai could tell that these 2 artifacts were refined from the tail and pincers of the 9th Order monster beast, scarlet-tailed purple-armored crab. These 2 artifacts exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, and they were both beautifully refined. Not only were they useful, but they were also quite beautiful and suitable for women to use. Yang Yin was truly vicious. Wasn't she deliberately refining these artifacts to make those men bleed? Yang Kai was secretly shocked. On top of that, Big Brother Yang, the reason I supported Yang Yan's decision to sell these 2 artifacts is to let Elder Qian Tong be more certain of your non-existent master's strength. Others may not know where these artifacts came from, but Elder Qian Tong will definitely think they were refined by your master. Once he thinks so, he'll only treat us better in the future, Wu Yi explained. Yang Kai nodded gently and praised. You've thought this through thoroughly. Since that's the case, let's go. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Wu Yi and Yang Yin smiled at each other. How long until the auction starts? Yang Kai suddenly asked. 3 hours, but it doesn't matter. I've already made a trip to Heavenly Fate City to inform Elder Qian Tong that we'll be auctioning off something soon. Once we get there, Elder Qian will arrange it for us. That's good, right? Wu Yi, do you know what kind of pills are the most valuable? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chapter 1148. Yang Kai's question came out of nowhere, so we didn't think too much about it and immediately began explaining. The Scorching Cloud pill that can repair one's meridians, the Soul Restoration pill that can repair one's soul, and the Wild Rose pill that Elder Qian Tong took out last time is quite valuable. But the most valuable ones should be the Origin Condensing pill and the Origin Nirvana pill. The latter can be said to be a priceless treasure because it can help a 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Master break through to the Origin King realm. Our Shadowed Star doesn't have a cultivator of this level, but there are many 3rd Order Origin returning Realm Masters. If we can obtain an Origin Nirvana pill, it won't be difficult to exchange it for a few prosperous cities from one of the great forces, Wu Yi explained, her breathing becoming rapid. Don't even think about that. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. The Origin Nirvana pill was an Origin King low-rank pill, not to mention that Yang Kai didn't have enough materials right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to refine it. However, the Origin Condensing pill could be refined because it was only an Origin grade low-rank pill, a far cry from the Origin Nirvana pill. Big Brother Yang, why are you asking about this? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai curiously. It's nothing, just wait a moment. I'll come out right away, Yang Kai said before turning around and entering the stone room again. Although Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were confused, they still waited outside obediently. After about half an hour or so, Yang Kai came out again and said, let's go. The 3 of them headed toward Sky Fortune City in high spirits. After experiencing Qian Tong's display of power last time, Yang Kai believed that no one would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with him now, so he could leave with peace of mind. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable letting a woman like Wu Yi take 2 Origin-grade artifacts to the auction, so naturally, he wanted to escort her. He wanted to know what kind of price these 2 artifacts would fetch. Saint King grade high-rank artifacts were worth 30 to 50,000 high-rank Saint crystals. So origin grade low-rank artifacts should be 2 or 300,000, right? Xianxia had a vague plan in his mind. Once he sold these two artifacts, he would be able to purchase a large amount of materials to arrange the spirit array. Along the way, listening to Wu, Yi, and Yang inflammation chatter nonstop, Xianxia learned that Treasure Trove Pavilion was not a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Treasure Trove Pavilion was an even more powerful faction than Shadow Moon Hall. This great force was somewhat similar to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in that it did business all over Shadowed Star, but there were some differences. It collected treasures from all over the world and would hold a grand auction every once in a while. The location of the auction was not fixed and was instead rotated between branches all over Shadowed Star. This time, it happened to be the Treasure Trove Pavilion branch in Heavenly Fate City. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction could be said to be a grand event for all of Shadowed Star, because before each auction, Treasure Trove Pavilion would advertise and make exquisite brochures of precious items and send them to the great forces to attract them to participate in the auction. It could be said that Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was a gathering of all the great forces of Shadowed Star, a competition of wealth, material resources, and heritage. Every time, it would be a lively event and many heaven-defying treasures would appear. Once, an Origin King grade defensive artifact would appear. It was rumored that this artifact was sold for a sky-high price of 500 million high-rank Saint crystals plus 15 bustling cities. Even though Xianxia had a good heart, he was still shocked by this number. Shadowed Star was still too backward, and there were far too few Origin-grade low-rank artifacts or above, resulting in such an outrageous price. Xianxia believed that on other cultivation stars, even if Origin King-grade artifacts were expensive, it was impossible for them to be sold for such a high price. That Origin Nirvana pill also appeared once. It seems to have been bought by a master from Thunder Typhoon sect. Unfortunately, after that master took that Origin Nirvana pill, he failed to successfully break through to the Origin King realm and instead experienced a decline in his cultivation. I don't know if this is true or not. Wu Yi sighed softly. Xianxia's expression remained indifferent. Although he did not interrupt, he was basically certain that Wu Yi was telling the truth. After all, pills were only auxiliary means. Although pills that could help increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through to the next realm were expensive and not easy to refine, they weren't omnipotent. It wasn't a guarantee that one would be able to advance after using a pill. If a person's understanding of the martial Tao Heavenly Way hadn't reached that level, then no matter how many pills they took, it would be useless. On the contrary, if a cultivator's understanding of the martial Tao and Heavenly Way exceeded that bottleneck, even if they did not take pills, they would still break through. Xianxia himself was such a case. His understanding of the Heavenly Way and martial Tao was always far beyond his current realm, so he had never used pills he refined to break through, saving him a lot of money. The master of Thunder Typhoon sect definitely had not reached the grand accomplishment stage in his understanding of Sure. If he had, he would not have wasted an Origin Nirvana pill. This kind of precious pill was rare in the entire star territory, so it should have been obtained through some other means. After a cultivator failed to break through a bottleneck, they would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. Minor injuries would range from serious injuries to severe, like the master of Thunder Typhoon sect, where their strength would decline, or even death. Therefore, if a cultivator did not have enough confidence in themselves, even if they reached a bottleneck, they would not dare to try to break through to the next realm at will. This kind of thing was not obvious when a cultivator's strength was low, so there were basically no such cases in Tongxian realm. Even if there were, they were extremely rare. Although the backlash was not strong, once one's strength increased, it was easy for this kind of situation to occur. It wasn't until Xianxia arrived in the star field that he slowly began to understand this information. The group of three, chatting and laughing, soon arrived at Heavenly Fate City's Treasure Trove Pavilion. Standing in front of the towering palace, Yang Kai finally understood what it meant to be a big deal. This Endless Treasures Pavilion occupied the most bustling area of Sky Fortune City, almost covering half of the street. In front of the pavilion, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. On the signboard, there were 3 large gilded words that shined with a dazzling golden light, dazzling the eyes. A tyrannical aura overflowed from Treasure Trove Pavilion, causing Yang Kai to shiver inwardly. There were at least 100 Origin returning realm masters in this building. Fortunately, these people were all here to participate in the auction and were not deliberately targeting anyone, so Yang Kai did not feel too uncomfortable. In front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, 2 masters from the First Order Origin returning realm stood with their hands down, their eyes as sharp as a hawk's as they scanned the crowd. Yang Kai's group of 3 had just arrived when one of the masters in light blue robes stepped forward and raised his hand. "Guests, please stop. Treasure Trove Pavilion is currently holding an auction and is not open to the public for the time being. If you want to buy something, please come back tomorrow. We're here to participate in the auction," Yang Kai said lightly before turning to look at Wu Yi. He knew that in order to participate in an auction of this level, one would need an invitation, and the one Xiantong had given him last time should be a pass to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion and was currently in Wu Yi's hands. Wu Yi seemed to be immersed in the grandeur of Treasure Trove Pavilion, and thinking that she actually had the opportunity to participate in this level of auction, she became very excited, her face flushing red. It wasn't until Yang Kai turned to look at her that she suddenly remembered the invitation and hurriedly began rummaging through her space ring. How come any Tom, Dick, or Harry can participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? A burst of laughter came from the side, filled with disdain. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the voice, wanting to see who it was. Being ridiculed as a Tom, Dick, or Harry for no reason, Yang Kai was naturally not happy. A young man dressed in a white robe walked over. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that hid a divine light. Although he had a smile on his face, anyone could see the disdain in his eyes. This young man was not old. He was tall and handsome. Coupled with his phoenix eyes, he was a character that could charm thousands of women. Yang Kai's heart went cold because he found that this young man was actually a third-order Saint King and gave off a faint oppressive aura that was not inferior to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Shuiyu's. Behind the young man, there were 2 experts with long and restrained auras. Their cultivation bases seemed to be higher than Hong Zhun and his fellow apprentice brothers. The 2 of them were dressed in black, and embroidered on their chests was a large, flamboyant character. "Battle! Heaven Battling Union!" Wu Yi exclaimed and hurriedly stepped aside to make way. So they were from Heaven Battling Union. No wonder they were so strong despite their young age. Yang Kai had been on Shadowed Star for some time now, and naturally knew that Heaven Battling Union was one of the few great forces here. Moreover, among the younger generation of Heaven Battling Union, there was a disciple with heaven-defying aptitude, Chu Chongfeng. It was rumored that he had a pair of phoenix eyes. If Yang Kai was not mistaken, this young man in front of him should be Chu Chongfeng, who was famous throughout Shadowed Star. Sure enough, after the guard who had just blocked Yang Kai's way saw this young man, he immediately cupped his fists respectfully. "Young Master Chu, please come in." Chu Chongfeng nodded lightly, his eyes sweeping over Wu Yi and Yang Yin before coming to a stop and smiling. "Do you 2 girls want to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion?" Wu Yi and Yang Yin did not answer. Chu Chongfeng continued, "You can't go in now. There's an auction going on inside. Without an invitation, these 2 guards won't let you in, but if you really want to go in, you can come with me. What do you 2 girls think?" Chu Chongfeng smiled and invited them in, putting on a harmless look, but Yang Yin and Wu Yi were not the kind of women who would become infatuated with men, so they naturally understood what he meant. "Chu Chongfeng, after not seeing you for a few years, you still like to show off your superiority in front of the weak. Being able to participate in this auction is already amazing, or is it your Heaven Battling Union?" A low voice sounded. Chu Chongfeng, who was inviting Wu Yi and Yang Yin, heard this voice and frowned as if he had swallowed a fly, the warm smile on his face disappearing in the blink of an eye as he turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, a young man in simple gray robes strode forward. His clothes were not as ostentatious as Chu Chongfeng's and were instead quite simple, looking as ridiculous as a farmer. But Chu Chongfeng did not have the slightest intention of underestimating him, his phoenix eyes flashing a strong sense of dread and dignity. Chapter 1149. Yang Kai turned his head to look, wondering who it was that dared act so arrogantly in front of Chu Chongfeng. At first glance, Yang Kai was also slightly surprised. This newcomer's clothes were quite simple and crude, but the aura he gave off was even stronger than Chu Chongfeng's. Yang Kai even vaguely felt a burst of lightning energy coming from this person. This person cultivated a thunder attribute secret art and had reached a very high level of attainment in it. He wasn't tall, but he was definitely a master because his cultivation was the same as Chu Chongfeng's, a third-order Saint King. Behind him were two origin-returning realm masters, both of whom wore blue robes and had a lightning bolt symbol on their chest that seemed to have descended from the nine heavens. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Long time no see. You're still so shabby. Aren't you afraid of losing face for your Thunder Typhoon Sect? Chu Chongfeng greeted with a smile. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he immediately understood who this plainly dressed man was. Thunder Typhoon Sect's Fong Tianzhong. Like Chu Chongfeng, he was a famous young talent on Shadowed Star, the #1 genius of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Geniuses always had a high opinion of themselves and didn't like to stand on equal footing with others. These two were both geniuses of their respective sects, and there seemed to be some tension between them. So when they met, it was only natural for them to be openly mocking each other. The two guards of Treasure Trove Pavilion stood aside helplessly. If it were anyone else acting so presumptuously in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, they would have already taken action to teach them a lesson. But with Chu Chongfeng and Fong Tianzhong's identities, they didn't dare say anything. Even Yang Kai's group of three, who were standing nearby, became foils. I cultivate the martial Tao, and I comprehend the heavenly Tao. I'm not like Brother Chu, who dresses up and struts around the streets all day long, Fong Tianzhong said indifferently. Chu Chongfeng coldly snorted as he pushed his aura towards Fong Tianzhong. Naturally, Fong Tianzhong was not to be outdone and also released his own. It was as if two storms had suddenly collided with each other. The world energy aura in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion fluctuated wildly, and many of the masters inside sensed the situation here and sent out their divine senses to investigate. But after learning that the conflict was between Chu Chongfeng and Fong Tianzhong, they quickly withdrew their divine senses and no longer meddled. Watching these two geniuses fight as if there was no one else present, Yang Kai's face became cold. Originally, he had some good impressions of Fong Tianzhong, feeling that this guy was much better than Chu Chongfeng. But now that good impression had completely disappeared. If it had been an ordinary First-Order Saint King cultivator standing here, he would have definitely been drawn in by the aura of these two. And even if he wasn't injured, he would have made a fool of himself. They obviously didn't care about Yang Kai, Wu Yi, and Yang Yin, and only wanted to show off their strength. As the aftermath of their auras hit him, Yang Kai coldly snorted and waved his hand casually. It was as if something had been split open, but Yang Kai stood in place as steady as a mountain, not even his clothes or hair ruffling. Yang Yin and Wu Yi, who were hiding behind him, didn't feel anything either. Chu Chongfeng and Fong Tianzhong converged their auras at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai, both of them looking a little surprised. Although the auras of the two of them had not been directed at Yang Kai just now, it was still not something a First-Order Saint King could resist casually. Now, seeing Yang Kai easily break through the aftermath of their auras, they were naturally surprised. However, they were only surprised. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't enough for them to put him in their eyes. Two brothers' relationship is really good. Sticking together like glue as soon as you meet, it's really enviable. A clear and melodious laughter that was like a silver bell rang out, and a woman in luxurious clothes leisurely walked over. Her skin was like cream, her hands were soft, and she was born with a temperament that was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. It was as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, causing anyone who saw her to involuntarily have the thought of wanting to protect her. The woman's figure was very perfect, and a light purple dress perfectly outlined the curves of her figure and set off her graceful and luxurious appearance. As she approached, a fragrant scent wafted out, making one's blood flow faster and refreshed. Although her words were teasing, neither Feng Tianzhong nor Chu Changfeng showed any signs of anger, the latter even showing a happy expression as he stared towards the woman with a scorching gaze. Su Dai greets to brother. The woman bowed respectfully. The girl bowed gracefully. Her little face was fair and rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a pinch. Her beautiful eyes were captivating, causing one's imagination to run wild. So, it is junior sister Yin. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Chu Changfeng was too lazy to continue entangling with Feng Tianzhong and said with a laugh. Feng Tianzhong also nodded lightly to this woman in greeting. Both of them were geniuses of Shadowed Star, so naturally they knew each other. I didn't expect junior sister Yin to also participate in this auction. It seems I made the right choice coming here this time. Would you like to join me so we can have a good chat? Senior brother isn't talented, but recently he has been studying Sure and has gained some insights. Chu Changfeng enthusiastically invited, his words filled with pride. Yang Kai secretly grinned, but didn't care. He knew how difficult it was to comprehend Sure. Even he, who had absorbed the spiritual energy of two origin returning realm masters, was unable to comprehend it. Even if Chu Changfeng's cultivation was higher than his, it was impossible for him to comprehend it before reaching the origin returning realm. Only a cultivator who broke through to the origin returning realm could come into contact with this kind of power. Chu Changfeng saying this was obviously an excuse to get closer to Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai understood this better than Yang Kai, so she simply smiled and said, although junior sister would like to chat more with brother Chu, junior sister came here this time on the orders of my master. Junior sister must first thank brother Chu for his kindness. It's fine. There's still plenty of time in the future. Chu Changfeng smiled casually. Chu Changfeng smiled freely, not feeling embarrassed by Yin Su Dai's rejection. Chu Changfeng estimated that this wasn't the first time he had run into a wall in front of her, so it would be strange if she actually agreed. The three of them stood at the door for some time. During this time, many people from various forces had come to participate in the auction, but since the three of them didn't enter, these young lords and young ladies could only stand aside and wait. Compared with these people, Yang Kai found that he, Wu Yi, and Yang Inflammation were really quite shabby. These young lords and young ladies all wore luxurious robes and artifact armors. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing a very common set of clothes, while Yang Yan's was even more outrageous, wearing a black robe that had not changed for the past 10,000 years. It was as if she wanted to cover her face, as if she had done something shameful. Although Wu Yi's clothes were not bad, they were still just ordinary clothes and couldn't be compared to the artifact armors of others. The three of them were like ugly ducks that had accidentally stumbled into a flock of swans, so there was no need to mention how eye-catching they were. Fortunately, they didn't have any intention of continuing to talk. The auction was about to begin, so they wanted to enter as soon as possible. After the young lords and young ladies greeted Feng Tianzhong's trio, they all filed in and soon disappeared. Before leaving, Feng Tianzhong glanced over at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, but didn't say anything. Only when the front of Treasure Trove Pavilion became quiet again did Wu Yi secretly breathe a sigh of relief and softly explain to Yang Kai. That woman just now was Yin Su Dai of Colored Glass Sect. She's also an influential figure and is the #1 beauty on Shadowed Star, pursued by countless men. Number one beauty? Yang Kai sneered. You two aren't worse than her, that's a bit undeserved. How could I compare with her? Wu Yi blushed. Whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not, such praise still made her very happy. There was no woman who didn't care about her appearance, and she also knew that there was indeed a big gap between her and Insu Dai. The latter's background was countless times nobler than hers. Let's go in as well, Yang Kai said lightly. He had come to this auction today to protect Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, but he hadn't expected to meet so many talented young men here. Whether it was Chu Chong Feng, Fong Tianzhong, or Insu Dai, none of them were existences that could be underestimated. Yang Kai knew that he still had a long way to go and was far from reaching the realm of invincibility. The appearance of these three gave Yang Kai a reminder that he should never underestimate opponents in the same realm. These three were all leaders of their respective sects, so who knew what kind of heritage they had? If they really fought, it was impossible to say who would win or lose. Wu Yi finally found the invitation and handed it to the guard outside. The guard didn't seem to have expected that three people like Yang Kai would actually be able to obtain an invitation, so although he was surprised, he didn't embarrass them and let them pass. After entering Treasure Trove Pavilion, a loud hubbub immediately rang out as countless people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing something. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion? Wu Yi's pretty face was filled with shock as she glanced around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had ever entered such a place. What came into view was a huge circular hall. Lampstands made of luminous stones hung from the ceiling, emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire interior of the Treasure Trove building. It was not inferior to the outside at all, and there was no shadow. At the lowest level of the hall, rows of seats were neatly arranged. Nearly 80% of the seats were already filled with people, and the higher levels were also filled with people moving about. In the center of the hall's bottom floor, there was a high platform about a meter above the ground, which should be the location of the auction. Such an arc-shaped design allowed everyone who participated in the auction to clearly see the items being auctioned. It could be said that this was a brilliant design. When Yang Kai arrived here, he looked around, trying to find where Qian Tong was, but he soon discovered that it was too difficult to find someone in such a place. If he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, he wouldn't have to worry about others and could simply use his divine sense to search. But in this place where so many masters gathered, he didn't dare use his divine sense at will, lest he be misunderstood and cause trouble. Chapter 1150. Just as Yang Kai was hesitating, a figure rushed over from the side and cupped his hands. Luo Qing greets young Master Yang and greets the two young ladies. Yang Kai looked at him and was surprised to find that this person was the origin returning realm master that the Su family had invited to deal with him last time. At that time, it was this person who had recognized him and reported to Qian Tong. Towards Luo Qing, Yang Kai was still somewhat grateful. He politely cupped his hands and said, "So it is Brother Luo? Where is Elder Qian now?" Elder Qian currently has some matters to attend to and is temporarily unable to leave. So he instructed this disciple to wait here for young Master Yang. Young Master Yang, rest assured, Elder Qian has already arranged everything. The three of you only need to follow me. Good, lead the way. Yang Kai nodded. Treasure Trove Pavilion was going to hold an auction in Sky Fortune City. Qian Tong was a big shot in Sky Fortune City, so it was normal for him to have matters to attend to. Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. Following behind Luo Qing, they went straight to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door to a certain room. Luo Qing stood at the door and explained, "Young Master Yang, this is the private room that Elder Qian has arranged for you. Please take a look and see if it suits you." Yang Kai entered the room and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There was a table, chairs, and a plate of high-quality spirit fruits on the table. There was also a pot of steaming spirit tea. In addition, there were even 2 delicate and pretty maidservants standing at the side. They had bright eyes, white teeth, and slender figures. When they saw Yang Kai and the others enter, they immediately bowed. Yang Kai didn't know if there were maidservants in the other private rooms, but he was certain that these two maidservants were specially arranged by Qiantong. This was because they wore the robes of Shadow Moon Hall and were clearly disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. I am very satisfied with Elder Qian's thoughtfulness. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. As long as young Master Yang is satisfied. Luo Qing also seemed to be relieved. He had seen with his own eyes how Qiantong killed Hong Zhen and his brother in order to befriend Yang Kai. Although he still didn't understand what was so special about Yang Kai that was worth befriending, he still carried out Qiantong's orders meticulously. That's right, young Master Yang. Elder Qian instructed this disciple to bring over the items you want to auction as soon as possible. Treasure Trove Pavilion wants to evaluate the prices of the items so that it'll be easier to sort them out. No problem. Yang Kai signaled to Wu Yi with his eyes, and Wu Yi immediately took out two beautifully wrapped jade boxes from her space ring and handed them to Luo Qing. These two jade boxes naturally contained the two origin-grade artifacts. And this, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Qing. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. The auction will begin in half an hour, so this Luo Qing will take his leave first. Luo Qing said as he withdrew. Before leaving, he instructed the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to entertain Yang Kai well. The two women nodded in agreement. We're in room C13. Wu Yi walked over and closed the door, immediately disappearing the noise outside. The spirit array here is quite good. Yang Yin walked around, feeling around, quite interested in the spirit array here. This place can isolate others from using their divine sense. The only drawback is that it's a bit far from the auction venue. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This is Treasure Trove Pavilion. Elder Qian must have put in a lot of effort to find us a private room. Look at the people here today. Which one of them isn't a famous and powerful character? Yang Kai's words were directed to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Sure enough, after hearing this, the two women's smiles became even brighter, as if their Elder Qian's divine technique was quite profound. Two young ladies don't need to be so reserved. Sit anywhere you like. We're not from some big family. This time we came mainly to see the world. Yang Kai saw that they seemed a little nervous and politely said. The two women quickly waved their hands, saying they didn't dare. Yang Kai didn't force them, and seeing them refuse, he stopped talking and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Wu Yi still couldn't believe she had the opportunity to participate in an auction of this level. Forget about her. Even the patriarch of the Haiku family, Yin, wasn't eligible to enter Treasure Trove Pavilion while the auction was going on. But now, she was sitting in a private room and enjoying this superior treatment, making her feel a little emotional. The gap between people was really big. Her greatest wish before was to work hard to impress Yin so that he could pass on the position of patriarch to her in the future and take charge of the Haiku family. But now, she no longer had such thoughts. So what if he was the patriarch? The patriarch of a small family couldn't even compare to a random disciple from Shadow Moon Hall. For example, although the two girls standing in this private room were only third-order saints, if they were in the Haiku family, Yin would definitely have to treat them respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. This was the huge gap between a big force and a small family. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was in retreat, Yin came to the cave again and even brought the family's elders and foreign elders with him, saying that he wanted to invite Wu Yi back to take over the position of patriarch, but Wu Yi refused. Since she had already left the family, she had no intention of returning. While in a daze, Wu Yi suddenly noticed a strong wind blowing toward her. Quickly reaching out and grabbing the object that was flying towards her, she quickly discovered that it was a spirit fruit on the table. Yang Kai smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Wu Yi shook her head, picked up another spirit fruit, stood up, and handed it to the two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. The two female disciples didn't refuse this time and politely thanked her before accepting the fruit, appearing natural and unrestrained. There was still some time before the auction began, but the atmosphere in the private room was much more harmonious. The two female disciples of Shadow Moon Hall seemed to have noticed that Yang Kai's group of 3 wasn't of high birth and treated them kindly, so they began chatting with Wu Yi and Yang Yin, mostly referring to each other as sisters. Yang Kai couldn't get a word in edgewise, so he could only pick up the album on the table and check the items to be auctioned today. At the same time, in a secret room of Treasure Trove Pavilion, a dark-faced old man with a goatee called out to Qian Tong with dissatisfaction. "Old Qian, the auction is about to begin. Where are the items you want to put up for auction?" Qian Tong glanced outside and said with uncertainty, "They should be here soon. Just wait a little longer." Wait a little longer? Treasure Trove Pavilion has its own rules. If you and I weren't friends, do you think I would casually break the rules and put up items for auction before the auction starts? Is that appropriate? It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Qian Tong smiled flatteringly while muttering in his heart. A few days ago, Wu Yi had specifically come to find him, saying that she had something she wanted to put up for auction. As for what it was, Qian Tong didn't ask, only knowing that it was an artifact. Out of respect for Yang Kai, Qian Tong had promised to take care of everything as long as the item was delivered before the auction started. How could he have known that even now, it still hadn't been delivered? In the end, he could only say, "Brother Yin Pei, just wait a little longer, it will definitely be delivered." Yin Pei's black face became even darker, like the bottom of a pot, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Don't say this brother didn't take care of you. If it's not delivered in half a stick of incense, then even if it's more valuable, I won't participate in the auction." I know. I'll have a trouble, Brother Yin Pei." Qian Tong smiled helplessly. Treasure Trove Pavilion had many rules, so there was nothing he could do. Just as he was speaking, his communication artifact suddenly sent him a divine sense fluctuation. It was Luo Qing sending him a message. Qian Tong smiled happily. "It's here." Saying so, Qian Tong immediately walked out. A moment later, Qian Tong returned with a jade bottle and 2 jade boxes. Yin Pei said exasperatedly, "That's it. It should be." Qian Tong didn't open the boxes to see what was inside. Time was of the essence, so after receiving the items from Luo Qing, he immediately brought them in. "Open them, evaluate the price, and see when it's best to auction them," Yin Pei said coldly. Yin Pei said with a cold expression. Saying so, he waved his hand to the side, and immediately several Origin returning Realm Masters came forward, placed the jade box and jade bottle on the table, and began to evaluate the value of the items to be auctioned. Seeing Qian Tong's somewhat irritated expression, Yin Pei sneered. "Brother Qian, you wouldn't just casually bring out something worthless to auction, would you? If that's the case, you'd best take it back quickly." "How could that be?" Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "Can a Saint King grade high-rank artifact be auctioned?" Because it was Wu Yi who had greeted him, Qian Tong wasn't so worried. If Yang Kai had greeted him personally, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so anxious. Yang Kai had an artifact refining Grandmaster backing him. So the reason why Qian Tong had said it was a Saint King grade high-rank artifact was because he had confidence in Yang Kai's master. It was impossible for such an artifact refining Grandmaster to take out something too shabby. A Saint King grade high-rank artifact. Yin Pei's expression relaxed slightly as he said earnestly, "Naturally, but Brother Qian, please don't do this again next time. This brother has a responsibility to bear. If someone were to find out, it would be difficult to explain to my superiors." Although Saint King grade high-rank artifacts weren't very high in grade, they could be said to be the most mainstream artifacts on Shadowed Star. There weren't many Origin grade artifact refiners, and most of the Saint King realm and Origin returning realm cultivators used artifacts of this grade, so there was no need to worry about demand. Treasure Trove Pavilion had also collected a lot of such artifacts for auction this time, so adding 2 more wouldn't be a big deal. While the 2 old men were talking, a sudden exclamation came from the side. "What's wrong?" Yin Pei turned his head and looked over. "Master, the item to be auctioned is an Origin grade low-rank offensive artifact." Immediately, An origin-returning realm master walked over with a jade box and presented the double-pronged dagger inside to Qiantong and Yanpei. Qiantong's eyes narrowed as he felt his heart ache for no apparent reason. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's master was an origin-grade artifact refiner, he hadn't expected him to put up an artifact of this grade for auction. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the initiative to purchase this artifact from Yang Kai. Qiantong had done 2 artifact transactions with Yang Kai, and each time they had worked together happily. But now that this artifact had fallen into the hands of Treasure Trove Pavilion, Qiantong had no choice but to participate in the auction. Participating in an auction was much more expensive than directly purchasing it. Moreover, one might not necessarily be able to obtain it. In the Endless Treasures Pavilion, there were countless people with wealth and power, and they would often fight until their heads bled for a good item. Chapter 1151. Yanpei had already taken out the twin daggers from a jade box, and after examining them with his Saint Chi, his brow rose as he couldn't help praising, Good. This artifact is almost at the origin grade mid-rank. The Grand Master who refined it was very meticulous, and his craftsmanship is superb. What's more, it is very suitable for women to use. This time those young lords will probably bleed a lot. Yanpei's eyes were sharp. How could he not see the huge value of this pair of daggers? Not to mention its grade, just the fact that it was suitable for women was enough for those young masters to break their heads to bid for it. It was definitely the best gift to buy it for the woman they liked. Qiantong opened his mouth, wanting to go back on his word and take back this artifact. But he also knew that once it was in Yanpei's hands, it was impossible to take it back. Letting out a deep sigh, Qiantong could only give up, already wondering if he should participate in the auction and buy these twin daggers. Shadow Moon Hall had a few female disciples with good aptitude, so if he gave them these artifacts, they would definitely be like tigers that had grown wings. Just as he finished sighing, the masters in charge of evaluating the value of the auction items suddenly exclaimed again, this time even more excited than before. This is actually what? Yanpei's figure flickered and arrived in front of these masters. Staring at the artifact in the other jade box, his eyes narrowed as he reached out and picked up the red whip, circulating his Saint Chi to probe it, muttering, an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Qiantong was shocked, his old face twisting in shock. Good. This auction finally has something good to show for the finale. Originally, this old master was a little worried that my Treasure Trove Pavilion wouldn't be able to collect any good treasures due to time constraints. But this whip makes up for it. The heavens are really helping me. Yanpei laughed and turned to Qiantong happily. Brother Qian, you've helped me a lot this time. This old brother will remember this favor. Qiantong's mouth was filled with bitterness as he squeezed out a smile and said, Brother, Yanpei is too polite. You and I have known each other for more than a year or two, so of course I can help you. Saying so, Qiantong was cursing Luo Qing in his heart. Just an origin-grade low-rank artifact had almost suffocated him, and now an origin-grade mid-rank artifact had appeared. Damn Luo Qing. Why didn't he explain everything to this old master? If he had known that Yang Kai was auctioning 2 origin-grade artifacts, he would have never given them to Yanpei. No matter how high the price, he would have bought them for Shadow Moon Hall's use. But now, it was too late to say anything. If he wanted it, he could only participate in the auction. How many Saint Crystals would he have to spend? He might not even be able to buy it. Poor Luo Qing didn't know that he had already been blamed by Elder Qian. How could he have known that Yang Kai would be so generous as to directly bring out 2 origin-grade artifacts, one of which was even mid-rank? The twin daggers were one thing. After all, with the standard of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners, they could barely refine them. But the grade of the red whip far surpassed the level of Shadowed Star's artifact refiners. Artifacts of this grade could only be obtained through some special means, and were simply impossible to refine. This also led to the price of origin-grade low-rank artifacts and pills on Shadowed Star being unable to be judged by common sense. Once such an artifact appeared, its price would be sky-high. Good, good, good. Yin Pei's dark face was like a blooming peony at this moment. No trace of his previous unhappiness could be seen as he praised again and again, grinning from ear to ear. Another artifact that is very suitable for women. This time's auction will definitely be very exciting. This old master can't wait to see the scene of people competing for it. Ahem, Elder Yin. A trembling voice called out from the side. Please take a look at this. Saying so, the man handed the jade bottle in his hand to Yin Pei. Yin Pei took it, opened the bottle, and glanced inside. His eyes immediately bulged and his hand trembled, almost dropping the jade bottle as he shouted, "An origin condensing pill." These three words were like a sledgehammer that slammed into Qian Tong's heart. Almost without hesitation, he rushed over and reached out to grab the jade bottle. Yin Pei's reaction was extremely fast, and he sent out a palm strike. The two palms collided, and Yin Pei and Qian Tong both took a step back. "What are you doing?" Yin Pei was furious as he glared at Qian Tong fiercely. Qian Tong's expression was firm as he quickly said, "Brother Yin Pei, I've thought about it carefully and have decided that I won't participate in this auction. Please give it back to me." If he hadn't seen the origin condensing pill in the jade bottle, Qian Tong would have turned a blind eye, but just now he immediately understood that the origin condensing pill in this jade bottle was much more valuable than an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. "You don't want to participate now? It's too late." Yin Pei coldly snorted. "You want me to spit it out when it's already in my hands? Brother Qian, is this the first time you've met this Yin?" "That's not right, Brother Yin Pei. Didn't you just say that no matter how valuable an item is, it can't participate in the auction?" Qian Tong's face didn't go red. For two origin-grade artifacts and an origin-condensing pill, what harm was there in throwing away his old face? This Yin said that if I don't see it after half a stick of incense worth of time, I won't participate. "Are you deaf?" Yin Pei snorted, but seeing Qian Tong still shamelessly trying to pounce on him, Yin Pei quickly retreated and put the two jade boxes and jade bottle into a space ring before waving his hand and shouting, "Keep an eye on Elder Qian. If he dares take another step forward, beat him hard." "Yes." The 4 or 5 origin returning realm masters nodded in unison before taking up positions and glaring at Qian Tong. From the looks of it, they would definitely carry out Yin Pei's orders to the letter. Once Qian Tong made a move, a storm of attacks would follow. Fuck! Qian Tong couldn't help cursing. Since force didn't work, he could only plead softly. "Old Yin, for the sake of our many years of friendship, can't you just return these things to me? Can't you pretend you didn't see these things?" Brother's kindness. This Qian Tong will remember it for the rest of his life. There's no need for that for the rest of your life. You're already half buried in the ground, so you don't have many years left to live. "I don't need you to remember my kindness." Yin Pei grinned and waved his hand. "Can you not be so venomous? This old master is strong and can live for at least a few hundred years." Qian Tong rolled his eyes. Yin Pei snorted. "If I were you, I would quickly order people to gather Saint Crystals. You actually still have time to waste with this old master. This old master admires you. Only you and I know about the appearance of these things, so you still have the advantage." Hearing this, Qian Tong's eyes lit up, and he cupped his fist to Yin Pei before turning around and leaving. He knew better than anyone that no matter what he said, it was impossible to get these things back. "Old Qian, who brought these things to auction?" Yin Pei shouted from behind, but received no response. Yin Pei naturally knew that his old friend was sulking, but he didn't care and just chuckled. This person's luck is surprisingly good. Not only did he find 2 origin-grade artifacts, but he also found 2 origin condensing pills. It seems his luck is not shallow. Qian Tong left the underground chamber, and Luo Qing hurriedly greeted him. But before he could speak, he was slapped twice on the head by Qian Tong. Although Qian Tong didn't use his Saint Chi, these 2 slaps were not light, causing Luo Qing to grimace in pain. Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, like a storm was about to arrive. Luo Qing stammered, "Elder, what mistake did this disciple make? You bastard! Why did you act so quickly?" Couldn't you have delivered these things a stick of incense later? You really pissed this old master off, Qian Tong reprimanded. Luo Qing was dumbfounded. It was clearly Elder Qian Tong's orders that once he obtained the auction items from Yang Kai, they were to be delivered immediately without delay. So why was Elder Qian Tong saying this now? Elder Qian Tong was a kind and gentle person, never giving such contradictory orders, nor beating a disciple for no reason. So in Shadow Moon Hall, Elder Qian was still very prestigious and was admired by many disciples. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Qing didn't dare to ask. Even a blind person could see that Elder Qian Tong was in a bad mood. At this time, it was best not to provoke him. The more he did, the more mistakes he would make. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Qian Tong looked at him coldly. Elder's orders, Luo Qing hurriedly said, looking like he was ready to die. I'll give you an hour to contact all the shops in Heavenly Fate City and collect 20 million. No, 50 million Saint Crystals. 50 million? Luo Qing was shocked. Yes, yes. Luo Qing quickly responded before disappearing like a bolt of lightning. Collecting 50 million Saint Crystals in an hour was a long and arduous task. Seeing Luo Qing's figure disappear, Qian Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this auction was being held in Heavenly Fate City. Heavenly Fate City was mostly owned by Shadow Moon Hall, so collecting Saint Crystals wasn't a problem. If this auction had been held in another Great Forces territory, Qian Tong would have had no choice but to sigh. At the same time, in Treasure Trove Pavilion's underground secret room, Yin Pei sat in a chair and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling and waving to the origin-returning realm masters who had just participated in the appraisal of the auction items, whispering a few words in their ears. These people nodded and quickly left. A moment later, people began to enter and exit the A-block private rooms, all of them wearing dignified expressions. These people quickly left Treasure Trove Pavilion and headed straight to the main hall where Heavenly Fate City Space Array was located. After a while, some people also left the B-block private rooms. The reason why Treasure Trove Pavilion chose to hold this auction in Heavenly Fate City was because there was a space array here that was connected to the other cities on Shadowed Star, making it convenient for the Great Forces to come and participate in the auction. Space arrays were extremely precious and were not open to ordinary people, but these people all came from Great Forces, so the disciples in charge of guarding the space array in Shadow Moon Hall didn't dare stop them, and simply allowed them to use it after paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals. Chapter 1152. For a time, the Space Force fluctuations in Heavenly Fate City rose one after another. The space array had never been used so frequently before. When the first Space Force fluctuation appeared, Qian Tong didn't pay much attention to it. He had originally planned to go to Yang Kai and have a few words with him, telling him not to auction off any good things in the future as he was fully capable of purchasing them. But after 3 or 5 consecutive Space Force fluctuations, Qian Tong's expression slowly froze, standing in place. He thought for a moment before his expression changed drastically, and he quickly disappeared, rushing towards the palace where the space array was located. Inside the main hall, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall who were responsible for guarding the space array were at a loss. They didn't understand why so many people had come to use the space array. Wasn't the auction about to begin? Why weren't these people participating in the auction and rushing back to their sects? These newcomers were all masters from Great Forces, such as Thunder Typhoon Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Colored Glass Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Grand Flame Temple. Each of these forces was no smaller than Shadow Moon Hall, some even stronger. Moreover, these people seemed to dislike each other and were all extremely vigilant, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become tense. The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were afraid that these people would start fighting in the main hall, so they didn't dare to ask too much and just quickly collected the Saint Crystals and let them pass. Even so, there were still people who kept urging them to move faster. Several dozen people represented several dozen great forces, so even if they moved quickly, it would still take some time. The operation of the space array, the relocation of the St. Crystals, and the positioning of the destination were all not things that could be completed in 3 or 5 breaths. Just as the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were busy, a surging aura suddenly rushed in from outside. The several dozen masters in the main hall frowned and looked outside. After seeing who it was, they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted. Elder Qian. Qiantong's face sank as he quickly walked in. Originally, he had a trace of suspicion and had rushed here to investigate. But now that he saw so many people waiting to use the space array, how could he not understand what was going on? Qiantong clenched his teeth and roared, "Old man Yin, I'll remember you. I'll sever all ties with you." Just now, Yin Pei had said that he had the advantage. But in the blink of an eye, this advantage was gone. If it wasn't for Yin Pei's information, why would these people be gathered here? When everyone heard Qiantong's words, they all secretly felt that it was funny, but they didn't dare to show it. Elder Qian was clearly unhappy now, and no one dared to make trouble for him. Elder, the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, who had been so busy that they were disoriented, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw their elders arrive. They really couldn't handle such a big battle. How many families have left? Qiantong took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and tried to ask in a calm tone. 6 of them have already left. A Shadow Moon Hall disciple hurriedly replied. Qiantong nodded. 6 families? He wasn't too late. After he finished speaking, he looked at the 60 to 70 people in the hall and snorted. Did you all go back to your respective sects to raise St. Crystals? Did you all get the news from Old Man Yin? The 60 to 70 people looked embarrassed. Some scratched their ears and cheeks, some looked up at the ceiling of the hall, and some pulled up familiar faces and whispered, but no one answered Qiantong's question. All right, if you want to go back to raise St. Crystals, I won't stop you. But this time, Sky Fortune City's space array has been continuously used, and it's a great danger to the array here. It might even be scrapped. I'll have to raise the cost of your usage. The 60 to 70 masters suddenly went into an uproar as they stared at Qiantong in shock. Everyone knew that he was just spouting nonsense. The space array was a relic from ancient times and had been in use for so many years without any problems. Even if it was frequently used, it wouldn't be scrapped. This was just an excuse for Qiantong to raise the price. Everyone understood, but no one dared to question Qiantong. After all, this was Sky Fortune City, Shadow Moon Hall City. The space array was also Shadow Moon Hall's property. Unless they didn't want to use it anymore, they wouldn't dare offend him. They were all shouldering important missions, and all they wanted to do was leave as soon as possible. Qiantong grinned meaningfully and quoted, "The increase isn't much, just 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals per person." Elder Qian, this isn't appropriate. Someone immediately shouted. Normally, a single use only costs 10,000 high-rank St. Crystals, but you've increased it by 50 times. Isn't that a bit too much? That's right. Isn't 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals too much? Elder Qian, you can't accept this kind of black-hearted money. A large group of people began to clamor. 500,000 high-rank St. Crystals per use of the space array. Who could afford to use it? Several Shadow Moon Hall disciples saw that the situation was getting out of hand and couldn't help feeling panic. This was something that would incur public anger. So how could Elder Qian say such a thing? They felt that the elder was a little confused. You don't have to use it. This old master isn't forcing you to use it. Qiantong said calmly, unmoved. But this old master has to remind you that the auction is about to begin. If you can't collect enough St. Crystals before those things appear, I'll use it. Here are 500,000 St. Crystals. Before Qiantong could finish speaking, a burly man walked over and tossed a space ring to the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array. The disciple caught the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, and nodded to Qiantong after confirming there were no problems. Open the array. Qiantong waved his hand, and in a flash of white light, the burly man's figure gradually disappeared. Even now, the several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall were still a little confused, unable to understand how 500,000 Saint crystals could be obtained so easily. The maintenance and use of space arrays was only for the convenience of communication between the great forces on Shadowed Star. No one had ever used them as a tool to make money. But today, their own elder Qiantong had set a precedent, and it seemed to be working quite well. Using the space array once cost 500,000 Saint crystals, and there were 60 to 70 people here, some of whom were still on their way. Just how many Saint crystals did this cost? The several disciples of Shadow Moon Hall trembled with excitement. If they could do this in the future, Shadow Moon Hall wouldn't need to operate a shop anymore. All they needed to do was collect money to use the space array, and Shadow Moon Hall would become the wealthiest great force on Shadowed Star. After the burly man left, everyone was only stunned for a moment before immediately rushing forward to hand over the 500,000 Saint crystals to use the space array. The several Shadow Moon Hall disciples grinned widely, and one of them was responsible for counting the Saint crystals. Every time there was an error, the space array would be opened, and the person who had paid the fee would be sent away, counting the money until their hands were cramping. Elder Qian, the next time you come to Heaven's Expanse City, my floating mist hall will definitely entertain you warmly. A middle-aged man was unhappy that Qiantong had extorted so many Saint crystals and stared at Qiantong before leaving. What he meant was that the next time Qiantong used the space array in Heaven's Expanse City, he would take back the 500,000 Saint crystals. Qiantong said with a scoundrel look on his face, "This old master will die of old age in Heavenly Fate City and won't go anywhere else in the future." With just one sentence, the middle-aged man was angered and quickly activated the space array to send him to Heaven's Expanse City. The scene in the hall was very lively. Watching one person after another pay the Saint crystals and be teleported away, Qiantong's heart finally calmed down a bit. Yin Pei had done all this, so he couldn't be blamed for doing the same. In any case, now that things had gotten to this point, Qiantong decided to make a fortune first. Never before had an auction been held like today's. All the great forces had suddenly decided to raise a large number of Saint crystals, and before the auction had even begun, Heavenly Fate City was secretly filled with an upsurge of competition and infighting. There had also never been an auction that brought so much profit to the local forces. This time, Shadow Moon Hall charged more than 30 million high-rank Saint crystals for the use of the space array, and this was only because some of the forces with insufficient financial resources felt that they had no chance of winning and voluntarily gave up on using the space array. Otherwise, the profits from Shadow Moon Hall this time would have been even greater. While the space array here was constantly operating, the auction in Treasure Trove Pavilion had already begun on time. Yin Pei's thoughts were sinister. He deliberately let people leak some information so that the final auction would be more intense. In fact, he had done it, but it didn't hinder the auction. He also didn't deliberately postpone the auction. The most valuable items would naturally be auctioned off at the end, leaving at least 12 to 14 hours free. During this time, the great forces should be able to collect a lot of Saint crystals. Yin Pei was looking forward to the progress of this auction more than ever, sipping some spirit tea in a private room inside the A block as he waited quietly for the final item. The sound of wind instruments, gongs and drums filled the air, and the noisy auction hall instantly quieted down. On the high platform, more than a dozen young girls were gracefully descending from the sky like butterflies. Each of them carried a small flower basket, and they constantly took out flower petals from the basket and scattered them down. The light from the illuminating stones on the ceiling illuminated the entire high platform, making it as bright as day, attracting everyone's attention. The fragrance of flowers filled the air as the dozen or so young girls smiled sweetly, their figures graceful, as if they were goddesses who had descended from the heavens. The young girls' long sleeves danced gracefully, their figures graceful and their dance moves beautiful, their expressions either happy or angry. After the song was over, they bowed and withdrew. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure slowly walked up to the high platform. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. She was dressed very generously, and her tight dress couldn't hold back her proud charm. Her 2 jade arms were exposed, and the lapel at her chest was split open, revealing her deep white cleavage. Her mature charm was on the verge of bursting out. Her hair was tied up in a bun behind her head, revealing her slender white neck, giving her an elegant and graceful appearance. When this beautiful woman appeared, she was even more eye-catching than the dozen or so young girls. She exuded an enchanting aura, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light flowing around her body, giving her an indescribably beautiful appearance. Chapter 1153. The beautiful woman stood on the high platform and gracefully bowed, a smile appearing on her face as her red lips gently touched and a pleasant voice rang out. Many thanks to all of you for participating in my Endless Treasures Pavilion's auction this time. This mistress would like to thank all of you for coming from afar. She would also like to thank Shadow Moon Hall's Elder Qian Tong for his strong support. Elder Qian's contributions to this auction being able to proceed smoothly cannot go unnoticed. As soon as these words came out, the several dozen private rooms in a block and B block immediately began cursing. They had just received news from their disciples that they had been extorted by Qian Tong for 500,000 Saint Crystals just to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. Who would thank Qian Tong now? Not cursing out loud could already be considered giving Qian Tong some face due to his status, but thanking him? Thanking his grandmother, Yang Kai, who was in private room C13, looked at the beautiful woman with interest. Although he had never participated in an auction before, that didn't mean he was ignorant about it. In an auction, the auctioneer played a very important role. A good auctioneer was good at stirring up the atmosphere of the scene. Once the atmosphere was stirred up, the price of the auction items would rise sharply. This beautiful woman was so beautiful that even if she didn't say anything, she could still raise the atmosphere of the auction hall by several levels. The people from Endless Treasures Pavilion were truly sinister. The beautiful woman on the stage announced her name and modestly reviewed Treasure Trove Pavilion's lack of hospitality. Her words were very appropriate, and no one could find any fault with them. The smile on her face that was like a spring breeze made everyone feel the warmth of a guest's home. Her beautiful watery eyes looked around, making everyone mistakenly think that she was looking at them, waiting for them to show their rich and imposing side. After a while, the beautiful woman suddenly changed the topic and chuckled. Let's not waste any more time. The auction will now begin. The first item we will be auctioning today is a Saint King Grade High Rank Artifact Armor. As she spoke, a woman in palace robes slowly walked over from behind, holding a jade plate in her hand. Atop this jade plate was the Saint King Grade High Rank Artifact Armor. This artifact armor was filled with 5-colored light and exuded a strong energy fluctuation. At first glance, it was obvious it was a good defensive artifact. The beautiful woman waited for everyone to finish admiring the armor. Only then did he continue. This 5-color jade armor is the recent work of our Treasure Trove Pavilion's master refiner, Gong Tai Hong. Master Gong's reputation is out there, so I don't think I need to elaborate on his craftsmanship. Not only does this armor have outstanding defensive capabilities, it can also change its size. This artifact armor can be used by both men and women. The starting bid is 30,000 Saint Crystals, and each bid must not be less than 2,000 Saint Crystals. Please. Yang Kai frowned when he heard the woman's low price. He glanced at Yang Inflammation. He remembered that when Yang Yen had refined the first batch of artifacts for him, he had refined a Saint King Grade High Rank auxiliary artifact using the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly. According to Yang Yen, those wings could be sold for 30,000 Saint Crystals. Although they were both Saint King Grade High Rank, Yang Kai felt that the pair of wings refined by Yang Yen was much better than this so-called 5-color jade armor. Not only were they rare and beautiful, and it was even applicable. If those wings were only worth 30,000 Saint Crystals, how could this 5-color jade armor be worth that much? And this was only the starting bid? Just as he was thinking this, someone below had already begun to bid, and the price they quoted made Yang Kai's eyes twitch. 50,000. The bidder actually skipped the starting bid and raised the price by 20,000 Saint crystals. The beautiful woman on the stage smiled and said, "Number 169, this friend really knows his stuff. The 5-color jade armor has already reached 50,000. Is there anyone else?" Before she could finish, someone shouted again, 52, 55, 58. The beautiful woman no longer spoke and just stood on the high platform with a smile. She knew that in this auction, there was no need for her to say anything more. Those who wanted this artifact armor would definitely raise the price. As the price continued to rise, the cultivator participating in the auction in the hall scrambled to bid, no one willing to show weakness. But the people in the private rooms didn't show any intention to make a move. In fact, no one even made a sound. Those who could sit in private rooms were all members of famous great forces on Shadowed Star. Although this artifact armor was quite good, it wasn't worth them lowering their status to compete with the people in the hall. In room C13, Wu Yi also looked at the 5-color jade armor with envy. Her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, but the low price of 30,000 made her sigh. Yang Yin coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "How can this kind of thing sell for such a high price? There are too many people in this world who don't know what's good for them." Yang Kai also felt the same. Shadowed Star's cultivation resources were relatively scarce, especially when it came to Saint crystals. The value of a single piece of Saint crystal here was much higher than in the outside world. So for such a defensive artifact to reach such a high price, he really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. One of the female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting at the side said with a smile, they had taken a liking to Grandmaster Gong's reputation and wanted to snatch it. If it was an artifact refined by a nameless person, it would not be able to fetch such a high price. Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing his understanding. The celebrity effect existed everywhere. Needless to say, Gong Tai Hong was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so even if the artifacts he refined were flawed, they would still be snatched up by others. Naturally, the price of this artifact would be higher than the artifacts refined by other artifact refiners. However, after the price of the 5-color jade armor rose to 80,000, the bidding voices gradually weakened. It seemed that these people weren't panicking because they had too many Saint crystals and were still somewhat rational. After a while, this 5-color jade armor was sold for 84,000 Saint crystals and was bought by a young man in the hall. The female disciple from Treasure Trove Pavilion, who had been holding the artifact armor, walked off the high platform and handed it to the young man before accepting the Saint crystals. The young man gave the artifact armor to the beautiful woman who was snuggling up to him as soon as he received it, winning him a kiss on the cheek. The young man laughed heartily, as if he was the biggest winner in the world. The second auction item was a bottle of 10 King transformation pills with a base price of 10,000 Saint crystals. In the end, it was sold for 27,000 Saint crystals. Similarly, it was bought by a person in the hall. From the looks of it, this person should be from some small family who had bought these King transformation pills for their family's disciple to break through to the Saint King realm. The following items were all kinds of pills, artifacts, secret arts, martial skills, and so on. There were even some precious raw materials with varying base prices. The atmosphere in the auction house gradually heated up. Once these precious items were brought out, countless people scrambled to bid. The most expensive item even sold for 200,000 Saint crystals, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He felt that he had still underestimated the capital of the great forces on Shadowed Star. Most of his understanding of Shadowed Star came from Wu Yi's descriptions. Wu Yi's background wasn't high, so she didn't know much about the great forces, so naturally she didn't understand what kind of wealth these people possessed. But now, it seemed that there were many rich people on Shadowed Star. Inside the auction house, Yang Kai was infected by the atmosphere. Sometimes, even knowing that the items being auctioned were of no use to him, he still felt the urge to bid. Fortunately, Yang Kai was almost penniless and had no ability to participate in this auction. Even if he had the ability, he had self-control. Secretly sighing, Yongkai understood why this auction was so popular. If an item worth 10,000 Saint crystals was taken to an auction, it could be sold for several times its original price. Auctions were definitely the best way to gather money. Yongkai still had some sense of reason, but Yang Inflammation and Wu Yi were unable to restrain themselves. The two of them were completely immersed in the bidding and weren't qualified to bid, but that didn't prevent them from gesticulating and cheering for others in the private room. Whenever someone they thought highly of failed to win an item, they would sigh in frustration. What part of them were they acting like virtuous ladies? Yongkai's face turned red as he watched them, grabbing 2 spirit fruits and stuffing them into each of their mouths, finally shutting their chattering mouths. The 2 female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall who were standing behind him couldn't help giggling, their shoulders trembling slightly as they tried to hold back their laughter. The auction was in full swing, and as time passed, the value of the items Treasure Trove Pavilion brought out became higher and higher. In the first 2 hours, the items being auctioned were basically auctioned off by the cultivators sitting in the hall. The great forces who owned the private rooms didn't make a move, but after 2 hours passed, the sound of bidding continued to ring out from the private rooms. The beautiful woman had been standing on the stage for a long time with a smile on her beautiful face. She didn't feel tired at all, and her words were still crisp and pleasant to the ears. At the most opportune time, she provoked the enthusiasm of those who were bidding, causing every auction item to be sold at the ideal price. There was no item that went unsold. The next item to be auctioned is a very special item. The beautiful woman opened her lips again, her seductive voice seeming to grow claws as she pulled out Saint crystals from everyone's pockets. The reason why this item is special is because its value can be high or low. While she was speaking, another woman wearing a palace dress walked up to the high platform with a jade plate in her hand. Almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade plate. They wanted to know what this thing was that the beautiful woman had described it so ambiguously. Arriving on the high platform, the woman in palace robes picked up the item on the jade plate, pinched it with both hands, and slowly turned it in a circle. Countless divine senses immediately swept it, and after everyone had seen it clearly, she returned the item to the jade plate. The beautiful auctioneer chuckled and said, "Everyone should have seen it clearly. This is a map fragment. The origin of this map fragment is very special. A disciple of my Treasure Trove Pavilion was out collecting auction items when he accidentally saved a person. That person was grateful to my Treasure Trove Pavilion's disciple for saving his life and had nothing else on him, so he decided to give this map fragment away. It is said that this is an ancestral artifact of his family. According to the research of many masters of my Treasure Trove Pavilion, this map fragment is only a fraction of the entire map. As for how much it is, we don't know, but this map fragment has a long history, at least several thousand years old. The place this map fragment points to is not clear, and no one knows what is hidden in that place. Perhaps there is nothing there, but perhaps there is a shocking amount of wealth, a coveted inheritance, or a top-grade artifact or secret art. Chapter 1154. The beautiful woman's melodious voice rang out, her subtle description causing the atmosphere of the scene to become even more heated. Shocking wealth, top-grade secret arts, mysterious inheritances, all of these items greatly aroused the interest of the people in the private rooms. However, everyone knew that although this woman's words were beautiful, they were actually quite unreliable. It was just a fragment of a map. Who could possibly find the right place to investigate what was hidden there? If this map fragment really had great value, it wouldn't have been put up for auction. Treasure Trove Pavilion was a powerful force, so it would naturally organize people to search for this treasure. The beautiful woman observed everyone's expressions and knew that her purpose had been achieved, so she no longer said anything and simply smiled. The base price of this map fragment is 10,000 Saint crystals. Please bid. She didn't even mention how to increase the price each time. obviously allowing everyone to bid freely. 10,000. Although it was a fragment of a map, that did not hinder its collectible value. Just because no other map fragments could be found now did not mean they could not be found in the future. Spending 10,000 Saint crystals to buy it may be a great opportunity. So as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, countless people began bidding. The beautiful woman smiled lightly and turned to someone in the hall. This friend in seat 87 is the first to bid. If anyone else wants it, please increase the price. 12,000. 15,000. Bids rang out in the hall one after another. Even those who owned private rooms began bidding one after another. But each time they didn't raise the price by much, at most 2,000 to 3,000 Saint crystals. The base price of 10,000 was soon raised to 50,000, then 70,000, 80,000. After 80,000, the atmosphere of the scene solidified, and no one continued to bid. No one was willing to spend 80,000 Saint crystals to buy a map fragment they didn't know the purpose of. Its main value was simply to be a collection. Yang Kai shook his head and was about to say something to Wu when he suddenly noticed that Yang Yan's expression was a little strange and couldn't help asking in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Yan turned his head and glanced at him before replying in the same low voice, "I seem to have a similar map fragment." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked and asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Yang Yan nodded firmly. 82,000. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and directly bid. But after bidding, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have so many Saint crystals and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. But since the price had already been bid, it was naturally impossible to take it back. If he really did so, he would definitely be thrown out by Treasure Trove Pavilion, which would be a disgrace. The atmosphere, which had cooled down for a long time, was once again stirred up by Kai Yang's bid. The auctioneer's smile was especially brilliant. Looking towards the private room, she said in a loud voice, "The friend in room C13 has bid 82,000. Are there any higher bids?" Yang, 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 and yang, 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 yang. Saint. Yang Kai clearly felt that after this person bid, countless divine senses instantly gathered on him. There were only two possibilities for this person to be so determined to snatch this map fragment. Either he didn't care about the 100,000 Saint crystals and wanted to buy an opportunity to take back, or he had another map fragment. The man who called out the 100,000 price seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately lowered his head, but his appearance had already been memorized, so it was too late for him to hide it now. Yang Kai also remembered this man's appearance. He was a middle-aged man with low strength, only a first-order Saint King. He wore ordinary clothes and didn't seem to be a rich man. Does this person also have a map fragment? Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai was sure that he wasn't the only one who thought so. Many others were thinking the same thing. Once he walked out of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he would likely be targeted by countless people. Buying this map fragment would be a disaster for him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Fortunately, this person had solved his crisis. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been him, but himself who would be targeted. However, Yang Inflammation actually had a similar map fragment, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectations. If these two map fragments were pieced together, perhaps he could find some clues. Yang Kai secretly wondered if he should take the map fragment from this person. If he wanted to obtain it, what kind of method should he use? It would be best not to let others find out. If, as the beautiful auctioneer said, this map fragment hid some kind of shocking wealth on the high platform, the beautiful auctioneer's voice sounded again. 100,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 100,000 going once, 100,000 going twice. After calling out 3 times in a row, no one bid. And in the end, the map fragment was bought by the middle-aged man for 100,000 Saint crystals. The woman in the palace robes brought the map fragment in front of him, took the 100,000 Saint crystals, and handed it to him, completing the transaction. After obtaining the map fragment, the middle-aged man felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He definitely wanted to leave this place immediately, but he didn't dare to act rashly and could only sit in his chair. This kind of behavior made people more and more suspicious that he really had other map fragments. The auction was still going on when suddenly, one of the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall took out a communication artifact, scanned it, and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, Elder Qian is outside the door. Let him in." Yang Kai just happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he hadn't expected him to come by himself. The female disciple nodded, walked over, and opened the door. Sure enough, Qian Tong was waiting outside with a smile on his face. Anyone who had plundered 30 million saint crystals without any effort would be like Qian Tong, grinning from ear to ear. As for Yin Pei's rumor that he had lost the initiative, Qian Tong didn't care. With this additional 30 million saint crystals, if the Shadow Moon Hall couldn't compete with anyone else, Qian Tong would have nothing to say. Nephew Yang, this Qian had a matter to attend to and was only able to leave now. Please forgive this Qian for neglecting Nephew Yang. Qian Tong cupped his fists and said politely, "Elder Qian is too polite." If it weren't for Elder Qian's efforts, we wouldn't be qualified to sit here. Yang Kai chuckled and said while inviting Qian Tong to sit down. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, "This Qian still has to preside over the auction for the Shadow Moon Hall, so I won't disturb Nephew Yang any longer. This time, I came here specifically to thank Nephew Yang." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused, not knowing what he was talking about. "Yes, Nephew Yang. Thank you for bringing a huge profit to the Shadow Moon Hall. Haha, this is a small token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall. Please don't refuse it," Qian Tong said as he handed over a space ring. Yang Kai didn't take it and instead looked at Qian Tong and said, "Elder Qian, can you make yourself clear? I really don't know what I've done to benefit the Shadow Moon Hall." Qian Tong's words were very meaningful. He said that this was a token of appreciation from the Shadow Moon Hall, so he wasn't representing himself, but the Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai felt uneasy about accepting benefits from a great force for no reason. Moreover, he had only brought a few auction items, which could only be said to be beneficial to the Endless Treasures Pavilion. It had nothing to do with the Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong seemed to know that Yang Kai didn't like to accept favors for no reason. Last time, he had given him a wild rose pill for healing, but that had been rejected by him. This time, if he didn't make things clear, Yang Kai would definitely not accept this space ring. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong said, "It's like this. The several auction items Nephew Yang sent over were extremely valuable. The great forces that came to participate weren't fully prepared, so they had no choice but to borrow my Heavenly Fate City space array to return to their respective sects to raise Saint Crystals. This old master collected a small toll fee from them. Ahem. So a large part of this toll fee is Nephew Yang's contribution. However, these are the assets of the Shadow Moon Hall, so this old master doesn't dare to give you too much. This is just a small token of appreciation, so Nephew Yang shouldn't refuse." Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected that Qian Tong would even be able to do this kind of business. He couldn't help admiring him in his heart, wondering just how many people he had offended. No wonder he had seen people going in and out of the A block and B block private rooms just now. It turned out they had gone back to raise Saint Crystals. Yang Kai was well aware of the value of the auction items he had sent over, so now that he heard Qian Tong say this, he immediately understood that he had indeed contributed greatly. No longer refusing, Yang Kai happily accepted the space ring and laughed. "Since that's the case, Junior won't be polite. Originally, I wanted to borrow some Saint Crystals from Elder Qian, but now it seems there's no need for that." Yang Kai really did want to borrow some Saint Crystals from Qian Tong. He didn't intend to participate in the auction, but the appearance of this map fragment made Yang Kai realize that there might really be something he needed here. If he saw something good, but didn't have Saint Crystals to bid for it, how shabby would that be? On top of that, Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation had been so enthusiastic about cheering others on, so Yang Kai felt it was time to let them participate. But unexpectedly, Qian Tong seemed to have predicted this and sent him Saint Crystals. This made Yang Kai very happy. Qian Tong also smiled and said, "As long as you don't bid for anything too expensive, these Saint Crystals should be enough for Nephew Yang's needs." He didn't say how much he had given, and Yang Kai didn't ask for details. This kind of thing should be kept between heaven and earth. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. After all, Qian Tong had said that this was the property of Shadow Moon Hall, so him giving Yang Kai some Saint crystals was already a great favor. At that moment, the beautiful woman on the auction stage said loudly, "The next item to be auctioned is something I believe everyone will be very interested in. Friends, please prepare yourselves to bid." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai clearly felt the atmosphere in the private rooms become dignified. Obviously, everyone had already received some gossip and knew what this item might be. On the other hand, the cultivator in the hall was confused, but that didn't stop them from looking forward to it. The woman in palace robes, who was responsible for presenting the auction items, once again stepped onto the high platform. A delicate jade bottle was placed on top of the jade plate. The beautiful woman picked up the jade bottle, uncorked it, and shouted in a seemingly excited voice, "This time, the auction item is an origin condensing pill." Sure enough, as soon as the beautiful woman's voice fell, the audience burst into an uproar. The beautiful woman watched with a smile, very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Chapter 1155. After the beautiful auctioneer finished speaking, everyone in the auction hall became noisy. Inside room C13, Qiantong hurriedly cupped his fist to Yang Kai and said, "After this auction, Nephew Yang, please don't be in a hurry to leave. This old master still has something to discuss with you. This old master has to go grab this origin condensing pill, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai did not try to persuade him to stay and simply nodded, "Elder Qian, please." Qiantong left in a hurry. The beautiful auctioneer stretched out her hand and gestured for everyone to calm down before continuing. Everyone knows the role of an origin condensing pill. It can increase a third-order Saint King cultivator's chances of breaking through to the origin returning realm. Shadowed Star is short on resources and has no origin King realm masters. Origin returning realm masters are our greatest foundation, but every year, the number of origin returning realm masters on our side is very small. The biggest reason for this is that not many people can refine an origin condensing pill. This pill is a Saint King grade high rank pill, but its refining difficulty is no less than that of an origin grade pill. The success rate of refining one is less than 20 to 30%. My treasure trove pavilion has spent a great deal of effort to collect one. Now, the auction will begin. The base price is 100,000 Saint crystals, and each increase must be no less than 2,000. The beautiful auctioneer's words reached Yang Kai's ears, causing him to be dumbfounded. This origin condensing pill was clearly his to auction, and it was only one of 2 pills. When did Treasure Trove Pavilion spend so much effort to collect it? This woman was really lying through her teeth, but in the entire auction hall, except for a few people who knew the truth, everyone else obviously did not understand the origins of this origin condensing pill. The beautiful auctioneer was obviously trying to raise the price of this origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill was equivalent to an origin returning realm master, so any great force present would want it. However, Yang Kai had clearly taken 2 origin condensing pills, but now Treasure Trove Pavilion was only throwing out one. Obviously, they want to make a big deal out of the other origin condensing pill. This first origin condensing pill was just a warm-up, so even if someone tried to snatch it, it wouldn't be too difficult. A cultivator's advancement did not have to rely on elixirs. Elixirs were only supplementary means. Yang Kai's guess was correct. The competition for the origin condensing pill was indeed fierce, but the private rooms with the solemn atmosphere just now had actually refrained from making a move. On the contrary, the cultivator sitting in the hall fought to bid. In a short period of time, the starting price had soared from 100,000 to 280,000. The forces behind the cultivator were not as wealthy as the forces in the private rooms, and the number of return to origin stage cultivators they had was also very small. An origin condensing pill might not be much to a large force. After all, it could only nurture one return to origin stage cultivator. However, it was a different story for small forces. With one more return to origin stage cultivator, perhaps the status of their sect or family would rise significantly. For example, the Haiku family and the Su family both had more than a dozen third-order Saint Kings, but no origin returning realm masters. If they were given an origin condensing pill, they could completely break away from the shackles of the outer forces and enter Shadow Moon Hall, enjoying a completely different treatment. That was why they were fighting over this origin condensing pill. After the price reached 280,000, the bids in the hall gradually weakened. 280,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was probably the bottom line of these people. Even if they wanted it, they couldn't afford it. Number 321 has bid 280,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The beautiful auctioneer once again called out sinisterly as her beautiful eyes swept around. As for the person who called out the price of 280,000, he stood up excitedly and looked left and right. His face was filled with nervousness and eagerness, as if he was afraid that someone else would make a bid to suppress him. He even impatiently shouted at the beautiful woman, "Quickly call out the number. No one is increasing the price. Hurry up." The beautiful auctioneer seemed to be very understanding as she smiled lightly and shouted, 280,000 going once, 300,000. From one of the private rooms, a low voice suddenly called out, interrupting the beautiful auctioneer's words. The beautiful auctioneer froze for a moment before turning her gaze towards the private room, a look of understanding flashing across her beautiful eyes as she waited quietly. As for the cultivator who was about to succeed, when he heard that the bid of 300,000 came from an A-class private room, he immediately sat down with a gloomy expression and hung his head dejectedly for a while. Without even mentioning the fact that someone else's bid was higher than his, the identity and status of the person in the A-block private room alone was not something he could afford to provoke. This person hadn't made a move yet, obviously not wanting to compete with the cats and dogs in the hall, and was only preparing to make the final call at the critical moment. It could be said that this person's methods were quite good. First, he gave the cultivator in the hall a chance to bid before making a strong move to show off his wealth. Sure enough, no one in the hall made another bid. The beautiful auctioneer lightly opened her mouth, preparing to call out the number again. In her mind, although an origin condensing pill was precious and rare, the price of 300,000 high-rank Saint Crystals was about right. But before she could open her mouth, someone actually made a bid again, and this time the price was quite outrageous. 400,000. After the bidder made his bid, he chuckled meaningfully. An origin condensing pill is such a precious thing. Naturally, one should raise the price to their heart's content. What's the point of adding up to 10 or 20,000? These words sounded like they were mocking the cultivator in the A-block private room, who had previously bid 300,000, but no one thought there was anything wrong with them, because the person who made this bid was also from the A-block private room, so his status was obviously no lower than the previous bidders. On Shadowed Star, the various great forces were not harmonious. Many of them fought openly and secretly, and many of them were even life or death enemies. The smart ones had already guessed that there was some kind of grievance between these two bidders, or perhaps there was some kind of grudge between the forces they belonged to. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile? Elder Qian, inside private room C13, Wu Yi muttered in amazement, because she recognized that the person who made the bid of 400,000 was actually Qian Tong. This old man had just left, and in the blink of an eye had suddenly become so extravagant. Where did he get so many Saint Crystals from? Yang Kai's expression became strange as he frowned secretly, wondering what Qian Tong was trying to do. He clearly knew that this origin condensing pill was up for auction, so why would he deliberately raise the price so high? If he lost this pill to himself, wouldn't he be suffering a loss? Or did he really want it? If he was deliberately raising the price, then he was trying to buy it back at a high price to earn Yang Kai's favor. But thinking about it again, Qiantong definitely knew that there was an even better origin condensing pill, so there was no need for him to do this. If he really wanted to earn Yang Kai's favor, he could have just raised the price of the other origin condensing pill. It seems that Qiantong has some kind of grudge with the previous bidder. Yang Kai secretly guessed. 410,000. The man didn't seem to hear the ridicule in Qiantong's words and coldly snorted before raising the price by another 10,000. 500,000. In comparison, Qiantong seemed much richer, continuously raising the price in round figures, causing many cultivators in the hall to secretly admire him. 510,000, 600,000. The two seemed to be competing with each other, and only the sounds of Qiantong and the man bidding could be heard in the auction hall. The price of the origin condensing pill soared, making Yang Kai feel like he was in a dream, almost unable to believe that the pill he had casually refined was so expensive. He had asked Wu Yi before which pills were more expensive, and Wu Yi had said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. He couldn't refine an origin nirvana pill, so he had casually refined 2 origin condensing pills. He was also afraid that Yang Yan's 2 origin-grade artifacts wouldn't be able to sell for too high a price, so he had tried his best. How could he have imagined that the price of an origin condensing pill would be enough to satisfy him? With 600,000 high-rank Saint crystals, he could purchase a large number of precious materials, and Yang Yan could arrange a spirit array to cover the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. On top of that, Qiantong and the man's bids continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, the price had soared to 710,000. Sighs rang out from countless private rooms, as if everyone thought that these two had gone crazy, actually raising the price of an origin condensing pill so high. Even if there was a deep hatred between them, they shouldn't do this. With this precedent being set, what would happen if another origin condensing pill appeared in the future? Would it be auctioned at such a high price? Only a fool would buy it. So many Saint crystals, rich people really are terrifying. Wu Yi smiled bitterly. Wu Yi smiled bitterly, thinking about how the Haiku family was struggling to earn a few thousand Saint crystals, but in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction house, there were many rich and powerful people who spent money like water. Soon, these Saint crystals will be ours, Yang Kai said, sniffing. Why? Wu Yi looked at him in amazement. That origin condensing pill is mine to auction. What? Wu Yi and Yang Yin were both stunned as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Even the 2 women from Shadow Moon Hall couldn't help gaping slightly, as if they hadn't expected the person they were in charge of serving to be so rich. No matter what his background was, with more than 700,000 Saint crystals, his status would immediately rise. 800,000. Qiantong's voice still sounded unhurriedly, as if he wasn't bidding 800,000, but 80,000 Saint crystals. 8,000 Saint crystals, he didn't seem to care at all. 900,000. The man competing with Qiantong also became enraged and abandoned his previous method of increasing the price by 10,000, directly raising the price by 100,000. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Old dog Qiantong, if you want to fight, this old master will accompany you. There's no need to discuss me like this. A trivial few 100,000 Saint crystals is nothing to my sea temple." Ha ha ha! Qiantong's laughter rang out. Jiang Huayan, what do you mean by that? Is this your first time participating in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction? Don't you understand the principle that the highest bidder wins? This old master likes this origin condensing pill, so naturally he can bid as much as he wants, but if you can't afford it, don't try to compete with this old master. This old master doesn't have much, but he does have a lot of Saint crystals. Ha! This old master has just picked up a few tens of millions of Saint crystals and has no place to spend them. If I don't buy something I like, what else can I do? Am I supposed to take them to my grave? As soon as these words came out, disdainful voices immediately rang out from the private rooms. The Sea Temple Master named Jiang Huai and was so angry he almost coughed up blood. The Saint crystals Qiantong had picked up were something almost everyone in the private rooms had a share of, so naturally Sea Temple had a share as well. Taking someone else's Saint crystals and competing with them for something was simply inhumane. Xiantong's approach was simply too immoral. Chapter 1156. Although everyone despised Xiantong in their hearts, most of them were envious. Who told Xiantong to seize this great opportunity to make money? Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was held every 2 or 3 years and had been held in the territories of all the great forces. Turning this kind of event into a money-making opportunity required both luck and foresight. No one spoke up for Jiang Huan. Without even mentioning the fact that Xiantong's words were reasonable, an auction, it was only natural that everyone would bid for the items. On top of that, there was some grievance between Shadow Moon Hall and Sea Temple, so Xiantong was targeting Jiang Huan. This was already a matter between 2 great forces, so the other great forces naturally wouldn't intervene casually and wade into these muddy waters. I understand, Wu Yi suddenly said in a low voice. Understand what? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. I know why Jiang Huan is willing to pay such a high price to buy an origin condensing pill. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. He is the 3rd temple master of Sea Temple, and I heard that he has a very favored son named Jiang Jiren. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiren's aptitude is average. Over the years, Jiang Huai has used countless precious treasures to raise his cultivation to the 3rd Order Saint King realm. Unfortunately, 3rd Order Saint King is Jiang Jiren's bottom line. Without an origin condensing pill, he will never be able to break through to the origin returning realm. I heard that Jiang Huan has been looking everywhere for origin condensing pills and has even collected several sets of materials to refine them, but none of them have been successful. So he's determined to obtain this origin condensing pill. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly thought to himself. No wonder Xiantong is raising the price so unscrupulously. It turns out that he has grasped Jiang Huan's weakness and isn't afraid he won't buy it. That should be the case. Sea Temple's 3rd temple master is willing to pay such a high price because he wants to buy it for Jiang Jiren. But one should know when to stop. Jiang Huan isn't a fool. I estimate that if Elder Qian raises the price again, he might just throw this origin condensing pill into his own hands. Yang Kai was slightly worried. Xiantong had treated him well, so Yang Kai naturally didn't want Xiantong to suffer a loss at his hands. Wu Yi smiled. What are you afraid of? Didn't you hear Elder Qian say he picked up several tens of millions of Saint crystals? Although it's not true, Elder Qian is really rich. All right, how much did he give you just now? I don't. Only then did Yang Kai remember that he was still holding a space ring in his hand. Just now, Xiantong had hurriedly left after delivering the space ring, so the auction for the origin condensing pills had begun immediately. Yang Kai's attention had been attracted by the sounds of bidding below, and he hadn't had time to check his space ring. Sweeping the contents of his space ring with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression instantly froze. Wu Yi saw Yang Kai's expression change and asked nervously. She didn't know why, but her heart was pounding. Even Yang Yin was craning his neck, waiting for Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai took a deep breath and handed the space ring to them. Take a look for yourself. Wu Yi took it suspiciously, but after using her divine sense to check the number of Saint crystals inside the space ring, she couldn't help exclaiming and covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Seeing this, Yang Yin snatched the space ring and checked its contents, his expression not much better than Wu Yi's. 3,000,000 high-rank Saint crystals. The space ring sent by Xiantong contained a total of 3,000,000 high-rank Saint crystals. This exaggerated number not only caused Wu Yi and Yang Yin to go crazy, even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. Yang Kai had thought that Xiantong was just being polite, giving him 200,000 or 300,000 high-rank Saint crystals at most, but it turned out to be 10 times that amount. No wonder Xiantong said that as long as he didn't buy anything too expensive, these Saint crystals should be enough for him to spend. 3 million. Just how many things could he buy? It seems that Elder Qian really did pick up tens of millions of Saint crystals and wasn't just boasting, Yang Kai muttered to himself. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He knew that these Saint crystals were tolls collected by Qian Tong, but he hadn't expected Qian Tong to be so bold as to collect tens of millions of Saint crystals and tolls. These 3 million Saint crystals might only be a tenth of that amount. Wu Yi glanced over at the two female disciples from Shadow Moon Hall cautiously before whispering to Yang Kai, "Don't try to curry favor for no reason. Be careful." Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be afraid of? I contributed greatly to those tolls. If it weren't for me, Elder Qian wouldn't have been able to collect so many Saint crystals. We'll take these 3 million Saint crystals with no qualms." That would be for the best. Wu Yi was still a little worried. While the three of them were talking, Qian Tong and Zhang Huan had been ridiculing each other for quite some time. Seeing that they were about to continue arguing, Yin Pei, who was drinking tea in a block private room, suddenly became unhappy and coldly snorted. "Are you two done yet? Everyone here is waiting to see how the auction progresses. If you really don't like each other, why don't you go out and fight? Don't waste my Treasure Trove Pavilion's time to do business." Hearing the words of Treasure Trove Pavilion's chief manager, Qian Tong and Zhang Huan finally stopped arguing. Even if they didn't give face to anyone else, they had to give face to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to participate in future auctions and would suffer a great loss. Many precious things on Shadowed Star were auctioned off by Treasure Trove Pavilion. Qian Tong grinned meaningfully and said, "This old master just can't stand some people being so stingy. Forget it. There's no point in arguing. It's just who gets it." Young lady, where did the origin condensing pill go?" The beautiful female auctioneer pursed her lips and smiled. "Elder Qian, Temple Master Zhang has bid 900,000. 900,000? What a high price, TSK. That's enough to buy 3 origin condensing pills." As soon as Qian Tong's voice fell, the sound of chair being crushed rang out from Zhang Huai's private room. The Sea Temple's third temple master obviously wanted to skin Qian Tong alive. It was Qian Tong who had raised the price, but now he was making sarcastic remarks. It seemed he wouldn't give up until he angered Zhang Huai into death. Qian Tong shouted again, 1 million. The audience went into an uproar again. The auction had been going on for 3 hours now, and finally, an item worth 1 million appeared. Although everyone knew that this price was much higher than the market price, this was still an auction, so with so many people competing for it, the price would naturally be higher. The sound of something breaking once again rang out from Sea Temple's 810 private room. Qian Tong smiled and said, "Zhang Huan, don't say this old master didn't take care of you. You and I have known each other for many years. Now that we're fighting over an origin condensing pill, others will see us as a joke. This is the last time this old master will raise the price. If you can outbid this old master will give you this origin condensing pill. 1,010,000. Even if he knew that Qian Tong was trying to bargain, Zhang Huan had no choice but to raise the price. At this point in the auction, it was no longer just a matter of the origin condensing pill, but also a matter of face. Moreover, Zhang Huan had gone to great lengths to obtain this origin condensing pill. The herbs he had collected over the years were worth nearly 1 million Saint crystals. Now that there was a ready-made pill in front of him, of course he had to grab it. What made Zhang Huan want to vomit blood was that he had clearly spent several times the price to buy this origin condensing pill. But in the eyes of those who didn't know the truth, this origin condensing pill was actually being given to him by Qian Tong. If this wasn't Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction, if this wasn't Heavenly Fate City, Zhang Huan would have fought Qian Tong to the death. This was going too far. After the price of 1,010,000 was called out, no one else increased the price. Qian Tong also didn't say anything. The beautiful female auctioneer quickly stepped forward and shouted 3 times before the origin condensing pill was finally won by Zhang Huan. If not for the 3 million Saint crystals given by Qian Tong, Yang Kai and the others would have been very happy with this additional million. But with 3 million Saint crystals in hand, and now an additional million, all 3 of them remained calm. After all, once money reached a certain point, it would become nothing more than a pile of numbers. However, this didn't hinder the three of them from looking forward to the other auction items. Even Yang Kai was the same. He wanted to know what kind of price his other origin condensing pill would sell for, as well as Yang Yan's origin grade mid-rank artifact, both of which would definitely be quite valuable. By now, the auction had reached the second half. With the appearance of the origin condensing pill as the starting point, the second half of Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction was really different. Whether it was the grade or quality of the items, they were all much higher than before, so naturally, the price of these items also soared. At this point, the cultivator sitting in the hall had basically lost the qualification to participate in the auction. Now, only those in the private rooms were bidding, while the people in the hall were simply watching the fun. Almost every auction item sold for no less than 200,000 or 300,000 Saint Crystals, with a few of the best items going for more than 1,000,000 Saint Crystals. This made Yang Kai sigh again. On Shadowed Star, there were still many rich people. It was just that ordinary people couldn't see them. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction had brought all these rich people together. With 3,000,000 Saint Crystals on hand, there was still 1,000,000 Saint Crystals to go. Yang Yin and Wu Yi also wanted to participate in the auction, but Yang Yin was an origin-grade artifact refiner, so they naturally wouldn't bid on these artifacts. Originally, they wanted to buy some pills, but they were stopped by Yang Kai. Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so how could he let them spend their money in vain? After bidding for a while, Yang Yin could only buy some precious raw materials for arranging spirit arrays and artifact refining. A piece of stars iron the size of a human head cost 250,000 Saint Crystals. 10 pieces of high-quality blue spirit would cost 370,000 Saint Crystals, and some 9th Order Monster Beast body materials, plus its monster core, cost nearly 1,000,000 Saint Crystals, so the 3,000,000 Saint Crystals quickly shrank. Yang Kai didn't make a move because he didn't see what he wanted. It wasn't until a cratered stone the size of a wash basin appeared in the auction that Kai Yang bought it with a base price of 150,000 gold coins that he couldn't determine its origin and quality. According to the beautiful auctioneer, none of the appraisal grandmasters of Treasure Trove Pavilion could tell what this strange stone was, and some artifact refiners had tried to meld it, but failed. Countless masters in the auction hall had also used their divine senses to investigate it, but none of them could find anything, almost making it the first item to go unsold at the auction. Because no one knew what this stone was, but something that even artifact refiners couldn't melt was obviously not ordinary, so the base price set by Treasure Trove Pavilion wasn't too low. It wasn't until the last moment that Yang Kai lazily announced the base price and easily won the auction. There was once an origin returning realm master who thought he was strong enough to rush into the Lu Yin sand field to search for treasures. But no matter how strong he was or how well prepared he was, as soon as he entered the Lu Yin sand field, he was melted away along with his artifacts. It's that powerful. Yang Kai was shocked. Yes, and that's only the outermost layer of this heat. It is said that if one were to venture deeper, even an origin king realm master would not be able to resist it. But that's just a rumor. There are no Origin Kings on Shadowed Star, so no one knows how strong an Origin King Realm Master really is. Wu Yi smiled sweetly. Then why did this woman say that the Lu Yin sand field was about to open? Yang Kai frowned. If the Lu Yin sand field was really a place where death was certain, who would be so stupid as to enter? No one would complain about having a long life, because every once in a while, the power of the flowing flame sand field will greatly decrease. This period of time is not fixed. It may be a few dozen years or even a few hundred years. Once the power of the flowing flame sand field weakens, cultivators will be able to enter. I have read in my family's ancient books that the last time the flowing flame sand field opened was 400 years ago, so no one has entered that place for 400 years. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. a place where no one had entered for 400 years. How many good things were hidden inside? No wonder the beautiful auctioneer had said that this was a great opportunity. Xianxia knew that many precious treasures like to grow in hot environments, and the hotter they were, the more vigorous they would be. The Luoyin sand field might have some of these treasures. However, what excited Xianxia the most was not these precious treasures, but the high temperature. This place was very suitable for him to refine the profound sunflower water. On Rainfall Star, Zhong once said that if he wanted to refine the profound sunflower water, he had to find a place with extremely high temperatures. Xianxia had more than 20 drops of profound sunflower water and had already collected all the materials needed to refine it. Now, all he needed to do was find a suitable place. The Luoyin sand field undoubtedly met his requirements. As long as he could refine a single drop, his strength would definitely improve again. Wuxia continued. The second forbidden zone is the Emperor Garden. It is said that it was once the back garden of the great emperors of Star Territory. Xianxia was shocked. The great emperors of Star Territory, a legendary master. It is said that many years ago, the entire Hung Luo star field was under the control of one of the great emperors of Star Territory. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, this star emperor disappeared and no one knows where he went. Xianxia's mood fluctuated. He had heard rumors about the star emperor before from Shun Tu on the floating continent. At that time, Xianxia didn't take it seriously, thinking that this so-called star emperor was a fabrication. But now it seemed that there really was such a person. Because even a remote cultivation star like Shadowed Star had such a legend, it was impossible for it to be groundless. A star emperor, in charge of an entire star territory. Just how powerful was that? Forget about a star emperor. Even a star master was something Xianxia had never seen before. He only knew that in order to become a star master, one needed to be at least an Origin King Realm cultivator and had to take the risk of fusing with the star's source. Once one failed, even an Origin King would die. The flowing flame sand field has always existed, but no one has been able to enter it. The Emperor Garden, on the other hand, is elusive. No one knows where it is. Occasionally, it will appear for a brief moment, attracting many people to enter it, but no one has ever come out alive. Only under some special circumstances will the Emperor Garden stabilize, and once it does, it will be a great opportunity. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little excited when he heard this. The Star Emperor's back garden was filled with countless precious treasures. The third forbidden zone is located in the territory of the sea. It's called Serene Soul Island, which is also extremely dangerous. If the Luoyin sand field has always existed and the Emperor Garden occasionally appears, then the Serene Soul Island is truly untraceable. No one has ever seen it, and no one has ever been able to find it. All those who have seen it have died. Wu Yi's words were filled with a gloomy aura, causing Yang Yin to shiver uncontrollably. This little girl's courage had always been quite small. Since no one has ever seen it, why does anyone know about Serene Soul Island? Xianxia frowned. Of the three great forbidden zones, he felt this one was the most unreliable. Wu Yi smiled faintly. Its existence is reasonable. Since everyone knows about Serene Soul Island, it must exist. Xianxia didn't dwell on this issue, but the impending opening of the Luoyin sand field made him very excited. There was no better place to refine the profound sunflower water than that. Zhong had said that when refining the profound sunflower water, as long as it was within the limits of one's body, the higher the temperature, the better. The higher the temperature, the better the profound sunflower water's power would be. Should I go there when the time comes? Xianxia thought to himself. Chapter 1158. While Xianxia's mood was soaring, on the high platform, the beautiful female auctioneer had already begun the auction of the first Origin grade low-rank artifact. Because of the flowing flame sand field and the scarcity of Origin grade artifacts, Even though Treasure Trove Pavilion had displayed 12 artifacts at once, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the masters in the private rooms from bidding for them. On the contrary, it only served to further stimulate their determination to obtain them. There were only 12 Origin-grade low-rank artifacts, so once they were sold out, there would be none left. Xianxia heard the muffled voice of Thunder Typhoon Sex Fong Tianzhong, heard Heaven Battling Union's Chu Chong Fong proudly raise his bid, heard In Su Dai from Color Glass Sex In Su Dai's melodious voice, and even heard the competing voices of the young masters from other great forces. These rising stars all seemed to want to buy some Origin-grade low-rank artifacts in order to prepare for entering the Flowing Flame Sandfield. The starting price of an Origin-grade low-rank artifact was raised to 600,000 Saint Crystals in an instant, and the bids were still increasing. Xianxia suddenly found that he had underestimated the purchasing power of Shadowed Star's great forces and the preciousness of Origin-grade artifacts. He had thought that a Saint King-grade high-rank artifact would sell for 30 to 50,000 Saint Crystals, while an Origin-grade low-rank artifact would sell for 2 to 300,000. However, this was not the case at all. Although there was only a 1-grade difference between Origin-grade low-rank and Saint King-grade high-rank, the difference in price was like the difference between heaven and earth. After thinking about it carefully, Xianxia understood. These great forces didn't lack purchasing power. After many years of accumulation, they had accumulated a large number of Saint Crystals. What they lacked was the opportunity to see something good. Once it appeared, even if they had to spend more Saint Crystals, they wouldn't feel distressed. Origin-grade low-rank artifacts were such good things. On Shadowed Star, the highest grade artifact refiners could reach was Origin-grade low-rank, but it was impossible for them to be like Yang Yin, who could guarantee success every time they refine an artifact. Just like alchemy, when an artifact refiner refined an artifact, there was a great chance that it would be damaged. Once it was damaged, not only would it be impossible to refine an artifact, but all the raw materials would also be lost. The chance of raw materials being damaged was very high, which naturally caused the price of Origin-grade artifacts to remain high. The price of the first Origin-grade low-rank artifact quickly broke through 1 million Saint Crystals, and although the number of people bidding gradually decreased, there were still some who were considering increasing the price. Xianxia wanted to see how much this artifact could sell for, but suddenly his expression changed, and he whispered to Yang Inflammation and Wu, "I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." The two women looked at him in surprise, but they didn't ask anything and just nodded lightly. Xianxia quickly left private room C13 and walked straight out of the Trove of Treasures building. He lingered for a while in a shop opposite the Trove of Treasures building before he slipped into the crowd on the left. Although Xianxia had been paying attention to the progress of the auction, he had not relaxed his observation of the cultivator who had won the map fragment. The appearance of the 12 Origin-grade artifacts had caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to soar, and while most people's attention was attracted by the Origin-grade artifacts, the First Order Saint King cultivator who had won the map fragment quietly left the auction hall. Obviously, he felt that this was a good opportunity to escape. Before, he had spent 100,000 Saint Crystals to firmly win the map fragment, which had attracted the attention of many people. If he wasn't afraid of attracting even more attention, he would have already left. However, it was too late to leave now. A cultivator like him shouldn't have competed for this map fragment. Xianxia's divine sense was comparable to that of an Origin-returning realm master, so it was naturally easy for him to monitor such a person. Xianxia also found that many people had the same idea as him. After he left Trove of Treasures building, one cultivator after another quietly left, all of them following behind the owner of the map fragment. Xianxia was speechless for a while. He thought that, besides himself, not many people would pay attention to this cultivator, but now he realized that it wasn't that no one was paying attention, but rather that everyone was quietly paying attention. The forces behind these people obviously believed that the owner of this map fragment had more than one map fragment. Once they obtained 2, they might be able to obtain some useful clues. Xianxia's face went black. Although there was no good way to snatch this map fragment, it was impossible for him to just give up, After all, Yang definitely had a map fragment. For the time being, he could only take one step at a time and head out of Heavenly Fate City. Although the owner of the map fragment had deliberately concealed his aura along the way and tried to keep his expression normal, how could a little First Order Saint King escape the eyes of so many masters? After a stick of incense worth of time, he left Heavenly Fate City, followed by one figure after another. Xianxia fell behind, and although many people's divine senses swept towards him, many of them origin-returning realm masters, no one paid any attention to Xianxia. 50 kilometers west of Heavenly Fate City, Falling Horse Slope. This place was desolate and filled with strange rocks. If one went further, they would arrive at a stone forest that was definitely a good place to kill and rob. Wuxia had noticed that someone was following him, but even if he had noticed, there was no way he could get rid of them because he knew exactly why these people were targeting him. His legs were trembling and his face was pale, wishing he could slap himself a few times. This time, when Treasure Trove Pavilion was holding an auction in Heavenly Fate City, Xianxia had spent a lot of money to buy an admission token from a friend. He had also brought all the Saint crystals he had accumulated over the years with him in order to buy something good at the auction to improve his strength. But instead of buying something good, he had actually bought a broken map fragment. Only the heavens knew why he had shouted out a high price of 100,000 Saint crystals at that time. That was all of his savings, as well as the accumulation of his ancestors for generations. If he was given another chance, Wuxia swore he would never have entered these muddy waters. Whoever wanted to buy that broken map fragment could buy it, but he would never have bought it. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was too late. Walking along the Falling Horse Slope, Wuxia felt a chill run down his spine, as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from all directions. He didn't even dare summon his star shuttle to escape. He was sure that once he took out his star shuttle, he would die here the next moment. Looking up and seeing the stone forest 10 kilometers away, Wuxia stopped and didn't dare to go any further. If he went there, he would also die. A gust of wind blew past, causing Wuxia's clothes to flutter. Wuxia's already tense nerves finally reached their limit. With a plop, he knelt down. Facing the gust of wind, he cried and wailed, "Seniors, please spare this junior's life." This junior was muddle-headed and shouldn't have bought that broken map fragment. "Please spare my life. I just broke through to the Saint King realm. I don't want to die yet." The whistling wind blew Wuxia's cries a little off-key, adding a touch of eeriness to this desolate place. Seeing no movement from all directions, Wuxia knew that these people weren't afraid of him, but rather of each other. Unable to bear it any longer, Xianxia quickly took out the broken map fragment from a space ring, held it high in his hand, and continued to shout, "This map fragment is here. If any of the seniors want it, please come and take it, but please don't take this junior's life." Although no one had appeared yet, Wuxia could clearly sense that an invisible pressure was shooting towards him from all directions. All of these pressures swept past the map fragment in his hand, and then quickly retracted. Wuxia continued to cry and beg for mercy, but after a long time, he shouted again, "Seniors, I will leave this map fragment here. If any of you want it, this junior will withdraw first, okay?" Still, no one answered. Wuxia shouted 3 times in a row before saying in a self-deceiving manner, "If none of you have any objections, this junior will take his leave." Saying so, Xianxia put down the map fragment in his hand on the ground, picked up a stone, and slowly stood up. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly saw a young man standing behind him, causing Wuxia to fall to his knees in fright. This young man was wearing an artifact armor, so at first glance, it was obvious he was not an ordinary person. What frightened Wuxia the most was that behind this young man stood 2 masters with cold expressions. Judging from the auras these 2 were exuding, they were definitely 2 origin-returning realm masters. "Do you think this is an auction where shouting 3 times will result in a deal?" The young man sneered. Wuxia quickly waved his hand and said, "I wouldn't dare. This young master must be joking, but I've been shouting here for a long time, yet no one paid any attention to me." "Young master, I'll leave this map fragment here. If you want it, feel free to take it. Just don't kill me. You're not qualified to bargain with me." The young man remained unmoved and motioned to the master behind him to pick up the map fragment. He didn't want to come out so early because there were at least 30 people lying in ambush on this falling horse slope. But seeing this timid Saint King realm cultivator really want to leave, he couldn't hold himself back and was the first to step out. One of the origin returning realm masters behind him stepped forward, picked up the map fragment, examined it, and nodded. "It's the one that appeared at the auction." Saying so, he handed the map fragment to the young man. The young man took it and threw it into his space ring before turning to Guxiong and saying, "Let me see your space ring." Ah! Guxiong was stunned for a moment, as if this was the first time he had been robbed. Although he was unwilling, he didn't dare to resist and obediently took off his space ring and handed it to the young man. The young man swept the space ring with his divine sense, and his face suddenly became gloomy as he shouted angrily, "You don't have any other map fragments?" "I didn't say I had any." Guxiong defended himself weakly. "Bastard!" The young man was furious and kicked Guxiong in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you don't have any other map fragments, why did you bid? Didn't that beautiful woman say that this map fragment contained a shocking amount of wealth, top-grade secret arts, and artifacts?" Guxiong felt wronged. It was precisely because he believed the words of that beautiful auctioneer that he had bid 100,000 Saint King realm cultivator. You believed her just because she said so? The young man's expression darkened as he shouted, "Do you think you can find any clues with this map fragment?" Guxiong nodded lightly, as if this was a matter of course. Chapter 1159. The young man was speechless, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he wished he could immediately kill this idiot Guxiong. It was because of this idiot that he had randomly increased the price that he had come out here to enjoy the breeze. But in the end, he didn't have any other map fragments. The young man suddenly felt a sense of anger at being played, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Slowly raising his hand, the young man condensed his Saint Chi into the shape of a sword. Guxiong wept bitterly and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Before the young man could act, though, one of the origin returning realm masters behind him suddenly whispered, "Young master, you can't kill him." The young man froze for a moment before asking, "Why? If we kill him, there will be no witnesses. Others will probably think we obtained 2 map fragments. Obtaining 1 map fragment isn't a problem, but obtaining 2 will be a big problem." Hearing this, the young man thought for a while before finally understanding. Cursing loudly, he kicked Guxiong fiercely, threw his space ring at his face, and left. Surprisingly, no one tried to stop him. Not long after the young man and the 2 origin returning realm masters left, another person walked out from a hidden place and came up to Guxiong, who was lying on the ground with a frown on his face, asking a few questions. Guxiong answered truthfully. The man picked up the space ring on the ground and examined it before slowly shaking his head in disappointment, tossing it to the ground and quickly leaving. A third person walked out and did exactly the same thing as the second person, followed by a fourth, a fifth, after experiencing such a huge fall from life to death. Guxiong's mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, but being interrogated by masters whose status and strength were far higher than it still made him feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, these people only asked him a few questions, checked his space ring, and let him go. None of them had any intention of taking his life, nor did anyone try to steal anything from his space ring. After half an hour, Xianxia was the last to come out. Guxiong was already familiar with this kind of situation, so without waiting for Xianxia to ask, he quickly explained, "I don't have a second map fragment. I just listened to that beautiful woman's words and thought that with this map fragment, I would be able to find shocking wealth and top-grade martial skills. My space ring is on the ground. If you want to see it, you can check it yourself. Just don't kill me." Xianxia sighed, no longer in the mood to check Guxiong's space ring. So many people had seen it. If there really was a second map fragment, it would have been impossible for it not to be discovered. Next time, don't randomly buy things, Yang Kai said in a slightly amused tone. Of the dozens of people who came out, which one of them wasn't a scheming person? But they were all fooled by Gu Xiong. It wasn't that Gu Xiong's acting skills were amazing, but no one thought that this guy was such a fool. He believed the beautiful auctioneer's words so easily. Gu Xiong nodded repeatedly. I'll never buy anything at an auction again. Let's go. Yang Kai waved to him. You're lucky that no one killed you this time, but next time it's hard to say. Yes, 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 Gu Xiong said gratefully, grabbing his space ring and scrambling away. He had been so frightened that he hadn't even realized that Yang Kai was a cultivator in the same realm as him. Otherwise, how could he have been so polite to Yang Kai? It wasn't until Gu Xiong had run far away that he summoned his star shuttle and flew away. Vaguely, Yang Kai seemed to be able to hear him crying out in fear. The map fragment that had appeared at the auction had been taken away by the first young man to appear, which made Yang Kai very depressed. Yang Kai's strength was too low right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to compete with this young man for this map fragment. The reason why the others hadn't tried to snatch it was because everyone knew that a single map fragment was useless. Otherwise, they would have already bid for it at the auction. How could it have been won by Gu Xiong? On top of that, that young man probably had some background, so naturally, they wouldn't easily offend the force behind him for a useless map fragment. Now, it seemed that the map fragment would have been better off in Gu Xiong's hands. Now that it had been taken away by that young man, Yang Kai estimated that he wouldn't be able to retrieve it in a short time. Fortunately, he had already memorized the other party's appearance, so it wouldn't be too late to think of a way later. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai returned to Heavenly Fate City again and headed straight to Treasure Trove Pavilion. Inside room C-13, Yang Kai pushed open the door, sat down on a chair, and took a sip of spirit tea. Seeing Wu, Yi, and Yang Inflammation both immersed in excitement, he couldn't help asking, how did the auction go? You're back. Wu, Yi, and Yang Inflammation seemed to have just noticed Yang Kai. Wu, Yi smiling widely and saying, the price was unexpected. Each artifact sold for more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Now, the one being auctioned is the twin daggers. Oh, Yang Kai raised his head and looked down. Sure enough, next to the beautiful auctioneer was the final 2 prong daggers, but what surprised him was that no one was bidding for it. What's the price? Yang Kai thought that it was impossible for such an artifact to go unsold. 2,100,000. Wu Yi replied excitedly, not waiting for Yang Kai to ask again before taking the initiative to explain. The grade of the twin daggers is close to origin grade mid-rank, much better than the previous 11, so the price is also much higher. It seems the people here are quite knowledgeable. At that moment, the beautiful female auctioneer shouted, 2,100,000 going once, 2,100,000 going twice, 2,100,000 going thrice sold. Congratulations to the friend in private room C-3 for winning the exquisite twin daggers. This mistress wishes this friend great success in the Lu Yin Sandfield and a fruitful return. The beautiful woman said a few pleasantries with a smile. She had the woman from the Treasure Trove Pavilion carry the exquisite twin forks to private room B3 with a jade plate. Oh, C3, not colored glass sect? Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that this exquisite twin dagger would be won by In Su Dai of colored glass sect. After all, it was an artifact suitable for women, but he remembered that In Su Dai's colored glass sect was in a private room in the A block. Why colored glass sect? Wu Yi was puzzled. It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai went out for a stroll. This round of 12 origin grade low-rank artifacts had been auctioned off, so the next item to be auctioned was actually a pill, an origin grade low-rank pill at that. Treasure Trove Pavilion had made ample preparations for this auction and was certain that the Lu Yin Sand Field was about to open, so none of the great forces would be stingy with money. As long as there was something good, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it for a high price. As such, after the Origin-grade low-rank artifacts were auctioned off, Origin-grade low-rank pills were immediately put on the stage, once again igniting the hot atmosphere in the auction hall. Xianxia had a profound understanding of just how expensive Origin-grade pills were here. A bottle of 10 pills that could quickly supplement one's St. Qi sold for a high price of 600,000 St. Qi, averaging out to 60,000 per pill. The wild rose pills that could be used to heal wounds also sold for a bottle of 10 pills, even more expensive than ordinary pills, selling for a total of 730,000 per bottle. 5 meridian pills that could repair meridians sold for 800,000 St. Qi. The most expensive of all was the snow and ice pill that could help a cultivator disperse the heat, selling for 1,100,000 St. Qi. Luyin sand field was filled with scorching heat, so the snow and ice pill had a great effect there. As such, as soon as this pill appeared, it was almost immediately snatched up by the great forces. A total of 5 bottles were auctioned off, each one selling for a higher price than the last. Pills weren't like artifacts. As long as an artifact wasn't damaged, it could be used countless times, but once a pill was consumed, it would be gone. In order to enter the Luyin sand field, these great forces had spared no expense. Normally, although these Origin-grade pills were precious, it was impossible for them to sell for such a high price. However, in this favorable environment, Treasure Trove Pavilion was able to sell these pills for 3 or 4 times the usual price. The beautiful female auctioneer stood on the stage and smiled brightly, her face flushed red. After more than an hour, all the Origin-grade low-rank pills were auctioned off, and every great force in the private rooms had more or less gained something, so everyone was happy. Just when many people thought that the auction had come to an end, the beautiful female auctioneer spoke once more in a delicate voice. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. The next item to be auctioned is the finale of my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction." As soon as the words finale were spoken, the entire auction hall fell silent. Only heavy breathing could be heard as countless eyes focused on the beautiful female auctioneer. A few keen cultivators even noticed that the beautiful female auctioneer's voice was trembling slightly and immediately understood that the finale of this auction was quite extraordinary. Because this matter is of great importance, the auction of this finale item will be personally presided over by my Treasure Trove Pavilion's Grand Manager, Manager Yin Pei. "Manager Yin, please." After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she stepped aside and looked in a certain direction with a smile. Yin Pei's face was dark and his expression was cold as he strode over from that direction. Yin Pei is actually presiding over this auction himself. Not only was there a flurry of discussion in the auction hall, but even the private rooms were filled with whispers. Old Blackface Yin Pei was known as the blackest and most ruthless auctioneer in Endless Treasures Pavilion. In the past, every time he presided over an auction, he would rip off the bidders until they wished they were dead. In recent years, Yin Pei had grown older and his status had risen, so he rarely appeared at auctions. No one had expected that Yin Pei, who had not presided over an auction for many years, would actually appear in person this time. Everyone knew that since he had appeared, the auction hall would be filled with a bloody storm. For a time, all the Master Realm Masters in the private rooms wore bitter looks as they touched their space rings and sighed, secretly worrying about the Saint Crystals in their space rings. That thing actually became the finale item. Inside Room C-13, Wu Yi and Yang Yin looked at each other and almost jumped up in excitement. Not to mention the grade of this artifact, just the fact that it was the finale of the auction had already raised its price by a huge margin. The two women could almost imagine that after this auction, they would definitely become rich women. Yang Yin was already calculating how many precious materials she should buy. Private Room A5 was a private room belonging to Shadow Moon Hall. At this moment, in addition to Qian Tong, there were 5 or 6 young people inside, all of whom were rising stars of Shadow Moon Hall. However, only a man and a woman were qualified to sit next to Qian Tong. The man was handsome, and his eyes shone with a reserved light, indicating he was a third-order Saint King cultivator. The woman was slender, had a picturesque face, and was also a third-order Saint King. However, her aura wasn't as reserved as the man's, and was instead more flamboyant, obviously because she had just broken through not long ago. Chapter 1160. The status of this man and woman in Shadow Moon Hall was obviously not low. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to sit next to Qiantong. When the other young disciples standing next to them looked at the two of them, there was a hint of envy in their eyes. Elder Qian, you have a good relationship with Manager Yan. Do you know what this finale item is? One of the female disciples standing nearby asked curiously. Qiantong's expression was serious, as if he hadn't heard the female disciple's words. Seeing him like this, everyone couldn't help holding their breaths, feeling more and more that this finale item was extraordinary. Elder Qiantong definitely knew some inside information. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a dignified look on his face. Luo Qing. Qiantong suddenly shouted. Disciple is here. Luo Qing, who had been standing to the side, quickly stepped forward. How many Saint Crystals did you raise? Luo Qing quickly replied respectfully. Disciple has followed Elder's instructions and managed to raise 50 million Saint Crystals, but a large part of it was transferred from his sect. 50 million? Qiantong narrowed his eyes slightly. I still have nearly 30 million, so we have about 80 million Saint Crystals inside the private room. Most people were shocked. Even if they were from Shadow Moon Hall and had high status in the sect, 80 million Saint Crystals still shocked them. What shocked them even more, though, was that Qiantong actually muttered to himself, I wonder if that's enough. The beautiful woman sitting next to Qiantong finally couldn't help asking, Master, what is this finale item? Even 80 million Saint Crystals isn't enough? She wasn't the only one who was curious. Even the other handsome man who had been wearing a calm expression was curious, turning his head to look at Qiantong, hoping he could explain. From the start of the auction until now, the most expensive item up for auction was the exquisite twin forks that had been auctioned before, but that had only sold for 1 million Saint Crystals. Could the finale be an Origin King Grade artifact? If it really was an Origin King Grade artifact, 80 million Saint Crystals might not be enough, but where would Treasure Trove Pavilion find such an item? You don't understand. Qiantong laughed bitterly. 80 million seems like a lot, but other people probably have even more. My Shadow Moon Hall is one of the great forces on Shadowed Star. However, compared to Thunder Typhoon Sect, Star Emperor Sect, and Heaven Battling Union, there was still a gap between them and Color Glass Sect. Grand Fire Sect, Twin Heart Valley, Floating Mist Palace, and the other great forces are also stronger than us. I'm just afraid they've collected even more Saint Crystals. Master, what exactly is that thing? The delicate and pretty girl asked again. See for yourself. Qiantong was not in the mood to answer, because even if he answered, these juniors might not be able to recognize the value of that thing. It would be easier for them to understand if he explained it after everyone had started to fight for it. The people in the private rooms no longer spoke, and all turned their eyes towards the auction stage. Black-faced Yin Pei stood there, his eyes sweeping around as he loudly declared, This old master, Yin Pei, would like to thank everyone for participating in my Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction this time. The auction has progressed to this point, and this old master is generally satisfied. The only thing that displeases this old master is that everyone is holding their wallets too tightly. This old master hopes that everyone can bring out the imposing manner and boldness of a great sect and great force. There's no need to give face to others or my Treasure Trove Pavilion. If you fancy something, so what if you go bankrupt? As long as you can obtain it, it's fine. Yin Pei's blunt words made all the experts in the private rooms suck in a breath of cold air. This old black face harbored evil intentions. Listening to his tone, it seemed that he would only give up after all of them went bankrupt. It was truly too vicious. There were even many people who had the thought of immediately leaving this place. If they stayed, they might really go bankrupt. Yin Pei, however, did not give them a chance and continued. Without further ado, I will now introduce this auction's finale item. With a wave of his hand, a woman in palace robes immediately walked up with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a red cloth, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, causing everyone to grit their teeth in anger. The woman in palace robes stood in front of Yin Pei, and Yin Pei loudly declared, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and look carefully." Saying so, she lifted the red cloth and revealed a long red whip on the jade plate. This long whip's shape was smooth, with sections like a scorpion's tail that were tightly connected without any gaps. The tip of the whip was like a sharp spike that flickered with a dark green light. At a glance, it was clear that this spike was extremely poisonous. Dragon-beating whip, Yin Pei shouted. In room C13, Xianxia had just taken a sip of tea when he heard the name. Yin Pei gave to this long red whip and almost spat out. The treasure trove pavilion had given the previous twin prongs the exquisite twin prongs. It wasn't a bad name, but it was a mediocre name. This long red whip was called Dragon-beating Whip by Yin Pei, a truly domineering name. Old Blackface's face was really thick, daring to give it such a name. Burning gazes came from all directions as countless divine senses swept over this item, causing the sounds of discussion to ring out in the private rooms of the hall. Yin Pei quickly shouted, "This is a genuine origin-grade mid-rank artifact. According to the appraisal of my treasure trove pavilion's grandmasters, the main material of this whip is the tail of the ninth order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion, supplemented by a variety of origin-grade ores. This old master will not explain what an origin-grade mid-rank artifact represents, as everyone here should be clear in their hearts. This is a work of art that far surpasses the standard of artifact refining on Shadowed Star. This whip is over 20 meters long and can be changed in length by pouring Saint Chi into it. What's more, the Grandmaster who refined this dragon-beating whip perfectly preserved the toxicity of the scarlet-tailed purple-armored scorpion's tail. Although it is somewhat sinister, it greatly increases the power of this dragon-beating whip." Yin Pei said as he picked up the dragon-beating whip from the jade plate and swung it around the high platform, letting everyone feel the power of an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Sure enough, upon seeing the power of this dragon-beating whip, countless people's breathing became rapid. After a while, Yin Pei put the dragon-beating whip back. At that moment, a voice rang out from one of the private rooms in a block. "Manager Yin, is this the thing you said would make us go bankrupt? Although origin-grade mid-rank artifacts are rare, they aren't enough to break our bones. I thought Treasure Trove Pavilion had collected an Origin King grade artifact this time. And we were all looking forward to it, but it turned out to be just an Origin grade mid-rank artifact." Yin Pei stood there, as if he hadn't heard anything, only a faint sneer on his face. The people in the private rooms had all received the news in advance and had ordered people to collect Saint Crystals, but no one knew what kind of precious item Treasure Trove Pavilion had taken out this time. After all, this was a secret, so Yin Pei wouldn't spread it around. He also believed that with Qian Tong's shrewdness, it was impossible for them to leak any information to others. Each of them had collected a lot of Saint Crystals, but now they only had a single origin-grade mid-rank artifact, which was naturally disappointing and made them feel like they were making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, this artifact still had to be snatched. With an origin-grade mid-rank artifact in front of them, even if they couldn't win it, they had to raise the price as much as possible to make others suffer. For a time, everyone secretly waited with the mentality of harming others without benefiting themselves. Yin Pei then said something that made everyone cough up blood. "This artifact is most suitable for women. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can buy it and give it to a woman you like. This old master can guarantee that any man who buys it will be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman." Disrespectful old bastard. Inside the private room of Colored Glass Sect, Su Dai ground her teeth and cursed. The reason she hadn't snatched the exquisite twin daggers just now was because she wanted to wait and see if there was anything better coming up. Sure enough, now that the Dragon Striker Whip had appeared, she had secretly made up her mind to snatch this Dragon Striker Whip. She also believed that with her popularity, once she made a bid, many people would give up trying to compete with her, but she hadn't expected Yin Pei to say such words. Wasn't this just creating a lot of competition for her? A middle-aged woman next to In Su Dai gently patted her hand and comforted her. Rest assured, we'll definitely win it. Thank you, second madam. In Su Dai smiled sweetly. Dragon Striker Whip, starting price 1 million. Each increase must be no less than 100,000. Everyone make your bids. Yin Pei had said everything he needed to say and had roused the mood of the crowd. So now it was time to watch people fight to the death. This was his favorite part of the auction. Every time someone fought to the death, he would feel happy and feel many years younger. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of bidding immediately rang out from the various private rooms. 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 2 million. The masters who had been constantly belittling this Dragon Striker Whip seemed to have forgotten what they had just said and began bidding with red eyes. Not only were there masters and masters from various great forces participating in this bidding war, but there were also some rising stars among them. I bid 2,100,000. Chu Chong Feng of Heaven Battling Union was always so confident in his bid, as if he was born to be superior to others, as if others should give in to him. 2,300,000. The one who opposed Chu Chong Feng was always Fong Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. The two of them came from one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, so their reputation and strength were on par. So neither of them feared the other. Brother Fong, why do you want to buy this Dragon Striker Whip? It's not suitable for you. Isn't it just a waste of money? Chu Chong Feng grinned meaningfully and continued to bid. 2,500,000. I can't use it, but you can. 2,800,000. Fong Tianzhong did not back down. I'm naturally buying it as a gift. I heard that junior sister Ian of Color Glass Sect is currently in need of an artifact. So this junior brother wants to use this opportunity to offer Buddha 3 million. This was a blatant display of love, and it was done in front of all the masters from Shadowed Star's great forces, causing many of them to hiss in disbelief. Inside Color Glass Sect's private room, the middle-aged woman's face went cold while In Su Dai's expression was also very unpleasant. She didn't want to be involved in any scandals because of today's events, so she softly said, Brother Chu's good intentions, Su Dai appreciates, but if I want this Dragon Striker Whip, naturally I will bid for it. 3,200,000. He was an elder of Shadow Moon Hall. When had he ever had to think twice before buying an artifact for his disciple? Just as he was feeling sad, the handsome young man suddenly shouted, 3,500,000. The appearance of this price caused the originally quiet auction hall to once again burst into discussion. Like I said, it's impossible for an origin grade mid-rank artifact to sell for only 3,200,000. Finally, someone has increased the price. Who is this? So bold. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by Chu Chong Feng? He's also from an A-block private room. Not a small force. What's there to be afraid of? This is Shadow Moon Hall's private room. I remember Qian Tong's voice coming from inside. The one who bid is the most talented disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchong. His personal strength is no worse than Fong Tianzhong and Chu Chongfeng's. It's him? Then he must be buying it for Dong Xiner. I heard that the two of them grew up together and have long since developed feelings for each other. I wonder if that's true or not. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Dong Xiner looked at Wei Guchong in amazement, seemingly not having expected him to directly bid. Wei Guchong smiled and said, If you want it, we'll bid for it. No need to care about others. Saying so, he turned to Qian Tong and asked, Elder Qian, can I mobilize these several million Saint crystals? Qian Tong smiled lightly. Yes. He was greatly relieved. Dong Xian'er was his disciple, and although he and Wei Guchong were not master and disciple, Qian Tong had been teaching him cultivation for many years. Although they were not master and disciple, their relationship was closer than that. Both of them had excellent aptitude, and Qian Tong felt that if they had not been born on Shadowed Star and had instead been born outside, they would have had greater achievements in the future. What satisfied Qian Tong the most was that Wei Guchong took good care of Dong Xian'er, doting on her like an elder brother and tolerating some of Dong Xian'er's personality. On top of that, Dong Xian'er also had a calm temperament and did not have the shortcomings of disciples from great forces. It could be said that these two disciples were the most outstanding in Shadow Moon Hall and were regarded by Qian Tong as the sect's greatest hope. Now, that Wei Guchong was participating in this auction for Dong Xian'er. Qian Tong naturally supported him. 4 million. Inside Colored Glass sect's private room, In Su Dai's voice called out again. Although her voice was flat, In Su Dai inside the private room was secretly gnashing her teeth. Originally, if not for Wei Guchong's bid, she might have been able to buy the Dragon Striker whip for 3.2 million Saint crystals, but now that Wei Guchong had jumped out, the price had increased significantly. It was tantamount to spending money in vain. On the high platform, the black-faced Yin Pei was calm and unmoving like a mountain. Only when he wasn't paying attention would the corners of his mouth curl up into a faint sneer, which would disappear immediately. An origin-grade, mid-rank artifact. Wanting to buy it for between 3 million and 4 million? If this old master doesn't sell it for more than 10 million today, this old master won't be called the chief auctioneer of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Just now, even if Wei Guchong hadn't bid, someone else would have, so Blackface Yin Pei wasn't worried about this Dragon Striker whip selling for a low price. 2 million. Inside Shadow Moon Hall's private room, Wei Guchong raised the price again almost without hesitation. 5 million. Insu Dai also seemed to have become angry, and although her voice was still soft and pleasant, her tone was quite anxious. Wei Guchong was about to raise the price again when Qian Tong suddenly shook his head. Don't bid anymore. Wei Guchong looked at Qian Tong and asked puzzledly, why? Even if this Dragon Striker whip is sold for a few million, it won't be expensive. Yes, but if it ends up in our hands, we will lose the qualification to compete for the final item. And do you think old Yanpei is a vegetarian? He will make Colored Glass sect bleed. There's no need for us to participate. There's another auction item? Wei Guchong was shocked, and Dong Xian'er also asked curiously, didn't Senior Yin just say that this was the finale of the auction? Can't the finale have 2 items? Qian Tong grinned meaningfully before turning to Wei Guchong and saying, Xian'er already understands your intentions. That's enough. There's no need to continue bidding. I understand. Wei Guchong wasn't a person like Chu Chong Feng who acted wantonly to win a smile from a beautiful woman. So when Qian Tong said so, he immediately understood the elder's meaning and no longer increased the price. With Wei Guchong not bidding, everyone thought he had withdrawn from the competition and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Blackface Yin Pei rolled his eyes towards the box in Shadow Moon Hall and spat disdainfully. Old dog, how cunning. He didn't seem to realize that he and Qian Tong were both difficult to deal with. One had released some news in advance in order to maximize the benefits of this auction item, while the other had directly collected tolls from Heavenly Fate City's space array, causing the various great forces to cry for their mothers and fathers without anyone to complain. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Pei looked around the auction hall and saw only the sounds of discussion. No one from any of the private rooms had any intention to bid, causing him to secretly feel annoyed. Just as he was about to use the cards he had arranged to raise the price of the Dragon Striker whip, someone suddenly shouted, "Excuse me for 6 million." This voice came from AB Block private room, and no one knew if he was talking about offending Yin Su Dai or Chu Chong phone. In any case, before anyone had even started bidding, this man's momentum was already weaker than the others. It was likely that the person in this private room really wanted to bid for the Dragon Striker whip, but felt a little uneasy. So he first spoke up to show weakness, so others wouldn't try to settle accounts with him. Sure enough, as soon as this voice came out, Chu Chongfeng's cold snort came from Heaven Battling Union's private room, the threat in his voice obvious. Just now, when Wei Guchong participated in the auction, although Chu Chongfeng was dissatisfied, he couldn't say anything. After all, Shadow Moonhall's strength wasn't weak, and Wei Guchong was bidding for Dong Xianer, so it was reasonable. But now a person from AB Block private room had jumped out to question his prestige, naturally causing Chu Chongfeng's anger to erupt. He had clearly said just now that his junior sister Ian liked this Dragon Striker whip, and had politely asked them to be lenient, but now there were so many people who didn't have eyes looking for trouble. Just as Chu Chongfeng was about to say a few words to show off, In Su Dai's slightly angry voice rang out from Colored Glass Sec's private room. 5 million. Looking at this situation, In Su Dai was determined to win this Dragon Striker whip. She hadn't bid for the Origin grade low-rank artifact that had appeared before, so it was impossible for her to miss this opportunity. As soon as the price of 5 million was announced, the B Block private room went silent, either because there were no more Saint Crystals to bid or because they were wary of Chu Chongfeng's cold snort. Of course, the latter was more likely. Inside the auction hall, there was another awkward silence. After the price of 5 million was called, no one continued to bid. Inside private room C13, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully, his expression flickering a few times before he suddenly called out a shocking price. 6 million. Chapter 1162. The auction for the Dragon Striker whip had always been stable, and although the price was rising steadily, everyone's bids were still reasonable, only increasing by 2 or 300,000. However, Yang Kai had suddenly bid 6 million, a full million higher than In Su Dai's bid. The audience was once again in an uproar. On the auction stage, the beautiful woman who had presided over the auction before glanced at old Yin Pei suspiciously, thinking that this was some kind of shill arranged by old Yin Pei, but this shill was obviously too obvious. How could she have known that Yin Pei would actually shake his head slowly, meaning that the shill she had arranged was not in that private room, causing the beautiful woman to be stunned. Inside room C13, hearing Yang Kai actually bid a high price of 6 million, Wu Yi and Yang Yin both covered their mouths and stared at him in amazement, not knowing what he was trying to do. 6 million. If this Dragon Striker whip fell into their hands, wouldn't they have nowhere to cry? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that the price of this Dragon Striker whip was more than 6 million. At the very least, it was more than that on this occasion. Since participating in this auction, Yang Kai had already estimated the value of various artifacts and found that there was a huge difference from his initial estimate. He had thought that the Origin grade low-rank artifacts would only sell for 2 or 300,000 Saint Crystals, but each one had sold for more than 1 million. The twin daggers refined by Yang Yin had sold for a high price of 2.1 million Saint Crystals. Now that the Dragon Striker whip was a genuine Origin grade mid-rank artifact, how could it only sell for a few million Saint Crystals? It was possible for it to sell for 10 million Saint Crystals. If it weren't for Chu Chongfeng's words, there would definitely be countless people bidding for this Dragon Striker whip, causing its price to skyrocket. However, because of Chu Chongfeng's words, there were very few people bidding now, none of them willing to offend Yang Kai and In Su Dai of Color Glass Sect, resulting in an awkward silence. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Chu Chongfeng, nor did he have the slightest friendship with In Su Dai, so of course he wouldn't allow his things to be taken advantage of by strangers. Since no one was willing to bid, Yang Kai had no choice but to bid. At worst, he would buy back the Dragon Striker whip, but he couldn't allow others to take advantage of it. You sure talk big. 6 million, can you take it out? Chu Changfeng's cold voice called out from the private room, apparently feeling that a person from the C-block private room couldn't afford so many Saint crystals. What does it have to do with you whether others can take it out or not? If he can't take it out, Treasure Trove Pavilion will naturally make him pay the price. If you want to bid, then bid. So much nonsense, Fong Tianzhong said mockingly. Brother Fong, this has nothing to do with you, right? Why are you talking so much? Chu Changfeng's voice became even colder. Normally, he and Fong Tianzhong were at loggerheads, but this time, the other party was actually trying to humiliate him, making Chu Changfeng unable to bear it. I just don't like the way some people behave. Juniors, don't be so condescending. If you dare to be so long-winded again, then both of you will be chased out of Treasure Trove Pavilion and never allowed to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions again. Yin Pei snorted coldly. Since old Yin Pei had spoken, no one dared to refuse. So Chu Changfeng and Fong Tianzhong quickly apologized. Yin Pei nodded slightly and said loudly, 6 million for room C13. Are there any higher bids? 5 million. Chu Changfeng immediately increased the price. Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, though, Fong Tianzhong's voice rang out, 7 million. Without waiting for Chu Changfeng to bid again, Yang Kai ruthlessly shouted, 8 million. Ha ha, I can't let you juniors steal the limelight. This old master bids 5 million. Qian Tong's laughter rang out. Yang Kai froze for a moment, thought about it for a moment, smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and leisurely said to Wu Yi and Yang Inflammation, get ready to collect your money. It's about time. Qian Tong had already bid 5 million. He wasn't bidding for the sake of bidding, but rather to draw attention and hatred to himself, immediately increasing the price after Yang Kai made his bid. Qian Tong was a very good person, and this favor was something Yang Kai would accept. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer both looked at Qian Tong in confusion, not knowing why he had suddenly participated in the auction. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. Qian Tong naturally had his reasons for doing so. The auction of the Dragon Striker Whip was quite dramatic. At the beginning of the auction, not many people dared to ask about this origin-grade, mid-rank offensive artifact, but no one could have imagined that at the end, its price would soar, each increase shocking everyone. After Qian Tong bid 5 million, In Su Dai immediately followed up with a bid of 9 million, eventually winning the bid. Although the Dragon Striker Whip didn't reach 10 million, this price still shocked countless people. 9 million. How many great forces on Shadowed Star could afford such a price? Inside Private Room C13, Wu Yi and Yang Yin were both stunned, their faces flushed with excitement as they clenched their fists tightly and stared towards Yang Kai in worship. If it weren't for Yang Kai stirring up trouble at the end, this Dragon Striker Whip would only have sold for 5 million, but now it had sold for nearly double that price. Counting the Origin Condensing Pill and the Twin Daggers from before, the three of them had reaped a huge harvest from this auction. 10 million high-rank Saint Crystals had been obtained so easily. In the past, neither of them had even dared to dream of such a thing. Do you think 10 million is too much? Yang Kai chuckled. 10 million isn't too much? Wu Yi was stunned. Then how much do you want? Just watch. There's something even more terrifying. Yang Kai took a sip of tea as he stared up at the high platform with a slightly excited expression. He could vaguely feel that this final item would fetch a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip. Although he didn't know what kind of final price it would sell for, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had put it up for auction after the Dragon Striker Whip, its value was indisputable. On the high platform, Yin Pei lightly coughed and announced, the next item to be auctioned is the finale. While he was speaking, the beautiful auctioneer from before personally carried a jade plate in front of Yin Pei. Everyone could see that the beautiful auctioneer's delicate body was slightly trembling, and the hand that held the jade plate was also trembling. This scene made the experts in the various private rooms extremely curious. This beautiful auctioneer was a member of the Endless Treasures Pavilion and could be considered as someone who had seen the world and had rich experience. Just what could actually make her so excited? The smile on her pretty face seemed a little stiff. "Everyone, please look." Yin Pei lifted the red cloth covering the jade plate, and the final auction item immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a transparent bottle that was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This bottle was definitely of great value, but what attracted everyone's attention was not the bottle, but the pill lying quietly inside. This pill was round and full, and there were clear, crisscrossing lines on its surface, similar to the meridians of a human body. Pill veins. An origin-condensing pill with pill veins. Countless cries of alarm rang out from all directions. At this moment, all the major private rooms were filled with varying degrees of commotion. Some people crushed the chairs they were sitting on, some overturned tables, and some broke teacups at this moment. The various masters of Shadowed Star could no longer remain calm. They who had always been able to remain calm, even if a mountain collapsed in front of them, were now like country bumpkins who had never seen the world, panicking and making a fool of themselves. The cultivators in the hall were also in an uproar. An origin-condensing pill had been auctioned off in the middle of the auction and was bought by Sea Temple's third temple master, Jiang Huayan, for a price of 1.01 million saint stones. Now that another origin-condensing pill had appeared, everyone naturally recognized it. However, this origin-condensing pill was clearly different from the previous one. It was an origin-condensing pill with pill veins. An origin-condensing pill was a Saint King grade high-rank pill and was extremely difficult to refine. Only origin-grade low-rank alchemists could refine it, but an origin-condensing pill with pill veins was something even Origin King grade alchemists could not necessarily refine. At this moment, one had appeared on the auction stage. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk one figure after another flew out from all directions, each of them concealing their auras and their eyes flashing like lightning. These people were all Origin returning realm masters of Endless Treasures Pavilion. They flew out and stood on the high platform, surrounding the Origin condensing pill with dignified expressions on their faces, as if they would kill anyone who dared to approach. The murderous aura exuding from their bodies was so dense that it was almost tangible, causing the entire auction hall to instantly fall silent. When the masters in the private room saw this scene, their emotions gradually calmed down and they slowly took their seats, but their brows were still filled with shock and determination. They finally understood why Yin Pei had sent them a message and told them to go back and collect Saint Crystals. It turned out that the real finale of the auction was not the Dragon Striker Whip, but this origin condensing pill with pill veins. Such an origin condensing pill was absolutely priceless and worth all of them going bankrupt. Yin Pei looked around and waited for everyone's emotions to calm down and the noisy auction hall to fall silent before proudly declaring, "Did everyone see it clearly? Since everyone has seen it clearly, we won't waste any more time and will now begin the auction for this origin condensing pill. The starting price is 5 million, and each increase must be no less than 500,000. As soon as Yin Pei's voice fell, countless bids rang out from all directions, many times more intense than any of the previous auction items. On top of that, every person who called out a price was full of vigor and momentum. Those big shots all personally participated in the auction. There were too many bids being called out, and almost every private room had someone calling out a price. Yin Pei didn't pay any attention to them, and simply turned his eyes to the highest bidder. 6 million, 8 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. In less than 10 breaths of time, the price of this origin condensing pill had already reached 30 million. What's more, the sounds of bidding still did not weaken and were still as intense and fierce as before. Every time the price increased, it was terrifying to the extreme, increasing by the millions. Yin Pei didn't even have time to interrupt, nor did he need to deliberately say anything. All he needed to do was look around, and everyone else would automatically increase the price. 35 million, 40 million. The price rose straight up without stopping, then 50 million, 60 million. Chapter 1163. Treasure Trove Pavilion would hold an auction every 2 or 3 years, but there were very few auctions where the competition was as fierce as today's. Many of the cultivator spectators in the hall had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. The numbers being reported from the private rooms made them feel like they were in a dream, unable to believe what they were seeing. If they hadn't happened to attend this auction, none of them would have known that these great forces had such a powerful heritage. After 60 million, many of the elders in the private rooms sighed sadly and withdrew from the competition. This number was a watershed, enough to make 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star sigh. Inside Color Glass Sec's private room, Xianxia Dai's pretty face was filled with shock. When someone bid 50 million, Color Glass Sect had already given up. The middle-aged woman sitting next to Xianxia Dai sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. Let's just watch the show. Second, madam, have these people gone crazy? Even if an origin condensing pill with pill veins is valuable, it shouldn't be so expensive, right? Why are they acting so crazily? Xianxia Dai turned her head and asked the middle-aged woman. Not only was Xianxia Dai asking this question, but all the leading figures of the younger generation in the private rooms were also asking the same question. None of them understood why their elders were spending so much money to bid for an origin condensing pill. An origin condensing pill could only increase the chances of a third-order Saint King cultivator breaking through to the origin returning realm. It wasn't an origin nirvana pill. If it were an origin nirvana pill that could increase a third-order origin returning realm cultivator's breakthrough to the origin king realm, everyone could understand why they were bidding so high, but this was clearly just an origin condensing pill. Fang Tianzhong, Chu Chang Feng, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xian all looked towards their respective elders, hoping they could solve their doubts. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, after Qian Tong called out the price of 65 million, he took a moment to say, "Do you think everyone is just bidding for an origin condensing pill? You're wrong. This origin condensing pill has formed pill veins and can definitely allow a third-order Saint King realm cultivator to smoothly break through to the origin returning realm. If this was the extent of its true value, then it wouldn't be too expensive, at most 2 million to 3 million Saint crystals. Its true value is that it is rumored to be able to develop the full potential of a cultivator. Think about it. If it really has such an effect, then after a cultivator takes this origin condensing pill, their future cultivation will be smooth sailing. Perhaps after reaching the third-order origin returning realm, they will be able to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the origin king realm." Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were both shocked, the former asking in horror, "Elder, do you mean to say that they are not bidding for a pill that can create an origin returning realm master, but for a chance to become an origin king?" "Indeed." Qian Tong nodded seriously. "You juniors don't understand the true value of this pill, so I don't blame you, but us seniors have studied the origin king realm for hundreds of years. Before us, there were many seniors who spent even more time searching for a way to break through to the origin king realm. Taking an origin condensing pill that has formed pill veins is one of the feasible methods. Whether this method can succeed or not, no one knows. But even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we must try to seize it. There was no origin king realm on Shadowed Star, but once an origin king appeared, they could dominate all of Shadowed Star. For this possibility, what was a few million Saint crystals? As long as they could dominate Shadowed Star, these Saint crystals could be taken back at any time. Disciple understands. Wei Guchang nodded lightly. Qian Tong glanced at him and smiled. An origin condensing pill can only be taken by a third-order Saint King cultivator, so we are bidding for it now for the younger disciples of our respective sects. In my Shadow Moon Hall, only you and Xian are qualified to take it, but your aptitude is better than Xian Er's, So, if you can obtain it, this origin condensing pill will be yours. You don't have to worry about that. Wei Guchang grinned. Disciple doesn't think so. If we can obtain it, either Xianxia or I can take it. His expression was calm, without the slightest pretense, and after exchanging a glance with Dong Xianxia, the two of them smiled at each other. Qiantong nodded with satisfaction. He was very confident about these two disciples of his. He believed that even if this origin condensing pill was sold to him, the two of them would still try to push it out of each other's hands. It was impossible for senior brother and junior sister to become enemies over a single pill. However, whether he could obtain it or not, Qiantong wasn't sure. There were only 5 forces still bidding right now: Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sea Temple, and Shadow Moon Hall. All the other great forces had already lost their qualifications. If it weren't for Qiantong collecting so many tolls before, Shadow Moon Hall would have withdrawn. But even so, Qiantong wasn't confident he could obtain it. Now that the price of this origin condensing pill had reached 68 million, he only had 80 million Saint crystals left, which would soon break through the bottom line he could afford. Qiantong frowned anxiously as he glanced over at Luo Qing, standing next to him, wishing he could beat this bastard up again. Feeling the elder's malicious gaze, Luo Qing couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know how he had offended the elder, but it seemed the elder found him particularly unpleasant today. 70 million. From Heaven Battling Union's private room, a vigorous bid rang out. It should be one of the elders of Heaven Battling Union. In a game of this level, a junior like Chu Chongfeng wasn't qualified to bid. 75 million. Heaven Battling Union's bid was immediately refreshed, and the person from private room 1 followed decisively without the slightest hesitation. Inside private room C13, Xianxia was secretly shocked. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by this price. Like Wei Guchang, Dong Xianxia, and the others, he didn't understand why these people were acting so crazily. It was as if they had lost all sense of reason. In his opinion, since Treasure Trove Pavilion had used this origin condensing pill as the final auction item, it would definitely sell for a higher price than the Dragon Striker Whip, but this price was simply too outrageous. He had once again misjudged the value of the item he had taken out. With such a situation occurring, Xianxia felt that it wasn't his fault and that there was something else he didn't understand. How could he have known that the cultivator on Shadowed Star would actually use an origin condensing pill that had formed pill veins to develop the potential of a cultivator in order to reach the Origin King realm? At this moment, Xianxia was secretly rejoicing that he hadn't refined both origin condensing pills with pill veins. At that time, in order to participate in the auction, he had deliberately refined an ordinary origin condensing pill and one with pill veins. His original intention was just to get some Saint crystals for Yang Yin to buy the materials he needed to arrange the spirit array, but in the end, he had obtained a shocking amount of money. Xianxia, don't tell us this origin condensing pill was also auctioned by you. Wu Yi bit her red lip lightly as she turned to Xianxia and asked in a low voice. Huh? Xianxia laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Wu Yi and Yang Yin both covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and shock. Compared with the price of this origin condensing pill, the 10 million or so Saint crystals they had obtained before was nothing. The bidding continued, and Yin Pei's black face showed a rare blush as he stood on the high platform and smiled. Only 5 forces were bidding, each of them exerting their full strength. After the price reached 80 million, Sea Temple and Shadow Moon Hall had no choice but to withdraw one after another, deep sighs coming from their private rooms. Such a price had exceeded their bottom line. After these 2 forces withdrew, only Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect remained. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 3 private rooms they had been assigned. Every time they increased the price, the people from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect would hesitate for a long time before bidding again. On the other hand, the A1 private room belonging to Star Emperor Sect increased the price as decisively as ever, demonstrating their boldness and wealth. Xianxia had noticed this private room a long time ago. From beginning to end, it seemed they had only purchased some origin-grade artifacts and pills. After asking Wu Yi, Xianxia learned that this was Star Emperor Sect's private room. Moreover, according to Wu Yi, although Star Emperor Sect was one of the top great forces on Shadowed Star, its people rarely appeared outside. It seemed that there weren't many people in Star Emperor Sect, most of them in retreat on Star Emperor Mountain. The reason for this name was that the founders of Star Emperor Sect had obtained some of the Star Emperor's inheritances, and all of them claimed to be the Star Emperor's disciples. Under normal circumstances, Star Emperor Sect would not have any conflicts with other great forces and could be considered a relatively peaceful sect. However, no one dared to underestimate them because it was rumored that they had many top masters at the Third Order Origin returning realm. After another stick of incense worth of time, the price of the Origin condensing pill rose to 90 million Saint Crystals, the price quoted by Thunder Typhoon Sect. 100 million. The A1 private room directly raised the price by 10 million, showing great determination and courage. Inside Thunder Typhoon Sect's private room, the master who bid smiled bitterly, knowing that even if he increased the price again, Star Emperor Sect would still compete, so he could only loudly announce, Thunder Typhoon Sect withdraws from the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Battling Union also announced their withdrawal from the competition, spending 100 million Saint Crystals to buy a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. And even if it succeeded, it would be at least a few hundred years later. Who knew what would happen in a few hundred years? Perhaps some other more effective method would be found. After weighing the pros and cons, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union naturally decided not to bid again. Yin Pei also knew that no one was richer than Star Emperor Sect, so he stepped forward and quickly shouted 3 times. The entire auction ended with Star Emperor Sect's final victory. Congratulations to Star Emperor Sect for winning the finale of the auction, rang out one after another from the private rooms. Naturally, people from Treasure Trove Pavilion went to Star Emperor Sect's private room to hand over the goods. Yin Pei stood on the high platform and announced the perfect end of the auction, once again thanking all the great forces for coming, winning him a round of applause and greetings. The people in the auction hall got up and left one after another, and the masters in the private rooms also left one after another. Xianxia's group of 3 didn't move. Qian Tong had said before that they shouldn't rush to leave after the auction was over, as he still had something to say. Xianxia also happened to be looking for Qian Tong, so he naturally stayed behind. Chapter 1164. Inside the private room of Shadow Moon Hall, Qian Tong remained motionless for a long time, a faint look of annoyance appearing on his face. If he had known that even after receiving 30 million spirit stones, he still wouldn't have been able to obtain the Origin Condensing Pill, Qian Tong would have definitely bought the Dragon Striker Whip for his disciple. Now that he had obtained nothing, he naturally felt some regret. After waiting for a stick of incense worth of time, Qian Tong turned to the Shadow Moon Hall disciples standing nearby and said, "You can go back first. The Luyan Sandfield will open soon. After you go back, make sure to cultivate well." The disciples nodded and left, leaving only Wei Guchang behind. Qian Tong got up and said, "You too, come with me. I'll take you to see someone." Yes, Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er obediently followed behind him. Inside private room C13, Wu Yi took out some Saint Crystals and gave them to the 2 female Shadow Moon Hall disciples who had been waiting nearby, sending them away under their joyful thanks. The 3 of them waited for a long time, but Qian Tong didn't arrive. Just as they were feeling bored, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. Xianxia signaled to Wu Yi, and she immediately ran over to open the door. Qian Tong walked in with a smile on his face, a young man and a young woman behind him. "Nephew Yang, I've kept you waiting." Qian Tong cupped his fists and politely greeted. "Senior is too polite. Junior has nothing to do anyway. Yang Kai got up and greeted him. Hearing Yang Kai's change in address, Qiantong's eyes lit up and his smile became wider. Before, Yang Kai had always called him Elder Qian, but now he had become senior, obviously with a trace of respect. How could Qiantong not understand that it was because of his help this time that Yang Kai was somewhat grateful to him? He didn't point out and sat down at Yang Kai's invitation. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner, who had been following behind Qiantong, wore strange expressions on their faces. Originally, when Qiantong said he was taking them to see someone, they thought they were going to meet an elder of some family. But when they arrived, they discovered that the person they were going to meet was actually a young man who was younger than them and whose strength wasn't too high, only a first-order Saint King. What did such a person have to be treated so seriously by the elders? The two of them had followed Qiantong for a long time. From Qiantong's words and demeanor, they could even sense a hint of caution. He was definitely not someone from the three top forces. Where did this guy come from? These two are. Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner suspiciously. Although he had already guessed their identities, it was better to pretend that he didn't know. Why did Qiantong bring them here? However, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before he immediately understood Qiantong's intentions. Qiantong also seemed to have just remembered and chuckled. I forgot to introduce them to nephew. Pointing to the handsome man, he said, "This is my Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciple in several hundred years, Wei Guchong." Then he pointed to the woman and said, "This is this old master's inferior disciple, Dong Xiner. You two, quickly greet Brother Yang Kai." When Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner heard Qiantong's introduction, they were secretly shocked. It had always been the juniors who bowed to their seniors. Among those of the same generation, the order of greeting was based on their cultivation and status. This guy named Yang Kai was a nobody, and his cultivation was much lower than the two of them. Why did the elder want them to greet him first? Thinking so, the two of them were stunned for a moment. For the first time, they didn't act according to Qiantong's instructions. Seeing this, how could Qiantong not know what they were puzzled about? Although these two disciples had good temperaments and didn't have the bad attitudes of disciples from other great forces, they also had their own pride. It could be said that even if Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng were standing here, they weren't qualified to make these two lower their statuses. After all, these people were all peers. Qiantong was secretly anxious, fearing that the two's attitude would displease Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was displeased, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Qiantong was also annoyed. If he had known earlier, he would have made things clear to them before coming here and wouldn't have made things so awkward. Yang Kai, however, didn't care and just chuckled and cupped his fists. So, is Brother Wei. I have long heard of your great name. He had only heard of Wei Guchong's name today, so although he didn't mean what he said, Qiantong still had to give face. Wei Guchong gently nodded and also cupped his fists, but didn't say anything. Yang Kai then turned to Dong Xiner and said, "Greetings, Dong Xiner." Dong Xiner gracefully returned the gesture and, like Wei Guchong, didn't say anything. Qiantong laughed and said, "This Qian is old, but you are about the same age. In the future, you should get to know each other better." Yang Kai didn't say anything. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner also didn't say anything. They didn't feel that there was a need for them to get close to Yang Kai. Although the elder seemed to think highly of this person, only the strong could win their respect. If it was only because of status, no matter how high one's birth was, it wasn't worth it for them to bow and bend their knees. Qiantong also seemed to feel that he didn't handle this matter well. Originally, he brought Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner to find Yang Kai because he felt that they were about the same age and it would be easy to make friends with them. As long as they made friends with Yang Kai, they wouldn't have to worry about not getting benefits in the future. However, he found that he had underestimated the arrogance of his two disciples. Immediately, his interest waned and he had them wait outside. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner bowed and left, as if they had come here just to see Yang Kai. After they left, Qiantong smiled bitterly and said, "We've shown nephew Yang a disgrace. This old master has failed to discipline his disciples properly." Yang Kai shook his head. Today I also saw a lot of Shadowed Star's young talents. To be honest, these two gave me a better impression than the others. There was no need to mention Chu Changfeng. Yang Kai hated this kind of person. When Feng Tianzhong confronted Chu Changfeng in front of Treasure Trove Pavilion, he didn't care about others at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's strength, he would have made a fool of himself on the spot, causing Yang Kai to have a bad impression of him. In Su Dai also didn't look like a good woman. Although she was young, she was quite tactful. At the very least, Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner didn't have the shortcomings of these people. Their temperaments were also relatively straightforward. Otherwise, Qian Tong wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Of course, Yang Kai was just comforting Qian Tong. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to make friends with these two. These two had their own pride, but so did Yang Kai. No one was perfect. Sure enough, Yang Kai's words completely relieved Qian Tong, and he began chatting with Yang Kai with a smile on his face. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, before the auction began, Senior said he had something to discuss with me." "What is it?" Hearing this, Qian Tong's expression became solemn as he asked, "Has nephew Yang heard of Lu Yin Sand Field?" Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise, wondering if the matter he wanted to discuss with him was the same one he wanted to discuss with him. Nodding gently, Yang Kai replied, "I've heard of it and know about its strangeness." "Good." Qian Tong took a sip of tea before continuing to ask, "I wonder if nephew Yang would like to go to the Lu Yin Sand Field?" What does senior mean? Although Yang Kai wanted to go there, he didn't want to immediately express his intentions. He didn't know why Qian Tong had specifically come to him to discuss this. "Nephew Yang, please don't misunderstand." Qian Tong smiled. "Originally, this old master wouldn't recommend you to go to a place like the Lu Yin Sandfield. After all, it is too dangerous. Every time someone enters it, they suffer heavy losses. 60% of those who come out alive are already very good, but I heard that nephew Yang once killed a third-order Saint King cultivator. Is that true?" Indeed. Although Qian Tong had heard about this from Luo Qing, hearing Yang Kai admitted himself still surprised him. He immediately understood that Yang Kai's combat strength was also very good. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to kill a cultivator above his own realm. If that's the case, nephew Yang is qualified to go there. I just don't know if you want to go, but if you do, this old master can arrange for you to enter. Yang Kai frowned. Are there any restrictions on entering that place? He thought that once the Lu Yin Sand Field opened, all he needed to do was find a place to enter, so he wanted to ask Qian Tong about its location and opening time. Naturally, there are restrictions. Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. "You don't think that place is open to everyone, do you?" "I only know that it can only be entered at special times." Qian Tong laughed. "It seems that nephew Yang doesn't know much about the Lu Yin Sand Field. Please enlighten me, senior." Yang Kai immediately asked for guidance. The Lu Yin Sand Field can only be entered at special times, but not everyone can go there. First, origin returning realm cultivators cannot enter. If they enter, they will die without a doubt. Qian Tong said seriously. "Why?" Yang Kai was shocked. "Because of Sure. Sure is a power unique to an origin returning realm cultivator, but the Lu Yin Sand Field doesn't seem to allow Sure to exist. Once an origin returning realm cultivator enters, whether they use their Sure or not, they will immediately be burned to death." Yang Kai's face paled as he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he hadn't been able to use Sure during his retreat some time ago. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. It seemed that there were gains and losses in everything. To the side, Wu Yi and Yang Yin were dumbfounded. Obviously, they didn't know about this either. This was discovered by the seniors on Shadowed Star at the cost of many lives. Qian Tong sighed slightly. Moreover, the Lu Yin Sandfield is useless to those with low strength. When it is open, the power of the heat is indeed reduced greatly, but it is still not something a Saint Realm cultivator can resist. That's why all those who go to the Lu Yin Sandfield are Saint Kings. Nephew Yang is only a first-order Saint King. If this old master didn't know you could fight those above your realm, he wouldn't have dared mention this matter to you. Of course, whether you want to go or not is up to you. I want to go. Such a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be a great loss if I didn't go? Yang Kai grinned. That place was an excellent place to refine the profound Yin sunflower water. Qiantong looked at him approvingly. I knew nephew Yang wasn't a mediocre person. Since you decided to go, take one of my Shadow Moon Hall spots. In any case, my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't lack spots. Chapter 1165. Quota. Yang Kai frowned, turning to Qiantong and asking, is there a limit to the number of people who can enter the Lu Yin Sandfield? That's what this old master wanted to tell you. Qiantong nodded. In fact, when the Lu Yin Sandfield first opened, there was no limit to the number of people who could enter, but as you know, Shadowed Star is short on cultivation resources. The higher the quality of the things, the fewer there are. The Lu Yin Sandfield is one of the 3 great restricted zones, so naturally, there are many good things inside. All the great forces are coveting that place, so a problem arises. A long time ago, when the Lu Yin Sandfield opened, all the Saint King Realm cultivators who were qualified to enter entered at once. With so many people entering, everyone's harvest became smaller and smaller, so the next time the Lu Yin Sandfield opened, no one will be able to obtain anything. Excessive mining can indeed cause such a problem. Yang Kai nodded. What nephew Yang says is correct. So the great forces on Shadowed Star joined forces to set some restrictions on the Lu Yin Sandfield. That is, each force cannot send too many people into the Sandfield. For example, Star Emperor Sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon Sect are allowed to send 60 people into the Sandfield, while lesser forces such as my Shadow Moon Hall are allowed to send 50 people in. Even smaller forces can only send 2 or 3 people into the Sandfield. On the one hand, this is to reduce the loss of Saint King Realm cultivators on Shadowed Star, and on the other hand, to maintain the number of precious treasures in the Lu Yin Sandfield. After thousands of years of the flowing time, Great Emperor, all the great forces have been very conscientious. Every time the Lu Yin Sandfield opens, they will select people according to this quota. So there is a limit to the number of people who can enter. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Qiantong continued. Even so, every time the Lu Yin Sandfield opens, no less than 10,000 people enter. However, the Lu Yin Desert is very big. No one knows how big it is, so even if 10,000 people enter it, it won't matter. At this point, Yang Kai immediately understood what Qiantong meant. If he wanted to enter, he would have to use one of the slots in the Shadow Moon Hall. However, the Shadow Moon Hall could accommodate 50 people, so one slot was not a problem. Moreover, if you want to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield, you can't go anywhere. You have to go through some special places. The forbidden area of the Lu Yin Sandfield is very strange. We once suspected that it was a huge formation set up by a powerful person in antiquity times, but we couldn't find a way to break it. When the power of its heat weakens, there will be some weak links similar to the formation door in different places. Those who enter must go through these weak links to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield. Otherwise, they can't enter. Yang Kai heard what Qiantong said and immediately understood that he had underestimated the problem. Entering the Lu Yin Sandfield required a slot, and it had to be done at a special time and through a special place. It was not like what he thought before, that once the Lu Yin Sandfield opened, he could enter at will. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly said, Senior, I want to enter the Lu Yin Sandfield. I will have to trouble you. Qiantong laughed. Nephew Yang is too polite. If I had treated you as an outsider, this old master would not have said so much to you today, but since you intend to enter this place, leave the rest to this old master. I will make sure you are satisfied. He was afraid that Yang Kai would not ask him for help. Although Qiantong felt that he had confided in Yang Kai and sincerely wanted to make friends with him, he was afraid that Yang Kai would not appreciate it. After all, Young people were proud and arrogant. It was normal that they did not care about old men like him. Now that Yang Kai wanted to ask him for help, he was naturally happy. Changing the topic, Qian Tong said, "But nephew, if you want to enter, you have to be fully prepared." "What I need to prepare?" Yang Kai asked modestly. "You must refine some secret treasures that can resist the heat. If you don't have a suitable secret treasure, I can provide you with some ice monster beast body materials. Secret treasures refined from these materials are most suitable for use in the Luyin sandfield. I have also prepared a lot of materials, so you don't have to worry about not having enough." Yang Kai was about to refuse, but suddenly his heart moved. He thoughtfully asked, "Brother Wei and Miss Dong are also going to the Luyin sandfield, right?" Qian Tong nodded. "Of course. Although that place is dangerous, they're the two most outstanding disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. How can they grow without experiencing some hardships?" "Then the secret treasures they have." Qian Tong smiled awkwardly. "I have purchased a few, but most of them are Saint King grade high rank. I don't know how useful they will be." My Shadow Moon Hall originally had an origin grade artifact refiner, but he is too old to perform artifact refining." Yang Kai raised his brow. "If Senior is not worried, you might as well give the Ice Monster Beast Body materials to me. In a few days, I will give them 2 origin-grade secret treasures to protect themselves." Qian Tong had already determined that there was an origin-grade artifact refiner behind him, so Yang Kai didn't need to hide it. Moreover, he had deliberately said that he had collected a lot of materials, obviously intending to ask his imaginary master to refine them. Qian Tong had helped him a lot these days, providing him with a spot to enter the Luyin sandfield and all kinds of information, so Yang Kai didn't mind returning the favor. If others respect him, he would respect him tenfold. Sure enough, seeing that Yang Kai was so thoughtful, Qian Tong was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, this old master can rest assured." "Ha ha! Then I'll have to trouble nephew Yang." Just now, he had been thinking about what to do if Yang Kai couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. For the future of Shadow Moon Hall, he could only put down his old face and ask for help directly. He hadn't expected that just by saying a few words in a roundabout way, Yang Kai would actually understand. Saying so, Qian Tong directly took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. He had already prepared the materials and was just waiting for this moment to come. Moreover, he had deliberately brought Wei Guchong and Dong Xina here. On the one hand, he wanted to let them meet Yang Kai, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to ask Yang Kai to help him refine the secret treasures. Unfortunately, those two didn't have good eyesight and wasted Qian Tong's painstaking efforts. Yang Kai took the space ring and glanced through it casually, quickly discovering a large number of monster beast materials exuding a cold aura. Judging from the richness of this aura, it was definitely a 9th-order monster beast. Even a monster beast monster core was inside. Shadowed Star didn't lack alchemy and artifact refining raw materials. What it lacked was high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. With so many materials, it was enough to refine 4 or 5 secret treasures. "Nephew Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. This old master is very grateful. Senior has helped me a lot, so there's no need to be so polite. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know." Qian Tong nodded repeatedly. Although Yang Kai was just being polite, he felt very comfortable listening to him. "By the way, Senior, when will the Luyin sandfield open?" Yang Kai asked. Qian Tong hesitated for a moment before replying. "This kind of thing is hard to say. It may take 1 or 2 months, maybe 3 or 4 months, depending on when the power of the heat weakens. However, you can rest assured, the Luyin sandfield is surrounded by masters from various great forces who are constantly monitoring it. Once it opens, we'll receive news, and it won't be too late to set off. You should take advantage of this time to recover your strength. Once I receive news, I'll inform you immediately." Saying so, Qian Tong handed a communication artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and threw it into his space ring. At that moment, there was a knock on the door again. Wu Yi walked over and opened the door. only to see Luo Qing walk in with a cautious expression on his face. Qian Tong smiled and said, "It must be that old dog Yin Pei who asked Luo Qing to deliver the Saint Crystals." Yang Kai's spirit shook while Wu Yi and Yang Yan's beautiful eyes also lit up. At the auction, Yang Kai had sent 4 items to Qian Tong, each of which had sold for a high price. It wasn't until now that the total amount of Saint Crystals had been settled. Yang Kai had been waiting here not only to wait for Qian Tong, but also to wait for his earnings. Thinking about the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals, even Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Luo Qing stepped forward and respectfully placed a space ring on the table before saying, "Manager Yin said that there should be 165.045 million Saint Crystals, but because of the huge amount of Saint Crystals being auctioned, the total amount is 107 million Saint Crystals. Brother Yang, please count them." 107 million. Yang Kai frowned. This number was somewhat wrong. Qian Tong thought about it for a moment before explaining with a smile. Treasure Trove Pavilion's auctions charge a processing fee of 10% of the auction proceeds, which is to say, out of 100 million Saint Crystals, they will take 10 million. Too greedy. Wu, Yi, and Yang Yin exclaimed in unison. 10 million Saint Crystals gone just like that, causing them to feel distressed. Qian Tong continued. However, Yin Pei seems to have only taken half of it this time. At least he still has a bit of conscience, and probably wants to cooperate with you more in the future. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There won't be such good things in the future. That origin condensing pill was obtained by Master by chance, and is the only one of its kind. However, Senior, why are they so frantically competing for that origin condensing pill with pill veins? Seeing the puzzled look on Yang Kai's face, Qian Tong laughed and said, "Gu Chong and Xian also asked this old master this question before." Chapter 1166. With St. Crystals, he naturally needed to buy things. Yang Yin made a long list and ordered a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall. Qian Tong took a look at the list and was shocked. Each of these materials was extremely precious, and the quantity was huge. If he wanted to buy all of them, it would cost at least 40 to 50 million Saint Crystals. Qian Tong wasn't worried about the Saint Crystals. After all, Yang Kai had just made more than 100 million Saint Crystals. He was just wondering why Yang Kai wanted to buy so many raw materials. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded. Shadow Moon Hall can't gather all these materials, but nephew Yang can rest assured. This old master will contact the forces with which my Shadow Moon Hall has a good relationship, and will definitely gather all these materials and send them to you within half a month. Then I'll have to trouble Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Having said what needed to be said, Qian Tong told Yang Kai to go back and wait for news from Lu Yin about the opening of the sandfield. Yang Kai immediately took his leave. Qian Tong personally escorted Yang Kai out of Treasure Trove Pavilion before handing the list to Luo Qing. Quickly gather all the materials we can find. If it's not enough, contact the surrounding forces. As long as we don't lose money, we'll be fine. Yes. Luo Qing immediately left. Only then did Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner come over. Seeing the excited look on Qian Tong's face, Dong Xiner asked softly, "Master, is that person amazing? Why do you think so highly of him?" "Amazing." Qian Tong nodded heavily before glancing at his 2 disciples and sighing. "Don't underestimate him. He is a first-order Saint King, but he can kill a third-order Saint King cultivator." Wei Guchong's eyes flashed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly calmed down, because when he was a first-order Saint King, he could also kill ordinary third-order Saint Kings, so he didn't think this was anything special. From the looks of it, he does have some skills. Dong Xiner pondered for a moment before pursing her lips into a smile. But even so, it's not worth it for Master to personally befriend him. Could it be that Master intends to absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall? Absorb him into the Shadow Moon Hall. Qiantong laughed and said self-deprecatingly, I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to him. It can't be, right? Although my Shadow Moon Hall can't compare to the Star Emperor's sect and the other two peak powers, it's not weak either. Dong Xin'er exclaimed, Do you know who's behind him? What's his background? Qiantong shook his head slowly. If you knew, you wouldn't look down on him. Elder, can you explain in detail? I'm suddenly very interested in him. Wei Guchang grinned. A person who could be favored by an elder like this was definitely not a simple character. Let's talk as we walk. Qiantong beckoned to the two of them. After all, they were still in Endless Treasures Pavilion, so it wasn't appropriate to talk about such things while standing in front of their door. As the three of them walked towards the largest palace in Heavenly Fate City, Qiantong asked, Guess who put up the Dragon Striker Whip and the Origin Condensing Pill for auction today? Dong Xin'er was slightly surprised. Master, you mean, and it was him who put them up? Qiantong nodded slightly. The Origin Condensing Pill is fine. Although it is rare and precious, I'm afraid there's only one of it in the world. It should have been obtained from somewhere, and it's impossible for a second one to appear, but the Dragon Striker Whip was refined by his master. What? Wei Guchang was also shocked. Doesn't that mean that person's master is an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner? When did our Shadowed Star produce such a master? That's the biggest reason why I want to befriend him. Shadowed Star really doesn't have such an artifact refining Grandmaster, but he came from the outside. The outside. Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er looked at each other, a look of yearning flashing across their eyes. Yes, he came from the outside. Shadowed Star can almost be said to be isolated from the outside world, and the nearest cultivation star is far from us. The level of artifact refining on Shadowed Star is not enough for us to refine luxurious starships that can pass through the vast star territory and resist all kinds of dangers, so we don't know how wonderful the outside world is. We only know that there are Origin King Realm Masters, Origin King Great Alchemists, and artifact refiners out there, all of which are outside our territory. If we can't go to the outside world, how did he come here? Dong Xin'er asked suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Qiantong smiled. When I first met him, this old master didn't dare inquire about him for fear of offending him. But some time ago, I specifically asked Luo Qing to collect some information about him and found that he was brought back from the star field by a starship belonging to the Haiku family. At that time, he was the only one brought back, and he admitted that he came from a place called Rainfall Star. This old master has heard of Rainfall Star, and there is indeed such a cultivation star. Since he was the only one brought back, why did Master say that there was an origin-grade, mid-rank artifact refiner behind him? I don't know what the intentions of the person behind him are, but that person must have been secretly protecting him, because when the Haiku family starship was about to return to Shadowed Star, it was attacked by a large group of black rock beasts. At that time, the Haiku family starship was in imminent danger and was on the verge of being destroyed, but at the most critical moment, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept through the black rock beasts, saving all of them. Afterwards, the Haiku family disciples didn't even know who had saved them because that person never showed up. Qiantong said unhurriedly, this information was obtained by Luo Qing and was witnessed by many of the Haiku family disciples. So this old master is certain that there was someone protecting Xianxia from behind at that time, and that person should be his master. It had to be said that Qiantong's inference was reasonable. Anyone who obtained this information and combined it with the various high-grade artifacts Xianxia sold would have come to the same conclusion. However, he had underestimated Xianxia's strength and also underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Qiantong believed that the existence of his master was reasonable. No wonder, if he had come from the outside, then he may have been an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. Wei Guchang gently nodded. You are all people who know what's important. I'm telling you all this today, not to discourage you, but to let you know the advantages of others. I'm telling you not to underestimate anyone. It's enough that these words come out of my mouth and enter your ears. There's no need to let others know. Disciple understands. Both of them nodded heavily. Moreover, This old master suspects that Xianxia's master is not just an origin-grade mid-rank artifact refiner. But no matter what, as long as we don't have any malicious intent towards him, it's fine. He has also promised to refine an origin-grade artifact for each of you to protect yourselves. This time, when you go to Lu Yin's sandfield, he will also be there. You will have plenty of time to get familiar with each other, so don't neglect him. Disciple will remember. Wei Guchong and Dong Xian'er both nodded in unison, both of them feeling some regret in their hearts. When her master had asked them to enter the private room, just now, the two of them really shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. They also secretly decided that after Lu Yin's sandfield opened, they would get along well with Xianxia. In front of Dragon Cave Mountain's cave, Xianxia wrapped himself in his star shuttle and landed. Wu Yi and Yang Yin both looked at him strangely. When he returned, the two women had been staring at him like this, causing Xianxia to feel confused. "What do you want to ask?" Xianxia frowned. "Do you really have a master?" Wu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Why do you ask? You asked me before what kind of pills were valuable, and I said origin condensing pills and origin nirvana pills. Then you took out 2 origin condensing pills. Did your master give them to you?" Xianxia laughed. "What do you think?" "I don't know." Wu Yi shook her head honestly. "If I had a master, wouldn't you be able to see it?" "Then the origin condensing pills. If I said I refined them myself, would you believe me?" The two women shook their heads together. Even if they didn't believe him, Xianxia finally understood why Yang Yin had gone around announcing that he was an origin-grade artifact refiner, but no one believed him. It was the same reason as the current situation. Not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer, Xianxia tossed the space ring Qiantong had given him before to Yang Yin. "Refine 2 defensive artifacts. They don't need to be too powerful. Just origin-grade low rank will do." "I understand." Xianxia nodded. Refining 2 origin-grade low-rank defensive artifacts wasn't a problem for her, especially now that she had the help of the stone mongoose. The speed at which she could refine artifacts was countless times faster than before. The most time-consuming part of refining artifacts was the tempering of materials. Refining them over and over again was not only a waste of time, but also a great deal of energy, but the stone mongoose could complete this process in a very short time. No wonder Yang Yin said that the stone mongoose was the best assistant to an artifact refiner. In the past, it would have taken Yang Yin 1 to 2 months to refine an origin-grade artifact, but now it only took her 3 or 4 days. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. "I'm going to enter retreat to prepare for entering Lu Yin's sandfield. Pay attention to things here," Xianxia ordered before diving into the cave and entering his stone room, closing the stone door and entering secluded retreat. The time when Lu Yin's sandfield would open was uncertain, but it would be at least 1 to 2 months before it opened. Xianxia needed to use this time to improve his combat effectiveness. In terms of artifacts, he needed to nurture the Purple Shield and 100 Mountains picture as soon as possible. Both artifacts had already been refined, so all he needed to do was make them more compatible with him, and he would be able to use them in battle. As for pills, Xianxia was preparing to refine 1 or 2 bottles of snow and ice pills. The snow and ice pills that appeared at the auction were origin-grade low rank, and were the only pills Xianxia could refine at this stage, so he wasn't lacking in materials. As for other things like healing pills, Xianxia already had a lot of them, so there was no need for him to refine them. On top of that, he had great confidence in his body's restorative abilities. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just explode a drop of golden blood. With the enormous vitality contained in his golden blood, as long as his foundation wasn't damaged, he should be able to recover. What remained was the most important thing. Xianxia wanted to improve the power of his space blade as soon as possible. Inside the stone room, Xianxia closed his eyes and concentrated, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his left hand as he constantly used his space force to absorb its energy. His other hand seemed to be waving unconsciously, and every time he did so, a blade-like crack would appear in space. As soon as this crack appeared, it would shoot out in all directions. The entire stone room was a mess, with traces left behind by Yang Kai's space blade. After entering retreat for 3 months, Yang Kai's space blade was undoubtedly much more powerful than when it was first formed. Whether it was in terms of speed or stability, it was incomparable to when it was first formed. The space blade's lethality lay mainly in its speed and stability, especially the latter. Unlike other offensive methods, where the more Xianxia used, the more destructive it would be. Its main lethality had nothing to do with the amount of Xianxia used, but rather its ability to devour space. As long as it was stable enough, it could swallow anything in its path into the void, even the attacks of others. Just imagine, when someone attacked Yang Kai with a killer move or artifact, the space blade would directly swallow that attack or artifact. At that time, Yang Kai would no longer need to use any defensive means, as attacking was his best defense. However, this stability would be interfered with by the attacks of other cultivators. Once the interference was severe, the void crack would close, rendering the space blade useless. As such, Yang Kai had been studying the stability of the space blade during this time, so its speed hadn't improved much. After consuming a large number of space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's method of burning money became a reality, allowing him to gradually gain some insights into the use of his space blade. While cultivating, Yang Kai couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until Yang Kai received a divine sense fluctuation from the communication artifact that Yang Kai was suddenly awakened. Qiantong had sent a message. Yang Kai quickly picked up the communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, then immediately stood up and walked out. 3 months was still too short for him to thoroughly study the space blade. At this stage, he couldn't use it against his enemies, but now that Lu Yin's sand field had opened, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue his retreat. After 3 months of cultivation, both the Purple Shield and the 100 Mountains picture had become much more compatible with his body and could be used in battle. He had also refined 2 bottles of snow and ice pills, which should be enough for an emergency. After leaving the cave, Yang Kai was slightly startled as he found that Dragon Cave Mountain seemed to have undergone some significant changes. Not only was the world energy here extremely rich, but the various peaks were also shrouded in a dense fog. Many exquisite houses have been built around the cave, as well as a number of strange objects. The several dozen cultivators who followed Wu Yi were all busy while Wu Yi and Yang Yin were both concentrating on something, both of them looking very excited. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, but soon understood and put down what they were doing and walked over. "Are you going to leave?" Wu Yi asked. Yang Kai nodded gently and said, "After I leave, don't let anyone enter my stone room, and don't touch the profound insect stone inside. There are some very dangerous things inside." "I know," Wu Yi responded quickly. "The 2 origin-grade artifacts Elder Qian requested have been delivered, right?" Yang Kai turned to Yang Yin again. "I gave them to them long ago. About 10 days after you entered seclusion, Elder Qian personally delivered a large number of materials. At that time, I gave the 2 artifacts to him." "That's good. You can go, but Xiao has to stay. Without his help, refining things is too laborious," Yang Yin added. Xiao was the stone mongoose, a name Yang Yin had given him without permission. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, on this trip to the Lu Yin sandfield, he wouldn't need the stone mongoose, so he nodded and agreed. After exhorting them a few more things, he hurriedly rushed towards Heavenly Fate City. Halfway there, Yang Kai saw a blue light fly over from the distance, and upon arriving, he discovered that it was Luo Qing. "Young Master Yang." Luo Qing stopped his star shuttle and cupped his fist to Yang Kai. "Elder Qian said to take you to the space array as soon as possible. Everyone is ready. You're the only one left." "Many thanks." Yang Kai returned the courtesy and rushed towards Heavenly Fate City with him. On the way, Yang Kai asked Luo Qing about the Lu Yin sandfield. Luo Qing didn't know much, only that the restricted area was about to open. Now, all the great forces on Shadowed Star were rushing to different entrances, waiting for the restricted area to open before immediately swarming in. Flying over Heavenly Fate City, the pair arrived directly in front of a palace. After entering the palace, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there were almost 200 people gathered here, 90% of whom were Saint King Realm Cultivator. Most of them were second or third order Saint Kings, with a few first order Saint Kings present. Lu Yin Sand Field was very dangerous, so even a first order Saint King wouldn't be of much use inside. Yang Kai frowned. Didn't Qian Tong say that there were only 50 spots in the Shadow Moon Hall? Why are there so many people here? And looking at their posture, it seemed that they were all going to the Lu Yin Sand Field through the space array. As soon as Yang Kai arrived, he attracted countless gazes. Qian Tong even came out laughing and greeted him enthusiastically. "Nephew Yang, you've come at the right time. We had just finished gathering here and will soon open the space array. Come with this old master." Last time, Yang Kai promised to help him refine 2 origin-grade artifacts, and it only took him 10 days to obtain them. Although they were only origin-grade low-rank artifacts, they were infinitely close to origin-grade mid-rank. Now, these 2 defensive artifacts have been taken away by Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer. If these 2 artifacts were to be put up for auction, they would be worth at least 4 million Saint Crystals. Not to mention they were ice attribute artifacts, which are the best way to restrain the heat of Lu Yin Sandfield, so their price would likely be even higher. Qian Tong's previous efforts to show goodwill to Yang Kai had all been taken back. Now, Qian Tong was naturally extremely polite to Yang Kai. Even this time, when everyone was gathered, Qian Tong had first gathered everyone before sending a message to Yang Kai, afraid that Yang Kai would wait too long. Chapter 1168. Inside the hall, there were nearly 50 people wearing Shadow Moon Hall's disciple robes, looking very neat in uniform. The other 100 or so people were not the same. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Tong took the initiative to explain, "My Shadow Moon Hall, including nephew Yang, has a total of 50 spots. The others are from families or sects affiliated to Shadow Moon Hall. They also have some spots, but not many. There are also some families and sects that have nothing to do with my Shadow Moon Hall. They are all passing through Heavenly Fate City and will be leaving with us." Yang Kai suddenly understood why there were so many people gathered in the hall. The great forces of Shadowed started a good job in this regard and didn't try to monopolize the benefits. Instead, they allocated some spots to the smaller forces and small families. Whether or not they could obtain any benefits after entering would depend on their own efforts and means. Thinking about it this way, last time Qian Tong said that every time Lu Yin Sand Field opened, no less than 10,000 people would enter. Shadowed Star was simply too big, so even if each force did not have many spots, the total number would not be less than 10,000. While following Qian Tong inside, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. From that direction, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him with hatred. Yang Kai was very sensitive to this kind of gaze and naturally felt it. When the two's eyes met, the man's eyes flashed a few times before he quickly looked away. Xia Hongwen. He was also going? Last time, when Xia Hongwen went to Dragon Cave Mountain to find trouble with Yang Kai, if Qian Tong had not arrived, Xia Hongwen would have died. This playboy young master's character was terrible. Although he was a first-order Saint King, his true combat strength was nothing to scoff at. So why was he going? What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that Xia Hongwen's clothes were not the same as those of Shadow Moon Hall. There were also 2 third-order Saint King cultivator accompanying him, seemingly responsible for protecting him. "Senior, can Lu Yin kill people in the sand?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Seeing Yang Kai and Xia Hongwen's eyes meet, Qian Tong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and nodded. "Yes, so nephew must be careful. Don't make enemies easily, but if someone dares to bully you, there is no need to be soft-hearted. If anything happens, this old master will take care of it for you. Thank you, senior. Yang Kai also sneered. If Xia Hongwen stayed in Luyan's sand, he would let him go. But if he really dared to seek revenge, Yang Kai would not show mercy. He did not kill him last time out of respect for Qian Tong. Qian Tong looked a little annoyed. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to save Xia Hongwen's life. Who knew that this idiot not only did not know how to be grateful, but also held a grudge in his heart? If he wanted to seek his own death, Qian Tong couldn't do anything about it. That idiot wasn't qualified to enter Lu Yan's sand. My Shadow Moon Hall won't waste a spot on such a waste. For some reason, Qian Tong explained to Yang Kai in a low voice, but his father spent some money to buy 3 spots from a small family affiliated with Shadow Moon Hall, allowing him to enter. Those 2 third-order Saint Kings are disciples of his CF family, not my Shadow Moon Hall. What he meant was that there was no harm in killing them. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that these spots could be transferred, so he immediately asked. Qian Tong chuckled. Naturally, it can be transferred. The allocation of spots was decided in advance by each great force. Each force has a fixed number of spots, but no one cares who goes. Doesn't that mean that as long as a force has enough courage and means, they can send more people than what they've been allocated? Yang Kai immediately thought of something. That may be the case, but Luyan's sand is too dangerous. Which great force dares to send too many elites in? Once the losses are serious, there will be a gap in manpower, which will be extremely detrimental to the development of any great force. But what my dear nephew says is right as well. Besides the 50 people that my Shadow Moon Palace has on the surface, we have indeed obtained more than 20 spots from some of the smaller family clans. Hence, among those who are going this time, there are more than 70 disciples from my Shadow Moon Palace. I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. There are many things you need to pay attention to in Luyan's sand. Last time, nephew Yang left in a hurry, so this old man didn't have time to tell you. You can follow Gu Chong and Xian to the teleportation array. On the way, they will explain everything clearly to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them, Qian Tong advised. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He knew that Qian Tong was creating an opportunity for Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer to befriend him, so naturally, he wouldn't be polite. As they spoke, the 2 arrived in front of the space array. Qian Tong waved his hand, and Wei Guchong and Dong Xianer immediately walked over. The 2 of you will teleport with Yang Kai. When you arrive at Jian City, you don't need to wait. Just go directly to Luyan Sandfield. Your Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yen will be waiting there. When you get there, they will tell you what to do. This old man will bring these people to meet up with you. Yes, Wei Guchong nodded respectfully and grinned at Yang Kai. Greetings, Brother Yang. His attitude this time was much better than last time. It was clear that Qian Tong had carefully instructed him. Dong Xianer also bowed gracefully. Yang Kai exchanged some pleasantries with them, and the 3 of them immediately stood on the space array. The space array had already been prepared and could be activated as soon as they arrived. When the Shadow Moon Hall disciple guarding the space array saw that the 3 of them were standing firmly, he quickly activated the space array. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared from everyone's sight. Qian Tong then hurriedly arranged for the others to use the space array. The space array could only teleport a maximum of 5 people at a time, and it would take 1 to 2 hours to teleport nearly 200 people. On the other side, Yang Kai only felt a slight dizziness. When his vision recovered, he found that he was already in another large hall. This large hall also had a space array. It was unknown which faction the disciple guarding the space array belonged to. When the 3 of them appeared, one of them asked, "Are you from Shadow Moon Hall?" Wei Guchong nodded, took out a token from his sleeve, and handed it over. The guard took it and checked it before returning it and happily letting them pass. After leaving the hall, Wei Guchang said, "Brother Yang, please come with me. This is Jian City, 1,000,000 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. We need to fly for a day or two before we can reach the edge of the Luyin Desert. Brother Wei, please lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. He was not familiar with the places on Shadowed Star, so naturally, he would follow Wei Guchang's lead at this moment. Wei Guchang did not say a word, simply summoning his star shuttle and extending his hand to Dong Xian'er. Dong Xian'er's face blushed slightly as she glared at him, seemingly blaming him for acting so boldly in front of others. Wei Guchang laughed and said, "Brother Yang is not an outsider. What's there to be shy about?" Dong Xian'er couldn't argue with him, so she stretched out her hand and allowed Wei Guchang to pull her up onto the star shuttle. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as this scene made him feel a little warm. His impression of Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er couldn't help changing as he quickly summoned his star shuttle. 2 blue lights flashed, and a group of 3 flew off in a certain direction, soon leaving Jian City. Wei Guchang's star shuttle was the same as Yang Kai's, both Saint King grade high rank, so even if it carried one person, the difference in speed wasn't great. After leaving Jian City, Wei Guchang said, "Elder Qian said that Brother Yang doesn't know much about the Luyin Desert. Does Brother Yang have anything he wants to know? If this Wei knows, he will definitely tell you the truth." Yang Kai was just about to ask about these things when Wei Guchang took the initiative to speak. "I only know that we need to pass through some special places to enter the Luyin Desert. As for the situation inside the Luyin Desert and what we need to pay attention to, I don't know, so I hope Brother Wei can give me some pointers." Seeing Yang Kai speak so politely, Wei Guchang also smiled. "I wouldn't dare give you pointers, but this Wei has some elders to guide me, so I understand a little more than Brother Yang. It's not a big deal. As long as Brother Yang asks around, he will be able to understand." He learned from Qian Tong that Yang Kai came from the outside world, so Yang Kai probably really didn't know anything about the Luyin Desert, so he patiently told Yang Kai everything he knew. Dong Xian interjected from time to time, each time hitting the nail on the head and speaking bluntly. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, Yang Kai quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of the Luyin Desert. The Luyin Desert was shrouded in scorching heat all year round, so origin-returning realm masters and Saint King realm cultivators were not allowed to enter. Only now could a Saint King realm cultivator enter to explore. However, not all parts of the Luyin Desert were covered in scorching heat. It could be considered a large circular territory, and the Luyin Desert was divided into several layers. The outermost territory was the scorching heat zone, so the deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. In this scorching heat zone, there were some precious treasures, but even more rare ores. These ores had been baked by the scorching heat for many years and were extremely pure. Some of these ores could even be directly used for artifact refining, and their quality was extremely high, several times more valuable than those mined outside. The danger of the scorching heat zone wasn't just the unbearable heat, but also the fire spirit beasts and Luyin flying fires. These two were life-threatening threats. Fire spirit beasts were a kind of monster beast formed by the accumulation of fire attribute world energy to a certain extent. Their bodies were illusory, and the more solid their bodies were, the stronger they were. They had no sentience, so ordinary direct attacks had no effect on them. Divine Sense attacks were also ineffective, so only Saint Chi attacks could destroy them. It was best to use an Ice attribute offensive artifact. As long as one had the ability and conditions, almost everyone who entered the Luyin Desert would prepare an Ice attribute offensive artifact. Fire Spirit Beasts also had Fire Crystal Stones inside their bodies. Fire Crystal Stones had a great effect when used to refine some special pills and artifacts, improving the quality of these pills and artifacts. On Shadowed Star, the standard of alchemy and artifact refining was only origin grade low rank. So if one wanted to refine origin grade mid-rank pills and artifacts, Fire Crystal Stones were essential. Chapter 1169. Because of the preciousness of the fire crystal stones, many of the cultivators from the major forces who entered the Luoyan sandfield had come specifically to hunt fire spirit beasts. Some cultivators from small families and forces also had the same idea. After obtaining the fire crystal stones, they would be able to make a huge profit by selling them. This kind of thing could not be found outside and could only be found in the Luoyan sandfield. It was the favorite of alchemists and weapon refiners. Brother Yang, if you encounter a fire spirit beast with a physical body, do not fight with it. A fire spirit beast with a physical body is almost equivalent to a ninth-order monster beast. It is the most difficult to deal with. Wei Guchong warned with a serious look. A ninth-order monster beast was equivalent to a master of the origin returning realm. Naturally, a Saint King realm cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage over it. One careless mistake and they would be killed. After saying this, he sneered and said, "But this kind of thing is very rare. It is basically impossible to encounter it." Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "I understand the situation of the fire spirit beast. What is Lu Yin flying fire?" Wei Guchong's expression immediately became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yin flying fire is more harmful to the cultivator who enters the sand field than the fire spirit beasts. Fortunately, it is not as abundant as the fire spirit beasts. Lu Yin flying fire is very rare. Some people may never encounter it. Even if they do, they will only encounter one or two at most. But Brother Yang, do not underestimate Lu Yin flying fire. This kind of thing is extremely fast, even faster than the spread of divine sense. It is extremely difficult to detect. You may not even notice it when it flies past you." Yang Kai could not help but be shocked. Being able to spread faster than the spread of divine sense. One could imagine how strange this thing was. Not only is it dangerous, but it is also very lethal. If one's guard is not up to par, or if their strength is insufficient, once they are hit by one, their soul will be incinerated and they will be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Elder Qian told me that every time the flowing flame sand field opened, some unlucky fellows would be killed by the flowing flame flying fire. Isn't this an undeserved disaster? Yang Kai was surprised. Wei Guchong smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right. This is an undeserved disaster. But since one dared to enter the Luoyan sand field, one must be prepared to bear a certain degree of risk. Luoyan's flying fire. To be, brother. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement, thinking to himself that this Luoyan flying fire was also a good thing. Wei Guchong laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was going to say. Luoyan flying fire is indeed very terrifying, but it is also an extremely precious treasure. Brother Yang should know that some people have different divine senses, right? Variant divine senses?" Yang Kai's expression changed. Yes, variant divine senses. Some people's divine senses contain some strange attributes, such as conflagrated knowledge C, divine sense poison, and divine sense ice. Although these variant divine senses are different from ordinary people's divine senses, without exception, they all have extraordinary powers. Needless to say, conflagrated knowledge C is the variant divine sense that alchemists and artifact refiners desire the most, while conflagrated knowledge C and divine sense poison are unpredictable. These variant divine senses are extremely rare. Some are born with them, while others are obtained through cultivation of certain secret arts and martial skills. Of course, these secret arts and martial skills are also very rare and ordinary people can't even come across them. Even my Shadow Moon Hall doesn't have such things. Some of them are obtained through some fortuitous encounters. Yang Kai deeply agreed. His conflagrated knowledge, C, was obtained by chance. When he was in the central capital, he wanted to swallow the true spirit born in a piece of fire attribute jade to enhance his strength, but as a result, his divine sense mutated. He knew more about the wonders of conflagrated knowledge, C, than anyone else. And Luoyan's flying fire has a chance to mutate one's divine sense, allowing one to possess a conflagrated knowledge C. Wei Guchong's eyes lit up. Brother Yang, think about it. Which alchemist and artifact refiner doesn't want to possess a conflagrated knowledge C? So if you can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire, those artifact refiners and alchemists will definitely fight over it. Saying so, Wei Guchong intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai. Under the influence of Qian Tong, Wei Guchong believed that Yang Kai had an origin-grade artifact refiner master behind him. Since he was an artifact refiner, there was no reason for him not to be tempted by Lu Yan's flying fire. As a disciple, Yang Kai would naturally want to show filial piety to his master. But to Wei Guchong's disappointment, Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Wei Guchong quickly continued. Of course, there's a certain risk involved in mutating one's divine sense. It is very likely that one's divine sense will fail to mutate and will instead be burned to ashes by Lu Yan's flying fire. In any case, Brother Yang just needs to pay attention. Basically, no one can obtain Lu Yan's flying fire. So if you encounter it, avoid it as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded, remaining calm on the surface. But in his heart, he was wondering if he should chase after it if he really encountered it. Lu Yan's flying fire could mutate one's divine sense and give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C. But Yang Kai already had a conflagrated knowledge C, so he shouldn't be afraid of Lu Yan's flying fire. The situation in this flame area is roughly like this. In addition to resisting the heat, one only needs to pay attention to the fire spirit beasts and Lu Yan's flying fire. The power of the heat in the outermost flame area is not the same. The further in you go, the stronger the heat, and the more difficult it is to resist. But if you can pass through the outermost flame area and enter the second layer, then you'll be in heaven. Why do you say that? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. Because the second layer is the treasure area. There is no heat, only treasure area and a small number of monster beasts. Once you enter the second layer, in addition to guarding against the sneak attacks of others, it's fine as long as you don't get targeted by a high-level monster beast. It can be said that as long as you enter the second layer, your harvest will definitely not be small. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. There's such a territory area like this. Wei Guchong looked at Yang Kai with a smile, very satisfied with Yang Kai's current expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could the Lu Yin sand be so attractive? Although some good things are suitable for growing in places with high temperatures, they are still in the minority. Without the treasure area, the value of the Lu Yin sand would be reduced by at least half. Us brother and sister are mainly going to the treasure area this time. Naturally, there will be others who will hunt the fire spirit beasts. There is no need for us to do it. He and Dong Xin'er's position in the Shadow Moon Hall was not low, so this kind of manual labor was naturally left to the junior brothers and sisters. They were only responsible for getting as much benefit from the treasure area as possible. It wasn't just the Shadow Moon Hall, but all the other major forces did the same. Of the disciples who entered, more than half of them would go to the flame area to hunt fire spirit beasts and fire crystal stones. Only the elites of the elites would enter the treasure area to search for good things and their own opportunities. The Lu Yin sand is divided into 2 territory areas. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. This was beyond his expectations. It's not just 2 territory areas. Wei Guchong shook his head, because if you go deeper into the treasure area, you will encounter a second flame area. The second flame area is much more dangerous than the outermost flame area. Elder Qian strictly ordered us not to go there. Since there is a second flame area, is there a second treasure area? Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know, because since the founding of the Shadow Moon Hall, no one has ever broken into the second flame area, but many elite disciples have died tragically inside. Not to mention the Shadow Moon Hall, even great forces like Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Sect probably don't know the situation inside. In other words, everyone is concentrated in the territory of the 2 outermost flame areas. You can put it that way, but Brother Yang can rest assured that damn place is very big. So unless you use some special means to contact others, You may not even meet a single living person in there for half a year. What do you mean by half a year? Right? I forgot to tell Brother Yang that every time the Lu Yin sand field opens, it only lasts for half a year. Once the half-year period is up, everyone will be sent out, and no one can stay inside for long. In addition, star shuttles are not allowed inside, as there is some kind of mysterious force that suppresses the ability of star shuttles. Even we can't fly. If we want to hurry, we can only rely on our movement skills and martial skills to increase our speed. This is the most troublesome part. Wei Guchong shook his head and said, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If it weren't for some kind of inexplicable force that restricted all flying artifacts and abilities, the harvest of those who entered would definitely be several times greater. Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced. He didn't know what methods others had to increase their speed, but he had the wind and thunder wings. Although the wind and thunder wings were mainly used for flight, they could definitely increase one's speed. The only thing Yang Kai didn't know was whether the wind and thunder wings could be used inside. After all, this thing wasn't a flight-type artifact, so it shouldn't be restricted. It seemed that he would have to test it out as soon as he entered. In addition, Brother Yang, there's one thing you need to pay attention to. Chapter 1170. Wei Guchong was actually a very talkative person, and after gradually becoming familiar with Yang Kai, the two of them began to talk about more and more. From the distribution of the great forces on Shadowed Star to the famous young talents, Wei Guchong was able to speak clearly and logically, allowing Yang Kai to benefit greatly. Wei Guchong also intentionally or unintentionally tried to lead the conversation to the outside world, but every time he did, Yang Kai would subtly change the subject. After a few times, Wei Guchong tactfully stopped bringing it up. He thought that Yang Kai was unwilling to talk about the wonders of the outside world, but in fact, it was because Yang Kai didn't know much about it. Since entering Star Territory, he had only been to Water Moon Star and Rainfall Star, and the people he had dealt with were basically people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. He didn't know much about the distribution of the great forces on Star Territory. So how could he possibly talk to Wei Guchong? Dong Xiner, on the other hand, was relatively quiet. Most of the time, she was alone in contemplation, occasionally revealing a happy expression, as if as long as she was held in Wei Guchong's arms, it didn't matter where she went. A day later, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the temperature in the air had become much hotter. Everywhere he passed, the landscape gradually became barren. The ground was filled with reddish-brown sand, and the further he flew, the more serious this situation became. The Lu Yin sand field covered Shadowed Star, and its scorching temperature had already affected the surrounding environment. At a certain moment, Yang Kai raised his head and stared into the distance. All he could see was a sea of red. It was as if the entire world had been dyed red, and a huge amount of heat was radiating from that place, distorting his vision. That's the edge of the Lu Yin sandfield. Wei Guchong pointed to the territory where the dark red energy curtain flowed, a dignified look appearing on his face. It seems that there is still some time before we can enter the Lu Yin sandfield. Is there any way to tell? Yang Kai asked. The change in color of the energy curtain is the best sign. When it turns light red, we will be able to enter through those entrances. If we go in now, we will all die. Wei Guchong took a deep breath, and a look of fear appeared on his face. After flying forward for a long time, the three of them finally arrived at the periphery of the Lu Yin sandfield. At this time, there were at least 500 people gathered here. These people were divided into groups of different sizes. They each found a good place to sit and rest. It seemed that they had arrived here first and were waiting for the cultivator of the Lu Yin sand field to open. Seeing Yang Kai and the other two arrive, these people all looked at them. These people were all Saint Kings, with the occasional Origin returning realm cultivator among them, but there were nothing more than elders leading the group. Further ahead, there was a group of Origin returning realm masters scattered around the periphery of the Lu Yin sand field. all of them solemnly observing the changes in the Lu Yin sand field. This group of people was the most powerful group of people on Shadowed Star, all of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Many of them had been observing this place for months or even half a year in order to pass on information about the Lu Yin sand field to their respective sects as soon as possible so that they could make preparations. Shadow Moon Hall was relatively far away from here, so naturally they had arrived late. After the three landed, they casually found a place where no one else was around. Wei Guchong looked into the distance and said, "Brother Yang, wait here. I'll take Junior's sister to find my martial uncle and martial sister and greet them, lest they complain about our lack of etiquette." "Brother Wei, you don't need to worry about me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner summoned their star shuttles and flew off in a certain direction, disappearing a moment later. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, and instead looked around. The cultivator groups that had come here were all in groups, with the smallest group consisting of 20 or so people, while the largest group was as large as the Shadow Moon Hall, with a total of 50 people gathered together. They all looked at Yang Kai curiously, many of them with contempt and disdain in their eyes. Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and he had come with Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner, so it was easy for people to mistakenly think that the three of them were from some small family. Only small families would have 2 or 3 spots to enter Shadow Moon Hall. Not long after Yang Kai sat down, a group of 2 people walked over and stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Yang Kai could clearly see that these 2 were from a group of about 30 people. Being able to obtain 30 spots to enter Lu Yin sand field. Although this group couldn't compare to the Shadow Moon Hall, it shouldn't be small. And it wasn't just them. Many people from a large and small groups had already stood up and wanted to approach him. But these 2 were the fastest, so they could only temporarily give up and stand in place to observe. "Why are they looking for me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. These 2 weren't very old, about 30 to 40 years old. One was a third-order Saint King cultivator, while the other was a first-order Saint King. They didn't look like evil people, but the leading third-order Saint King had a palm-sized scarlet scar on his forehead that gave him a somewhat fierce look. "Friend," the man with the scar on his face called out, "are you also going to enter Lu Yin sand field?" Although there was nothing wrong with what he asked, Yang Kai could clearly hear the doubt and disdain in his tone. On the other hand, the man behind him was staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if Yang Kai had something he wanted. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to these 2, but this time, he had come here with the Shadow Moon Hall. If there was any conflict, it would make things difficult for Qian Tong. So after thinking about it, he patiently nodded yes. The man grinned. "Your strength isn't high. It will be very dangerous for you to enter." "That's my business." Yang Kai vaguely guessed what they wanted to do. Before, Qian Tong had said that the spots to enter Lu Yin sand field could be transferred, so these 2 were probably after a spot. The other people who stood up and wanted to come over probably did so for the same reason, but the scarred man beat them to it. Sure enough, the scarred man shook his head and said, "I'm saying this for your own good. Look, there are only 3 of you, and that man and woman seem to be in love with each other. They probably won't be able to take care of you once you enter. You're really going to die." As he spoke, he showed an extremely exaggerated expression, as if he was really worried about Yang Kai's safety. But when he saw that Yang Kai's expression was calm and not afraid at all, he couldn't help but feel a little bored and said, "I have a business here. Do you want to do it?" "Not interested." Yang Kai decisively refused. Since he knew what they wanted to do, Yang Kai was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The scarred man smiled, squatted down, and whispered, "Look, friend, you're risking your life to enter Lu Yin sand field, and you might not be able to come out. You're only going in to look for some benefits, right? I have an idea that will allow you to reap some benefits without putting your life in danger." Saying so, he took out an artifact from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Its quality is very good. I'll give it to you as a gift. I believe that after you refine it, your strength will definitely soar. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free. All I want is your entry pass. What entry pass? Yang Kai was stunned. It's the pass to enter Lu Yin Sandfield. Don't play dumb. The First Order Saint King cultivator, who had been staring at Yang Kai with burning eyes, shouted, "There's such a thing?" Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard Wei Guchang mention such a thing, and Qiantong hadn't given him any proof either. Seeing Yang Kai's blank look, the scarred man thought he was playing dumb and couldn't help sneering. "Don't be so shameless, friend. My junior brother just wants to enter Lu Yin Sandfield with us. But unfortunately, my Blue Sparrow sect doesn't have enough spots. Now that we've taken a fancy to your entry pass, we're giving you face. Besides, I'm not asking for your entry pass for free. Didn't I already give you an artifact? You want to buy my entry pass with a Saint King grade low rank artifact?" Yang Kai sneered. "Not to mention, I don't have any entry pass. Even if I did, I wouldn't sell it to you. Friend, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Can you let me see your space ring?" The scarred man's face also became gloomy. "You want to see my space ring? Do you have the ability?" Yang Kai's expression became cold. Every cultivator's space ring was a very private thing, and under normal circumstances, it was impossible for others to make such a request. The scar man's words made Yang Kai burn with anger. This was no different from directly slapping his face. "Brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Just grab it. He won't dare say anything." The First Order Saint King cultivator seemed to want to enter Lu Yin Sandfield and couldn't help urging the scarred man. Seeing the scarred man hesitate, he actually reached out to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai's patience had long since reached its limit. These two had been chattering in front of him, trying to snatch his space ring by force, which was really disgusting. Seeing the First Order Saint King cultivator reach out to grab him, Yang Kai didn't dodge and instead reached out to grab him. How could a trivial First Order Saint King avoid Yang Kai's attack? Caught off guard, he found that his hand had been firmly grasped by his opponent. While he was still in shock, a series of cracking sounds were heard. He looked at his hand in shock and found that his arm had been twisted into a fried dough twist by the other party. The intense pain only came now, and an earth-shattering scream came from his mouth. His forehead was instantly covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. "You dare?" The scarred man didn't seem to react until now. Seeing his junior brother suffer such a big loss, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a punch towards Yang Kai's face. This fist was filled with powerful strength and was aimed at Yang Kai's vital points, obviously intending to kill him. Yang Kai dragged the junior brother in front of him. The scarred man was unable to withdraw his fist in time, and his expression changed drastically, only managing to withdraw half of his strength in a hurry. With a muffled bang, the junior brother's face turned pale as he fell to the ground, twitching. Chapter 1171. Without waiting for the scarred man to make a move, Yang Kai also threw a punch towards the scarred man's face. With another muffled bang, the scarred man flew through the air and spun several times before landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was just a third-order Saint King, and if it weren't for his junior brother being injured by him, causing him to be momentarily distracted, he wouldn't have been defeated so easily by Yang Kai. At the very least, he should have been able to resist a few moves. However, his carelessness had allowed Yang Kai to succeed with a single blow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the First Order Saint King cultivator grabbed Yang Kai to the moment the scarred man was knocked to the ground, only a single breath had passed. This caused the other cultivator who had been secretly paying attention to the situation here to be shocked, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. A First Order Saint King cultivator had actually sent a Third Order Saint King flying with a single punch? Even if the latter had been slightly careless, he shouldn't have been so weak, right? Which family does this little brat come from? How is he so fierce? Fortunately, I didn't go over just now, otherwise I'm afraid I would have ended up like Yin Jian. This little brat is finished. Although he looks very powerful, he actually dared to hit Jian in front of so many Blue Sparrow sect disciples. His family is finished. A burst of whispers sounded from the surrounding teams. The nearly 30 people from Blue Sparrow sect all wore cold expressions as they stood up and glared towards Yang Kai with unfriendly looks on their faces. Some of them were even filled with righteous indignation and quickly rushed over. The only second-order origin returning realm old man from Blue Sparrow sect, who had come to lead this group, watched with a gloomy expression. He didn't move because of his status, but he also didn't stop his subordinates from stirring up trouble. Obviously, he intended to teach Yang Kai a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Kai Yang was surrounded by 30 people. All of them were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Many of them were letting out strange laughs that sounded extremely gloomy. The scarred man, named Jian, struggled to get up from the ground. There was a look of astonishment on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss under Yang Kai's hands. After standing up, his face turned green and then white. The other First-Order Saint King cultivator, whose arm had been broken by Yang Kai, howled even more miserably. "Don't do anything!" Jian angrily shouted, stopping his fellow disciples from coming forward to beat up Yang Kai. He rubbed his somewhat blurred eyes and stared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. This kind of humiliation, of course, he had to wash it off himself in order to regain his face. "Brat, you got guts. I'm doing business with you. It's fine if you don't agree, but you actually dare to play dirty." Jianzhong shook his neck. He didn't think that his failure was because his skills were inferior, but because he was attacked by Yang Kai. When he said this, many people showed a look of understanding, thinking that Jian had been attacked by a sneak attack, which was why his eyes were swollen. "Business?" Yang Kai laughed, his expression becoming cold as he shouted, "You're trying to force a deal, aren't you?" An unnatural expression flashed across Jianzhong's face. He no longer bothered with this issue and coldly snorted, "Brat, don't talk nonsense. You dare to hurt my junior brother. Today, I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences." Saying so, Jian's Saint Chi fluctuated and a ruler-shaped artifact appeared in his hand. Yang Kai's punch made Jian understand that there was something wrong with this First-Order Saint King, so he summoned his artifact as soon as the battle began. He wanted to end this quickly so he wouldn't suffer another loss at Yang Kai's hands. If he were to suffer a loss again, he would have no excuse to cover up his incompetence. Yang Kai was from a trivial small family that didn't even have an elder to lead the team. Even if he killed him here, the most he would have to do was pay some saint crystals as compensation afterwards. Jian didn't put the force behind Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But before he could take action, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the distance. "Interesting, this way is only left for a short while. How come someone has already dared to bully my Shadow Moon Hall?" "Shadow Moon Hall?" Jian looked shocked as he looked Yang Kai up and down in amazement, a slight panic appearing in his eyes. The faces of the nearly 30 Blue Sparrow sect disciples surrounding Yang Kai also changed. Not far away, Wei Guchang's whole body was shrouded in black mist as he strode over. In his hand, there was a pitch-black energy ball that he was tossing up and down as if it was a real object. That energy ball contained a terrifying power. An almost suffocating aura emanated from his body, causing the faces of all the Blue Sparrow sect disciples to turn ugly. Dong Xian, who was following closely behind Yang Kai, also seemed to have some kind of inexplicable energy flowing around her as faint arcs of wind swirled around her tender body, like butterflies fluttering about, a beautiful sight to behold. "Are you from the Shadow Moon Hall?" Jian no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai and quickly asked, "Although it has nothing to do with you, I still have to tell you that I'm not from the Shadow Moon Hall." Yang Kai looked at him mockingly. "If you want to fight, hurry up. Don't worry about Shadow Moon Hall's retaliation." Just now, Jian had been acting so domineering, but when Wei Guchang mentioned the words Shadow Moon Hall, this guy immediately became like a mouse that had seen a cat. After listening to Yang Kai's ridicule, Jian's expression changed dramatically. Although he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, he didn't dare to show any obvious hostility to Yang Kai. Wei Guchong walked straight over with Dong Xian'er, and the Blue Sparrow sect disciples in front of him involuntarily moved aside, allowing him to easily walk to Yang Kai's side. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Wei Guchong looked at Yang Kai and found that he was unharmed, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Although Qian Tong said that he could kill a third-order Saint King cultivator, after all, seeing was believing. He didn't know Yang Kai's true strength, but now that he saw Yang Kai being surrounded by 30 people without any change in expression, Wei Guchong was secretly surprised. If he didn't have the ability, it was impossible for him to be so calm. Was he confident he could escape from the siege of 30 Saint King realm cultivator? Brother Wei came a bit early. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Wei Guchong was surprised. He suddenly realized that this Yang Kai wasn't someone who would sit still, seemingly eager to fight with these people for Blue Sparrow sect. Wei Guchong, he's Wei Guchong. Someone from Blue Sparrow sect immediately recognized Wei Guchong and exclaimed. Although they had never met before, Wei Guchong had said that he was from Shadow Moon Hall the moment he arrived and called himself Wei. A Saint King realm cultivator with such power and influence could only be Wei Guchong. What's more, there was a woman beside him. They had heard that Wei Guchong from Shadow Moon Hall and another woman named Dong Xian'er had always been inseparable. Seeing this scene, if the people from Blue Sparrow sect still couldn't guess Wei Guchong's identity, they would really be blind. Among Shadowed Star's younger generation, Fong Tianzhong, Chu Chongfeng, Insu Dai, Wei Guchong, Dong Xian'er, and a number of other outstanding young talents were famous, but Wei Guchong wasn't as ostentatious as Chu Chongfeng. He was usually very low-key, so low-key that many from Shadow Moon Hall had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. But this didn't affect his deterrence. After learning that the person who had come was Wei Guchong, Yin Jian's expression changed and his mouth filled with bitterness. If he had known this information earlier, how could he have brought his junior brother to Yang Kai to buy a pass? It was too late to avoid him. So how could he have delivered himself up to be humiliated? Unlike Yin Jian's annoyance and bitterness, the cultivator who had wanted to come to Yang Kai but had been beaten to it by Yin Jian were secretly rejoicing at this moment. Fortunately, Yin Jian had acted quickly enough, otherwise it wouldn't be Blue Sparrow sect that would be embarrassed, but them. "Brother Yang, what happened?" Wei Guchong was very curious. He had only left with Dong Xian'er for a short while to say hello to his martial uncle Wang and martial uncle Yan. But as soon as he returned, he saw Yang Kai surrounded by people. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who liked to cause trouble. "Oh, this person brought his junior brother to me to buy a pass to enter Luyin Sandfield." "Brother Wei, what is a pass? Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Yang Kai looked at Wei Guchong suspiciously. I forgot." Wei Guchong scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "But you can't blame me. I haven't gotten my hands on the entry passes yet. They are all in Elder Qian's care. When he comes over, he will distribute them to everyone. When the entrance to Luyin Sand Field opens, those who enter must hold a pass. Only then will the seniors let us in. Without a pass, they won't let us in. These passes are specially made by the masters of the major forces. It's impossible to copy them. By the way, Elder Qian will not only distribute the passes, but also give us something called a Yuan magnetic compass. When we enter Luyin Sandfield, we need to rely on that thing to determine the direction." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Wei Guchong hadn't obtained it himself, Yang Kai naturally didn't expect him to tell him about it. Wei Guchong probably thought that it wasn't a big deal and that when Qian Tong came, Yang Kai would naturally understand. While the two of them were chatting, the Blue Sparrow sect disciples all had ugly expressions on their faces. These people clearly didn't put him and the others in their eyes. Otherwise, why would they talk about the passage pass and the Yuan magnetic compass with such an indifferent expression? After Wei Guchong and Yang Kai finished talking, Yin Jian struggled for a moment before cupping his fists and pretending to be cordial. "So, it's Brother Guchong of Shadow Moon Hall. Is Brother Guchong something you can call? Wei Guchong did not wait for him to finish speaking and directly interrupted him. This kind of arrogant strength made Yin Jian's face flush red, and his eyes were about to split open, but he did not dare to have any complaints. Although everyone here was a third-order Saint King, Yin Jian understood that if he really fought with Wei Guchong, he would be defeated within a few moves. These famous young talents were all monstrous existences. Yin Jianzhong still had some self-awareness. You don't even have a trivial 1,000,000 Saint crystals, yet you want to buy a pass from Brother Yang? Did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? Yang Kai glanced at Wei Guchong in surprise. He suddenly discovered that although this guy appeared to be gentle and upright on the surface, he was actually filled with evil intentions. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what kind of person this guy was when he was alone with Dong Xiner. Yang Kai guessed that a good and quiet girl like Dong Xiner would definitely be eaten by him. Yin Jianzhong's nostrils flared as a look of unbearable rage appeared on his face, seemingly wanting to fight a good fight with Wei Guchong. Even if he was killed, it was better than standing here and being humiliated wantonly. Some of the other Blue Sparrow sect disciples cast pleading eyes not far away. Over there, the second-order origin, returning realm old man who had led the Blue Sparrow sect disciples here stood there with an ugly look on his face. Although he noticed the pleading eyes of his sect disciples, he didn't show any intention to help. Not to mention that Blue Sparrow sect was in the wrong in the first place. The ones involved in this conflict were all young people, so an old man like him running over would be breaking the rules. Blue Sparrow sect had an origin returning realm master, but Shadow Moonhall didn't. If he really dared to come over, it would only make the situation worse. So, even if he was angry, he could only stand there and watch from afar, not wanting to intervene at will. Then how many Saint Crystals do you have? Wei Guchong suddenly changed the subject. Yin Jianzhong turned his head to look at his fellow disciples and asked a few more questions before dejectedly saying, 500,000. Wei Guchong turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai simply said indifferently, 500,000 it is. It's barely enough to make up for the trauma in my heart. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about a trivial 500,000 Saint Crystals, but since these people from Blue Sparrow sect dared to provoke him, they had to pay a certain price. The fact that he didn't kill them was already the best result. As for the other party's face, if Wei Guchong didn't care, how could Yang Kai care? When Yin Jianzhong brought his junior brother here to force him to sell his pass, did he ever care about his face or wishes? If it weren't for him having some ability, if it were any other cultivator from small family, Yin Jianzhong would have already succeeded. Then 500,000 it is, hurry up. Wei Guchong shouted in a dissatisfied tone. Only Master Brother Yang is magnanimous enough to settle this with a trivial 500,000. If it were me, I wouldn't be Wei Guchong if I didn't rip off your pants. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Guchong's face suddenly changed slightly. Dong Xiner's small hand had unknowingly pinched the soft flesh on his waist, causing her face to blush slightly as she said, "Can you not say that? They have many female disciples." Not only did Dong Xiner blush, but the dozen or so female disciples of Blue Sparrow sect also blushed, all of them glaring at Wei Guchong with extreme resentment. Blue Sparrow sect had 30 people, so after a long time, they were only able to gather 500,000 Saint Crystals. After all, everyone had come to the Luyin Sandfield, a place filled with dangers, so naturally, none of them had brought too many Saint Crystals with them. These Saint Crystals were all for the purpose of restoring themselves in the Luyin Sandfield. Once the 500,000 Saint Crystals were handed over to Yang Kai, Yin Jianzhong and the others left with their tails between their legs. Gutless rats! Wei Guchong looked at the departing backs of this group of people and shook his head disdainfully. Enough. Let bygones be bygones. Don't pay attention to them anymore. Dong Xian'er said softly, changing the subject at the right time. Didn't you bring some fine jade liquid to entertain Brother Yang this time? Since it's still early, you might as well take it out. If Junior Sister hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Wei Guchong laughed and patted his head, the ring on his hand flashing brilliantly as he took out some antique tables and chairs, arranged them in front of him, and enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to sit down before saying, I just inquired with Martial Uncle Wang and Martial Uncle Yin, and both of them said that there should still be 3 days before the opening of the Lu Yin sand field. On top of that, Elder Qian hasn't come yet, so we might as well drink while waiting. Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse the kindness of others. The so-called fine jade liquid was taken out by Wei Guchong and arranged into 2 small jars. Once the seals were unsealed, a rich wine fragrance immediately spread out and poured into Yang Kai's nostrils. Dong Xian'er took out 2 plates of spirit fruits from her space ring. These spirit fruits were crystal clear and didn't seem to be ordinary things. Yang Kai didn't know much about wine, so when Wei Guchong handed one to him, he accepted it and drank it. After drinking it, he discovered that this was a kind of spirit wine, similar to the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven sect, which had the effect of strengthening one's body and improving one's cultivation. However, this fine jade liquid was of a much higher grade than the 1,000 safflower wine brewed by Feiyu Martial Uncle. After all, this was star territory, so the materials available here were of higher grade and rarer quality. After taking a sip of this wine, Yang Kai immediately felt his Saint Qi circulate faster. This wine was like a spiritual liquid that penetrated into his body and lay dormant in his physique, seemingly waiting for the right moment to erupt. Wei Guchong took a big gulp, a satisfied expression appearing on his face before explaining to Yang Kai, This Wei brewed this fine jade liquid a long time ago when I was on an adventure. It can be said that on all of Shadowed Star, there is no one else who can brew it except this Wei. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this thing. Although it isn't very strong, it has a long-term restorative effect. If you drink this jar now, it will help Brother Yang restore his Saint Qi for at least half a month. Listening to his words, Kai Yang immediately understood that his previous conjecture was correct. The wine was indeed waiting for the right moment to erupt. Hurriedly, he said, I don't know much about wine. Letting me drink such a good thing is a bit of a waste of heaven's gift. Wei Guchong laughed. No matter how good something is, if no one can share it, it's not a good thing. Xian is not good at drinking, and this way doesn't have many like-minded friends in Shadow Moon Hall. Now that I've met Brother Yang and can share a good time with him here, it's a great blessing. Brother Yang, don't say such things. You're not giving this way any face. Yang Kai didn't know whether he was being sincere or because of Qian Tong's instructions, but in any case, Wei Guchong seemed to be getting along well with Yang Kai now. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai laughed heartily and imitated Wei Gucheng's actions, taking a big gulp of wine, causing Wei Guchong to cry out in agreement. Dong Xian'er sat quietly to the side with a happy smile on her face, watching Wei Guchong and Yang Kai drink one mouthful after another, making her look even more beautiful. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because of the wine or because he was reminded of the scene, but he secretly thought that if Su Yin or Xianing Chong were here at this moment, they would definitely be like Dong Xian'er, right? They would all sit quietly by his side. For these women, as long as they could be with the man they loved, even if the sky fell, they wouldn't frown. Chapter 1173. About half a day later, Qian Tong led the 200 or so people to the vicinity of the Lu Yin sandfield. After hurriedly informing his disciples and the cultivator who had followed him, he went off to find the 2 Origin returning realm masters from Shadow Moon Hall. As if everyone had discussed this beforehand, With the arrival of the people from Shadow Moon Hall, a large number of cultivators continued to arrive, each one looking for a place where no one else was present, either huddling together or gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Those who huddled together were all disciples from great forces, while those who gathered in groups of 3 or 5 were from small families and small sects. The entire periphery of Luyin Sandfield was clearly divided. In less than a day, the number of cultivators who had gathered here had reached more than 2,000. There should still be some who hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, the number would have been even higher. Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner were also squeezed in the middle of the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, surrounded by nearly 70 people. Wei Guchang wore a serious expression as he spoke to his fellow disciples. The Saint King realm men and women all nodded in agreement. Xianxia didn't find any disciples from Thunder Typhoon's sect, Heaven Battling Union, or a Color Glass sect here, so he figured they should have entered from another entrance. This was because there was more than one entrance to Luyin Sandfield. According to Wei Guchang, there were a total of 4 entrances in all directions. The great forces had all chosen to enter from the nearest entrance, so they weren't all gathered in one place. Compared with the liveliness of the others, Xianxia sat cross-legged alone in a remote location. No one came to find trouble with him. Those who had seen the power of him and Wei Guchang before naturally didn't dare to provoke him again. Those who had come later seemed to realize that Xianxia wasn't someone to be trifled with and didn't dare approach him. On the other hand, the cultivator from a small family was always surrounded by disciples from great forces. The purpose of these people was self-evident. They wanted to buy a pass from these small family cultivators. However, now that more and more people had arrived, these disciples from great forces didn't dare to bully others like Yinjian had done before. All of them tried to persuade others with kind words and paid a sincere price. Some small family cultivator actually gave up on entering the Luyin Sandfield and instead sold their passes to these people. There were also some people who were determined to enter the Luyin Sandfield in search of benefits and opportunities, making the disciples from great forces who gathered around them unable to succeed no matter how hard they tried. When Kai Yang's eyes swept over a certain place, he suddenly paused. Letting out a soft cry of surprise, he slowly stood up and walked over. In that direction, there were 2 elderly men. They both had bitter smiles on their faces as they stood where they were. There were also a few people gathered around them, just like the people from the other small clans. Those people were taking turns to persuade them, enticing them with benefits, try to buy the guild card from their hands. 150,000 St. Crystals. I can't go any higher. Go ask if this price is fair. 150,000 St. Crystals is not a small number for us. What do 2 seniors think? If you think it's enough, then we have a deal. A middle-aged man said earnestly. Although his cultivation was the same as these 2 old men, 3rd Order Saint King, he was still a bit older. Moreover, now that they had a request, it didn't matter if they called them seniors. I heard. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly before smiling apologetically. Then I won't disturb you any longer, farewell. Saying so, he quickly left with his fellow sect brothers. After they left, Changqi and Howen breathed a sigh of relief as they stared at Yangkai in surprise. They had arrived late and hadn't seen the scene of Blue Sparrow sect's disciples being humiliated, so they naturally didn't know why this middle-aged man was so afraid of Yangkai, even sending him away with just a few words. 2 foreign elders, please come this way. There are too many people here, so it's not convenient to talk. Yangkai beckoned to them and walked towards his previous resting place. Changqi and Howen felt a mix of emotions, some gratitude, some embarrassment, but still followed behind Yangkai. A moment later, the 3 of them were far away from the noisy crowd and arrived at a secluded place. Not paying any attention, they all sat down cross-legged. Chapter 1174. After all, Xianxia had been with Yang Kai for a long time, so his expression quickly recovered and he asked with a smile, "Are there many things you don't understand?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why did the two of you come from the Haiku family?" It was precisely because there were many things Yang Kai didn't understand that he had brought these two here to ask them about the situation. Entering the flowing flame sand field was an opportunity that only appeared once every 400 years. The Haiku family was a small family and only had 2 or 3 spots at most. Such an opportunity should have been given to the elders or even the patriarch of the Haiku family in person. In any case, it was impossible for a foreign elder like Xianxia to come. Xianxia sighed and said, "None of them wanted to come. Otherwise, how could 2 old men like us be so lucky? How come no one came?" Yang Kai was stunned. Howen smiled and explained, "After the last incident, the Haiku family is no longer welcomed by Shadow Moon Hall. From the patriarch to the ordinary disciples, every day everyone in the family is in a state of panic. Many foreign elders have even left the Haiku family, leaving only me and old Chong. The elders are also in retreat and don't dare to go out easily." "Are they afraid of me?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. "More or less," Xianxia nodded. "Of course, they're afraid that you will seek them out to settle accounts. The Haiku family has already given up a large part of its properties, and Eon is doing his best to shrink the family's strength, calling back all the family's disciples and forcing them to enter retreat. Coupled with Shadow Moon Hall's disdain for the family, life in the family is becoming more and more difficult. Now, in the entire Haiku family, besides me and Brother Hao, no one is willing to go out, and no one dares to." Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected Patriarch Ian of the Haiku family to be so cautious. Even if Ian had provoked him before, out of respect for Wu Yi, Yang Kai had long since decided not to bother with him and had no intention of seeking revenge against the Haiku family. How could he have known that Ian was now treading on thin ice? However, they deserved it. Yang Kai wouldn't find trouble with them, but he wouldn't pity them either. Elder Qian was kind enough to give my Haiku family 2 spots to enter the Luyin sand field. So Brother Hao and I rushed over. Xianxia continued, "If Brother Hao and I don't break through, we won't have many years left to live. I just want to enter the Luyin desert to find some opportunities to break through and see if I can fulfill my promise with the family head." "Promise?" Yang Kai frowned. "And what patriarch means is that now that the entire family is in retreat, there is no need for us to offer anything. As long as we can hand over half of the benefits we obtain from Luyin Sandfield, we can leave the Haiku family and find another way out." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Is he bullying an honest man? The other foreign elders left without a word, and Ian didn't mention any conditions, but when it was Xianxia and Howen's turn, they had to hand over half of the gains they obtained from the flowing flame sand field. Ian's calculations were quite good. He didn't need his own family members to take risks. Perhaps they could even obtain some good supplies. If this wasn't bullying an honest man, what was? At this moment, Yang Kai became more and more disgusted with Ian. Xianxia and Howen were also quite strange. The other foreign elders had all left, so why did they stay? On top of that, they had made such an unreasonable agreement with Ian. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Xianxia explained with some sadness, "Brother Hao and I are the family's foreign elders. We have received many benefits from the family over the years, so leaving like this really makes us feel uneasy, so the two of us agreed to the patriarch's request." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Although he didn't agree with their approach, the loyalty of these two made Yang Kai admire them greatly. If it weren't for the word loyalty lingering in their hearts, they wouldn't have agreed to this condition. His brow furrowed. Yang Kai asked, "If the two of you can safely return from Luyin Sandfield, where do you plan on going?" Xianxia and Howen looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. "The two of us have spent most of our lives in the Haiku family. Once we leave the family, we really don't know where to go. Third-order Saint Kings aren't high, but they aren't low either. The key is that the two of us are already quite old, so I'm afraid there won't be many places that will accept us. They didn't have any children, so naturally, there was no place they could seek refuge. Xianxia smiled. If the two of you don't mind, how about settling down on Dragon Cave Mountain? Wu Yi and Yu Feng often talk about you, and there are many disciples who originally belonged to the Haika family there. With the two of you there, those little brats should be obedient. Xianxia and Hao An's eyes lit up, the former exclaiming in disbelief, "Can we go?" "Of course, it's not a restricted area. Junior is more than happy to welcome you." Xianxia laughed. The two foreign elders' faces flushed with excitement as their beards trembled, Xianxia stuttering. How could we accept this? It was obvious that he was very interested in going to Dragon Cave Mountain. Today's Dragon Cave Mountain was no longer the same as it used to be. The mountain peaks were shrouded in clouds, and the world energy aura was extremely dense, enough to be used as a spirit land for the establishment of a sect. As time passed, the world energy aura there would only become richer and richer. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. None of us are outsiders. When you go there, you can also take some time to guide the cultivation of those disciples. The two foreign elders looked at each other, got up at the same time, cupped their fists, and said in unison, "If that's the case, it would be impolite of us to refuse." Xianxia then added, "If we can return safely this time, our 2 old lives will be sold to little brother. Senior is too serious. 2 seniors being alive is more important than anything else." Xianxia quickly asked them to sit down before continuing to ask, "I wonder if 2 seniors have made any preparations to enter the Lu Yin sand field." "We have made some preparations, but I don't know if they will be of any use." Hao sighed. "Brother Chong and I spent all of our life savings and finally managed to purchase a Saint King grade high rank ice attribute defensive artifact. In addition to that, there are also some healing pills, but we couldn't prepare anything else." This was where people differed from one another. A Saint King grade high rank artifact usually costs between 30,000 and 40,000 Saint crystals. Even if the current era was special and ice attribute defensive artifacts were expensive, at most one would only cost 50,000 to 60,000 Saint crystals. These 2 foreign elders had exhausted their life savings. However, these Saint crystals were not worth mentioning to Xianxia. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia took out 8 jade bottles from a space ring and handed them to each of them, explaining, "1 bottle is for healing, 2 bottles are for restoring Saint Qi, and 1 bottle is for resisting the heat. Keep them for yourselves." The pills used to resist the heat were snow and ice pills. Xianxia had refined a total of 2 bottles, and now he had given them both to them. The 2 of them were about to refuse when Xianxia added, "I have a lot of these things, so don't refuse." Xianxia and Hao exchanged a glance and gratefully accepted the 4 bottles of pills silently, some tears even appearing in their old eyes. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little touched. Both of them had spent most of their lives in the Haika family and had devoted most of their lives to it, but now Ian wanted to drive them away and even put forward such conditions. However, when it came to Xianxia, he didn't even blink an eye and took out 8 bottles of pills. The contrast was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia and Hao suddenly felt that leaving the Haika family and following Xianxia wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The sadness and loneliness they had been feeling these past few days suddenly sweeping away. "These Saint crystals, take them as well. I heard that in the flame area, it is impossible to circulate one's secret art to absorb world energy. This world energy contains a kind of fire poison that if absorbed into one's body, it will cause great harm to anyone. All recovery can only rely on Saint crystals and pills." Xianxia took out another ring and handed it to the 2 of them. This time, they didn't refuse, and Xianxia happily accepted it. After sweeping it with his divine sense slightly, he immediately paled and exclaimed, "This is too much." The space ring Xianxia gave them was the one Jian had given him a day ago, and it contained a total of 500,000 Saint crystals. Xianxia had never seen so many Saint crystals in his life, and was so frightened that he almost threw his ring away. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I still have more Saint Crystals. Take them first. If you can't use them all up, take them back and use them slowly. Consider them a deposit for me, inviting the two of you to settle down on Dragon Cave Mountain. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. Dragon Cave Mountain was now under the care of Qiantong and was protected by the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin, so it was extremely safe. However, the combat power of the people here was still a weakness. Among all of them, besides Xianxia himself, who could be regarded as a valiant fighter, the others weren't worth mentioning. Wuxia was just a first-order Saint King, and although her aptitude was good, she still needed a lot of time to grow. Xianxia and Haoan were already third-order Saint Kings, so if they could break through to the origin returning realm, Dragon Cave Mountain safety would be another layer of protection. An origin returning realm cultivator could use a power that even Xianxia had a headache dealing with. Xianxia had recruited them to Dragon Cave Mountain because Wuxia had a good relationship with them and their loyalty was unparalleled. On the other hand, Xianxia also wanted to add some powerful cultivator to Dragon Cave Mountain. The two foreign elders had been stuck at the third-order Saint King realm for many years, but because of their aptitude, they had been unable to break through. If they were given an origin condensing pill at this time, they would definitely be able to break through their current shackles. However, the emerald silk grass required to refine origin condensing pills seemed to be very rare. Xianxia only had 2 stocks before, but they had already been used up. It seemed that after entering the Luyin sandfield, Xianxia would have to go to the treasure area to see if he could find some emerald silk grass. If he could obtain some, that would be best, but if he couldn't, he could still purchase it. In any case, Xianxia didn't lack Saint Crystals right now. After much persuasion, Xianxia and Haoan finally accepted the ring. Xianxia then began to explain to them what he had heard from Wei Guchong about Luyin Sandfield. Although Xianxia and Haoan had also obtained some information in this regard, it wasn't as complete as what Xianxia had told them, so they listened attentively, not daring to miss anything. It was obvious that in a certain territory, the light red energy curtain had become even lighter and looked like an open door. The Luyin Desert had officially opened. The elders of the various sects shouted with all their might as they rushed to the entrance one after the other. Almost 3,000 people rushed to the entrance in an instant. More than a dozen third-order origin returning realm masters stood there, glaring at them, but when they saw these Saint Kings rush over, they all released their sure. The entire world seemed to freeze as all the Saint King realm masters froze in place, struggling to even move. Those with poor endurance paled, and their clothes were soaked in sweat. The feeling of being enveloped by sure was very disgusting. It was a feeling of not being able to control one's life or death, as if their lives were in the hands of the owner of this sure. What are you fighting for? An old man with a ruddy complexion flew up into the sky, swept his eyes around with dignity, and shouted, "All of you, line up for this old master and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to fight for a spot will be immediately disqualified." After listening to this old man, everyone began to line up obediently. Fortunately, the entrance was not too narrow and the line was directly divided into 5 lines. According to the old man's requirements, everyone who entered the Luyin Desert had to hold up their entry pass in front of them for the many origin returning realm masters to inspect. Those without entry passes would not be able to pass. Brother Yang, Xianxia had just brought Xianxia and Haoan to the end of a line when he heard Wei Guchong calling out to him. Looking towards the source of the voice, Xianxia saw Wei Guchong and Dong Xian standing in a line near him. Behind them were all disciples from Shadow Moon Hall. "Brother Wei," Xianxia smiled at him. "Brother Yang, once we enter, I will send a message to everyone through the communication artifact. If you can receive my message, it would be best if you could act together with this way." I have a few junior brothers and junior sisters with me. If we work together, we can pass through the flame area as soon as possible, Wei Guchang said as he pointed to the people around him. These men and women also seemed to be core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Even if their status was not as high as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianers, it should not be too far off. However, they were not as perceptive as Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. So after hearing Wei Guchang's words, they all showed puzzled looks and some reluctance. In their minds, if Yang Kai, a First Order Saint King, really acted with them, he would definitely drag them down. They were all core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, so naturally, they were unwilling to bring along a stranger like Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said indifferently, "Good." Wei Guchang seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and did not say anything more. After discovering that there were two other people here, the expression of the disciple of the Shadow Moon Hall changed slightly, especially when he saw Yang Kai. A strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he had no intention of greeting Yang Kai and directly left the place, moving very quickly. The other person, however, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned and said, "Friend, are you interested in traveling together with this one?" "Not interested," Yang Kai replied indifferently. He did not even want to talk to Wei Guchang, let alone this guy of unknown origin. The man did not seem to expect Yang Kai to refuse so bluntly. He pinched his nose awkwardly and did not continue to pester him. He cupped his fist to Yang Kai and left in another direction. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.